And the bell has rung here at Centurion to let everyone know that it's 5 minutes before the day 3 of this SA versus India Test match is going to start. We are looking at a very, very sunny Centurion. Yesterday was very gloomy. The team was here very grumpy as always because it looked like it was a Northern Hemisphere weather, but this is more looking like Southern Hemisphere. Welcome to One World Sports Radio's coverage of the South Africa versus India tour in 2021 over December. And we are at Centurion. It is day 3. We didn't have any play on day 2. So India continue 272 for 3 after their allotted 90 overs on day 1. South Africa in a lot of trouble trying to get themselves back into the game, and that's what we're hoping to do. My name is Mpomutrani. I've got Tepo Tyler with me. Remember, you can engage with us on Twitter at OneWorldSR. It's OneWorldSR. Tepo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I must say, it's great to see the sun out here. Great to see blue skies, minimum clouds in the sky. Looks like it's going to be a great day of cricket. India sitting on 272 for 3. KL Rahul has been playing out of his socks today. 122 here, highest score in South Africa. And Ajike Rahane giving the selectors something to think about here with his 14 not out. Going to be a cracking day of cricket. South African bowlers will be keen to make early inroads to get this innings to a close, but India will be keen to get as many runs as they can on the board.
Yes, no, obviously with them losing a day of play, that's 90 overs. The mathematics today is that we'll get 98 overs of play. The lunch session is extended by 30 minutes, and we will be finishing like we did on day 1, just close to 5:30. But we will have additional 30 minutes as well to close out all the 98 overs. We will try and today the both teams will try and get that in. So the teams are walking out right now, getting ready to set their stall out. As Tempo said, Kemahu 122 not out, Ajinka Rahane 40 without loss, not out as well. And also the partnership stats are 73 runs in this partnership between Rahane and KL Rahul. It's going to be a very interesting day. South Africa need to make early inroads. They need to be aggressive. We felt that on day 1 they weren't that aggressive. They didn't. It felt like they weren't trying to attack the stumps, and they were looking to edge India out with balls that were swinging away and getting edges. Well, it worked for Virat Kohli, but it didn't work for the other two in Rahul, Agarwal, and Rahane.
Yeah, one thing that could be said about the Indians is that they've been leaving very well. We heard that Rahul was talking about that, how he wanted to leave. The leaving was absolutely exceptional. Left many of the balls outside off stump.
If you can look there, 66 shots in Rahane's 40 runs. He's faced 81 balls and he's had 66 shots. And that was the name of the game for India. Leave as much as you can, play with soft hands, and KL Rahul has done that. The only thing about starting a day of cricket or even a session of cricket is that you have to remember the rhythms that you picked up in the previous day or session. And South Africa as well, they need to find their rhythm very quickly. We're ready for the first ball. Lungi Ngidi will be bowling to Ajinka Rahane. He's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point. You've got mid-on, slightly wideish, more mid-wicket with Marco Jansen. You've also got a fielder at square leg, forward square leg. And then you have the fielder, a fielder out in the deep at fine leg. That is Kagiso Rabada at fine leg. South Africa will need a very good first session. We're ready to go. Lungi's at the top of the run-up. He's now running in. First ball of the day. Full good length to Rahane. Hard off the bat. He defended that out to the fielder at point. That's Timber Bavuma. And it is no run. Great start. So one attribute that we will be talking about throughout the day is how soft Rahul was playing with his soft hands. And he wasn't even pushing at the ball. He was compact. His bat came in line behind the line of, in line with his front pad. He put it just behind there. And he made sure that even if he got a nick, it wouldn't carry. Ajinkya Rahane already pushing at the ball. So it's going to be quite interesting to see as Lungi comes in again. That one is another good length ball out to Rahane. This one coming into him. And he's played that out to the fielder at square leg for no run.
The South Africans will be glad to see some bats on ball. We've been talking about how the Indians have been leading, and the key for the bowlers is to get them to play. That is what they want them to do. Get them to lean forward, get them playing at deliveries, then they can get the edges off. We have three slips there that are key and ready to get into action. And with the ball that's just 10 and a half overs old, almost 11 overs old, they definitely want to.
And that's what Lungi picked up after the first session. The second session, he started bowling more in swingers into the Indian batsman. That was a lot fuller block hole ball driven out back to the bowler on that off stump line, keeping him guessing there, but no run coming out of that.
Interesting to see how the pitch reacts here.
Yes,
After Dave being under the covers, it's been quite humid, quite wet.
So it should offer something to the bowlers, and that's where South Africa will be hoping that conditions will favor them. But every morning at Centurion Tipple, you get something. The bowlers have something. They just need to get themselves, find those right areas, find that right length very early on. And it looks like Lungi has found that right length, getting it hard on the bat. It was a little bit more compact by Rahane, played out to Keegan Peterson at backward point.
He's got the line right from the get-go, has Lungi Nkidi. It's good to see him coming here from the pavilion end, not doing too badly at all. Hasn't been erring too much. That's good to see. Decent discipline here. The man that's returning to the test scene.
Yes, and I think that's the thing for South Africa today. Find that length correctly. I think Lungi's bowling slightly shorter length than what you'd want. So you just need to push it a little bit more fuller. Oh, that's a better length. That's the length you're looking for outside the off stump. And all Rahane did, just left it outside that off stump. So now what you need is for Lungi to hone in onto that off stump. It was no run off of that ball, but a good moment for Lungi, a good seeking. You know, it's like a heat seeking. You're bowling one at a length that you're not too sure whether it's the right one, and then now you've seen with the bounce and how far it goes past how high it goes past the batter's bat, and then you're like, okay, this is it. So we want a little bit more of those. Last ball of the first over. This one coming into the body of Rahane. Good length, similar length to the previous one, but because of the angle, easily played out to the leg side where there are only three fielders. And it is a single to end that over. India 273 for 3 after 91.
A good first over from Nkidi, starting off very sharp, good line, good length, keeping the batsman playing. We only saw 1 or 2 leads in that over, which is a good sign for the South Africans. Don't forget you can tweet us using at One World Sports Radio, at One World SR, and also at Gorilla SA. We'll be checking all the tweets. We have a tweet here from Linux Leia, just telling people to be careful of the designation of the Northern Hemisphere weather. She takes offense to the implication of English weather, and it represents the entire Northern Hemisphere. There are some sunny parts in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yes, there are, and it didn't look like we were in Southern Africa.
No,
That's
far,
what
far.
I'm saying.
In December.
In December. Kagiso coming in from the Hennops River end. One of the first few times he's bowled from the Hennops River end. And this one down the leg side. Back of a length ball down the leg side from Kagiso. That's about six meters away from the batter there. And you've also he's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, Timber Bavuma. You've also got square leg right on the umpire there, as well as mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg. That's Lungi Nkidi. Down the leg side again, Kagiso not happy bowling from. Doesn't look like he's been able to find that rhythm or that line down the leg side so far.
Nothing that Ajinka Rahane is actually playing at.
Mhm.
Looks like he's trying to get maybe just a little bit of bat on the ball. Just drive it, tickle it down the leg side.
Look, it's a freebie. It's a freebie, and you've got three fielders on the leg side. If you get bat onto it, it's running away for 4 runs, and that's what Ajinka is doing because Kagiso finally gets one outside that off stump and getting Ajinka Rani coming forward, and the lovely forward press from him played out to Ubud 1000. That is Rasif van der Dissen fielding at mid-off. We call him Boot 1000 because he's one of the few people in South African cricket to score 1,000 runs in a domestic season. Hot. Aiden Markham came close last year, but he got called up to the national team, needing about, I think, 70 runs to get to 1,000 runs last season. Kagiso a lot straight to this one, and they take a quick single to Marco Jansen at mid-on, and KL Rahul getting on strike. He'll be facing his first ball of the day to Kagiso Rabada, but great presence of mind from Ajinka Rahane, whose place in the team was questioned by many. Shreyas Iyer started really well in his two test matches, in his test match debut, his two test matches against New Zealand. Scored a century in that period, but India going with Rahane, who many think he's one of the better overseas Indian batters out there.
I'm very surprised to see that his position was under threat.
Mm-hmm.
In the series against Australia this time last year, he was actually the stand-in captain. Virat Kohli wasn't able to play. It's crazy how that just happens in a year.
Kagiso coming in for the fifth ball of his first over outside the off stump. That's a lot fuller length from him outside that off stump of KL Rahul, and we're starting again with all the leaves that he has had, and he's left that one outside the off stump again.
Tell me, Ugo, how do you get a man out that is leaving most of the balls outside the offside? If you get it too straight, easy pickings that side as well. How do you get him out?
You're going to force him to play as many balls as possible. Oh, that ball was a perfect length outside that off stump. It was full. It went hip height past the bat of KL Rahul, but KL looking to keep the same vein as he did on day one, compact, bat behind the front pad, and what you're telling the bowler is, if you bowl a good ball, well done to you, and that good ball is taking that edge. But it must hit the bat hard because my hands are always going to be soft. So really good ball from Kagiso. Didn't get an edge, but it was a dot ball. End of that over, a run coming off of it, 274 for 3.
We're seeing the mallet being brought out here at the landing spot of where Lungi Giri would be burning from the pavilion in. Maybe a few scuff marks there make it difficult for the burners.
It's probably soft on that area with all the rain around. The square was well covered yesterday, but the moisture that's created underneath the covers could have created a lot. We've also been looking out for cracks today. Tepo, first ball from Lungi Ngiti to Ajinka Rahane. It's a lot straighter this time, and Ajinka just turning that around the corner to Kagiso at fine leg for a single.
Pitch is looking pretty green. Along the edges, a few veins, but green veins. As the day goes on, as the match goes on, we're going to see a little bit more deterioration. Those cracks opening up a little bit more. Give the bowlers a little bit of assistance. Good move to bat first here.
I was wondering on day one as to what you would want to do. Do you want to be the captain that loses the toss? But as the old adage says, if you win the toss, you bat first, unless everything favors bowling first. And on day one, it didn't. It favored batting first. This one played out to Rasif van der Dissen, drive forward from Rahul. And it is a dot ball. First sign of him trying to free his arms. You need to get him to play a lot more tempo. And he was compact in the previous over. This time he's actually pushing forward, but he's pushing more. He's not pushing out in the V. He's actually pushing more straighter down the pitch, which for KL is a less riskier shot, compared to Virat Kohli, who fetched the ball that was, some people on Twitter put up like 12 stumps away. Ngiti into Rahul. He plays this one or soft-handed. He takes a single to Temba Bavuma at the non-striker's end, and he makes it in very well. Not a fan of running to Temba Bavuma, but
David Warner learned that the hard way in that Australia series. A very acrobatic field and can really fire it in from any point as we see a replay of that. A quick pickup, quick release to the non-striker's end, but he was home safely. Was KL Rahul.
KL wanting to get to the other side, wanting to get that momentum in day two. You also don't want to be stuck. You also want to look for where your first run's going to come from. Those were his first runs of the day, getting him to 123. Ngiti in again to a Rahane, who just defends that out to Temba. This time, no single taken off of that, as the ball went quickly to the man at backward point. That previous ball with the single shows you how soft his bottom hand was. KL Rahul's bottom hand is in this game.
No doubt about that. Making that a run-scoring option, not just the safety net to prevent the ball from getting to the slip cordon. So he's been really working on that, owning that skill for test batting.
Ngiti into Rahane, plays this one off the back foot. Lovely back foot punch, but some good fielding from Temba Bavuma diving to his right and preventing 4 runs there. It was a fun part an interesting part not fun, but interesting on day one. Dean Alga, at some points throughout the day, chose to have a deep point instead of having a conventional point, backward point or conventional point. And many of us were trying to figure out what he was trying to do, trying to get the Indian batters to play on the back foot. The approaches were bowling it a lot fuller and drawing the Indians on the front foot. So that position became a boundary serving position. But good to see that you've got a conventional backward point as the next ball is defended out to the offside. The Proteas' energy is up today. They're running between the wickets. They're encouraging each other. End of that over, 93 overs bowled, 276 for 3.
Passing the ball around here are the South Africans. A few cheers here and there, encouraging cheers. Don't forget you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. Ravi Naz says that KL Rahul looking ominously in the mood today. Unless South Africa collapses, this is likely to be a draw. Speaking of results, we had a tweet earlier that discussed that for a result, you have to have 270 overs. If we don't mess up the over rate here, both teams, we still have 298 overs. So still with 4 days, there is potential for a result here, but you'd have to wonder how exactly that would come.
Yes, that tweet coming from the former Proteas analyst as Kagiso bowls first ball of his second over from the Hennops River end. This one's a lot harder coming into KL Rahul, and he's just defending that down for no run back to the bowler. So Prasanna Agaram tweeted that. He likes to tweet these statistical anomalies and these stats that are required to kind of give a lot of people on Twitter a sense of what the teams need. And he said 270 overs are needed for a result in this game. Day 5, you'll see the game accelerate a lot more. And so we've got a lot more overs. We've got about 20 more overs than the 270 that Prasanna has been asking for. As Kagiso bowls a beautiful ball back of a length outside the off stump, and it goes. Quinton takes that above his head, but a beautiful, beautiful length there. You just need to get the line correct.
No, I was just saying, beautiful back of a length delivery, getting the batsman to play back at that. More importantly, getting the batsman to play. We saw the previous delivery as well. Clamping batsman up for room.
Kagiso in again outside that off stump, tempting KL Rahul, but he's not willing to bite. He just shoulders his arms to that ball. You get a sense that it's a tad too wide, and there was a moment in the Ashes. During the rain delay yesterday and the rainy day yesterday, where Scott Boland bowled the ball. It's one of the most perfect balls. It was top of off, and it induced a very lovely edge, forcing, and that's another ball. That's the ball you're looking for coming in on off stump. It was a tad fuller, tad shorter than you would have wanted as a perfect line, as it hit KL more in the midriff there, and yes, coming more middle stump than off stump. It's a dot ball, but it squared him up.
Looked like it sort of jumped off a length just a little bit. Good length delivery from KG Rabada. Not too full, not too short. Getting playing back to that one.
Kagiso with a short ball now to KL, and Kukwini has to take a few steps and jump high with his hand up to collect that ball. It was called a no ball, and that's another thing that we need to be watching with Kagiso. He was really ill-disciplined with his extras on day one, and it's not a good start for him. It was an effort ball, and it was a no ball. So it's net ball outside that off stump. That is the length, back of a length, is beating the bat on that shoulder length of that bat. No edge yet.
Looks like Dean Algar could be talking to Lungi Ngidi, who's at fine leg. Probably noticed something, maybe a ploy that he could use from the pavilion end of the next over. Maybe 2 balls away. We'll see exactly what the captain was saying to his fast bowler.
Yeah. Kagiso in. That's the perfect length, same length as the previous ball. This time, KL decides to leave on length and not on line, trusting the bounce, which you can do here at Sinchon. We had a few balls staying low, but that's it. That last ball from Kagiso was 141 kilometers per hour. I know a lot of people were questioning whether Kagiso was bowling within himself. This is a good sign that he's cranking up to above 140.
And a metronomic rhythm bowler. So he's cranking it up. He's probably going to build up and get to those 145s.
Kagiso in down the leg side is an edge, and it's gone. Caught behind with the ball down the leg side. KL Rahul went with it, and he got that feather of an edge, and Quinton de Gock did the business. South Africa have the breakthrough they wanted. KL Rahul goes back with 123 of 260 balls. He faced 197 dot balls in his stand, and he falls to a ball down the leg side. He's been disciplined the entire time, and finally, South Africa get their breakthrough.
Exactly the breakthrough that the South Africans would have wanted. It was an interesting line adopted by KG Rabada going down the leg side. It looked a little wayward, but in the end, it was a tactic, it was a ploy to get KL Rahul to play, and in the end, getting his wickets. He falls, as it was said, 123, caught by Quinton de Kock behind the stumps, and bowled by KG Rabada, his first wickets of this match.
For a man whose high score in South Africa previously was 16, he's gone on to put 123 runs in a innings that is an example to Indian batters in that dressing room and to those coming into future for South Africa as to what you need to do to be able to score runs here. He wasn't aggressive. He waited for the bad ball, and he played with a lot of discipline, and it paid off. And if you're not the superstar talent of a Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, that is a stamp and a mark of what you can do in South Africa if you are patient outside that off stump and you force the bowlers to bowl to you. Next batter in, everyone's favorite babysitter.
Rishabh Pant, the wicket keeper batter here. The hero in the last Australia series on their tour to conquer the world. Did very well there. Best of 159 not out, 26 matches at an average of 39.71. With that said, a fantastic performance from KL Rahul, but also good stuff from KG Rabada. Seeing that the off-stump lines weren't working, the usual balls were being left down, going down the offside, and a change of tactic, just rolling it into the batsman and strangling down the leg side.
Lungi Ngiti from the West Lane and the Pavilion end to Ajinkya Rahane. Hard hands put forward by Ajinkya Rahane. That ball played down to the leg side. It was coming into the body, but it is a dot ball. India 278 for 4 right now. South Africa with a bit of an opening. But what's the number that India would be hoping to get, or have they already passed it?
Honestly, you'd hope that, as an Indian fan, you'd hope that the Indians would get to 400 plus after the fantastic start that they had. KL Rahul sets a perfect platform.
Ngiti into Rahane, and he flashes wide at a wide one, and it goes between backward point and the fielder at Gali in the air, carried past the slips all the way to the boundary for 4.
A big grin from the fast bowler Lungi Ngidi, a pat on the back from Butma 1000. That's exactly what he wanted. A thick outside edge, hard hands, luckily going through the slip cord and in between Gully, and a strange backward point, like a catching backward point area. And we're just seeing a field change now. 3 slips and a Gully.
Well, Keane Pearson's going back to his mark, but Lungi's not going to be disappointed with that. That's what you want. It technically was the type of the ball that would dismiss Virat Kohli. And he did say in the press conference on day one, he played it to Ajinkya and he put it away. This is another one that he's played to Ajinkya. This one straighter on off stump, played out to Marco Jansen at mid-on. And because he's 2 meters tall, they decided to take a run on him. And Ajinkya gets to the to the safer end of the crease. That's non-striker's end. He's on 48. Rishabh Pant yet to face his first ball. He's a left-handed batter, so we need to move across lines and lengths, making the fast bowlers a little bit more tougher now, and they have to concentrate a lot more when they're bowling to punt to try and get the ball across him. Kagiso's moving from fine leg to mid-on. Marco Jansen's been sent to graze out in the outfield at fine leg. Rusty's enjoying his life now. He's more extra coverish because he was mid off for Ajinkya. He's now extra cover to Rishabh Pant. 6-3 field employed by the South Africans. Square leg on the leg side is the last field I haven't spoken to you about. That's Keshav Maharaj chatting to the umpire. Lungi coming in, right arm over to Rishabh Pant. This one straight down the leg side. Rishabh Pant gets easy runs to that square leg region. They're going to come through for a second, and the throw in wasn't accurate enough to cause any trouble for Rishabh Pant. Easy way to get off strike.
Get himself off the mark with those 2 runs, Rishabh Pant. An inside edge looked pretty good. It looked like that swung into the left-hander just a little bit. With, straightened out.
One thing I've enjoyed about Lungi's bowling over the past year is that he's managed to get in a ball that swings away. His natural shape is the ball that goes into the right hander and across the left hander, and that last ball was a ball that tailed into the left hander. So he's going to be looking to bowl a lot more of those. Another one going down there, it popped off Rishabh Pant's hip off the bat, but square leg is on the proverbial ODI ring, as you would say. So far away to cause any problems.
Similar type of inside edge that Pujara got for his golden
And
duck.
here we go. This is what we're talking about. Remember the ball squirted out to that square leg region? There's a message that was being sent. I thought they were asking Sisanda Magala to bring on the helmet to have a short leg in there. But
discussion still going on, Keshav Maharaj.
Yep. They've sent a message upstairs, so we'll find out what that message is. We'll be looking out for that for you. Keshav is still at square leg, same field as the previous 2 balls. 6-3, offside field. Ngiti coming in, last ball of his over. This one inside edge onto the pad. Down the leg side, Marco Jansen picking that up. Single taken by Rishabh Pant. End of that over, 286 for 4.
South Africans still in business. They have their tails up at the moment after getting a big wicket in the over before this one. Don't forget you can tweet us using the hashtag @OneWorldSR, the number one. Two tweets here from Leia, Linux Leia, saying, that's Ajinka, away track bully Rahane I know and love. He's looking pretty good here at 48. Two away from his half century. Didn't even notice him creeping up there. And Ravi Nair says, the reason I like Rabada is not just a 140 kph bowler, but he's also accurate. He rarely sprays it around. And that's what we saw in the first day. A few no balls, but constant line, constant length.
Had the best economy rate of the Proteas bowlers.
Metronomic, to say the least. And you can play those different roles, as Ravi's saying.
And a bad ball got a wicket, which is the one that was the surprise. But
was it a bad ball?
But here we go. Here we go. Kagiso bowling to Rishabh Pant. He's got a short leg. Rassi's under the helmet. 3 slips gully, backward point, square leg on the boundary, and first ball's outside the off stump. Rishabh Pant reaching for it with a horizontal bat and just managing to dot that down on its way to Temba Bavuma for no run.
And that backward point's an interesting position. Looks like a second gully almost. Definitely in a catching position, waiting for that edge. And we also have Boot 1000, Rassi van der Dussen, at another catching position at a short square leg under the leg.
He's behind square, and Kagiso with a fuller ball outside the off stump. Rishabh Pant playing that on the back foot, playing it back. It feels to me like Rishabh is expecting a short ball, and he's playing that deep into his crease, that last ball. And that could play into the South Africans' hands, because if he's already that deep, you just need one to go outside that off stump, past that off stump line, and he could get caught behind in some sort of a double bluff instead of trying to bounce him out and getting caught at square leg. Kagiso in again outside the off stump. Rishabh Pant takes a nice stride outside the off stump, but he lets that go through shouldering arms.
Nevertheless, very aggressive field settings here from Dean Algar. We didn't see much of that after a few overs in the first day. Looked quite defensive, but now the only fielders on the boundary are a man at deep mid-wicket and a man that's a fine leg. Almost a 45 fine leg to the left-hander, Lungi Ndidi and Keshav Maharaj.
KG. Dean looking to a strike bowler to get another wicket. That last ball was a no ball. That has been checked upstairs by the third umpire. Kagiso will be looking to rein that discipline. Edge and past the third slip fielder, and it will race away to the boundary for 4 streaky runs from Rishabh Pant. He'll take them nonetheless, but South Africa are in the business right now getting those edges.
That truly squared him up there. Stepped on the back foot. We're just watching a replay there. Was very high, had his hands fishing out at it, and it bounced short to the man at third slip and just ran away to the boundary. So we see a soft hands being employed here by the Indian batsman, which Rishabh Pant also doing the same thing. So you could argue a decent stroke, finding the gap in the slip.
Okay, so then now we've done this. South Africa adding a fourth slip. Keegan Peterson moving from gully to fourth slip. And this one outside the off stump, and Rishabh Pant lets that go through after that hot in the mouth moment. But that was the plan I was talking about earlier in the over tipper, was that Rishabh Pant was playing deep in his crease. And so with the threat of having Rassi behind square, you're expecting that short ball, so he's automatically on the back foot. Then you get a ball like that, slightly back of the length, outside that off stump. You pushed at it, softish hands, yes, but it went into that vacant fourth slip region. Had Keegan Peterson been there, that would have been wickets in South Africa. Great planning in this over from Kagiso. Comes in again. This one straighter on middle and leg. And KG saves that first ball as Pant played it back to him. He gets the ball again. He throws it at the stumps in anger and aggression. No runs taken there from everybody, but good cricket all round.
Oh, no, that was very good cricket. Great fielding off his own bowling. KG Rabada diving to his left and showing that he's awake, shying at the stumps. It looked like the Indians were keen to get off the mark, get the strike rotated, because there's a big vacant region there in that mid-off region. So potential runs there essential for KG to do good fielding.
Kagiso with 4 slips now. That ball played off the back foot on the bounce to Temba Bavuma. Rishabh Pant is showing a little bit of his intent here, a little bit more assertive with that last ball that was slightly shorter than normal. And end of that over, 291 for 4. Pant is on 7 of 10 balls. Rahane, 48, not out of 98 balls.
South Africans will be encouraged by that shot. Punt trying to release the pressure, trying to get those aggressive field placings out of there, trying to find the gaps, but a great shot straight to the man at point. So that's a good sign for the South Africans.
Look, I think the aggressive nature of Rishabh Pant could work well for South Africa, but it could also hurt them. Similar to that edge that went to behind for 4, he could score some really quick runs and take India's total to 350, 400 as this ball from Lungengiti coming from the West Lane end, pavilion end, down the leg side. It was full and no run taken there. Great keeping from Quinton de Kock. 3 slips, gully, backward point, conventional mid-off, and wide-ish mid-on, which where Kagiso is fielding there. Square leg is now in, with the umpire catching inside that on the square, and Marco Jansen is left out to pasture at fine leg. That was a good solid forward defensive from Ajinkya Rahane. Playing back to the bowler, you could hear how hard that ball was coming off the bat.
2 runs away from his half century as Ajinkya Rahane. Hasn't impressed many. Didn't tour that well in England. Only getting the 1 half century, and that sort of caused his drop.
Lungi coming in to Rahane, plays that off the back foot out to backward point, no run. So also the trick for the South Africans is to make sure that these two essentially stay at one end. So you want Lungi to be keeping Rahane at that end, and you want KG to be bowling a punt at coming from the Henops River end. And so this over is quite important because KG's enjoyed bowling at Rishabh Pant, and you don't want him to change his lines again to bowl to the right-handed Rahane. As Ngidi comes in outside the off-stump, he slashes at that. It's an edge caught by Quinton de Kock behind, and Lungi gets his 4th wicket. Rahane out on 48. So India are 291 for 5.
You'll be disappointed with that. Ajinkya Rahane getting 48 runs off of 102 balls. Got the 9 boundaries, but was keen to probably take the score a little bit further. He was the set batsman, and the flashing at one that just cramped him up for room. Almost could have squared him up, but that was a perfect line from Lungi Giri. And it got a little bit more bounce than the former standing captain would have expected. And unfortunately, he has to go back to the shed once again for 48.
Yes, and the great thing for South Africa today is they're finding that length very quickly. He got him on the back foot, trying to drive on the up, and Ajinkya Rahane undone by the extra bounce. And South Africa are in the money. They're bringing themselves back into this game slowly but surely, because now the new batsman, who's had 5 centuries for India, coming in at number 7, is R. Ashton.
Very important wickets here, taken by the South Africans. Got the 2 people that were here overnight. The 2 that made big runs and had a big partnership and made early inroads here with a relatively fresh ball. But you've got to put it down to discipline, to line, to length. We saw very few boundaries, just one coming off the edge from Rishabh Pant. My mistake.
Yes, so R. Ashwin, averaging 27.6 at number 7, high score of 124 against the West Indies in Kolkata. He scored 2,755 runs And in South Africa, batting, Ravi has an average of 21 in South Africa. Against South Africa, he scored 224 runs with a high score of 56. So he'll be hoping to take India closer to 400 with the stand. Shardul Thakur is also the other all rounder. He has been a part of two of India's 8 away 100-run partnerships. So he'll be very important as well. So this is an important part of the game for South Africa. Now you've got you've got Gali who's more backward point, two Gallies essentially. And this one straight, there's an LBW appeal from Lungi from the slip cordon. Lungi knew that was going down leg side. And it's all about the action that's happening here. Welcome, R. Ashwin.
Dean Elgar extending his appeal longer than most. He's very keen for a wicket. His tail is up here. 2 quick wickets to get India to 291 for 5. Still haven't reached that 300 mark and have lost 2 of their set batsmen. But just looking at the replay now, it did impact in line with the leg stump. So you'd assume that it will probably go down leg side.
Ngiti into Ashwin. This one was high off the bat, back of a length. Ashwin coming forward and having to let go of his bottom hand as the ball hit the top of that bat. End of that over. It's a maiden over and a wicket maiden from Lungi Ngiti. So far today, South Africa have bowled 7 overs. They've conceded 19 runs and taken 2 wickets. They have sent back to the pavilion the 2 batsmen who opened the day. That is KL Rahul as well as Ajinkya Rahane who was out on 48. Lungi Ngiti is now on 4 wickets, with Kagiso having opened up his account in this series. Very important series for the bowlers, and it's good to see that South Africa have found their lengths and have found their lines. First ball to Rishabh Pant from the Hennops River end is on that middle stump, and he plays that out to the leg side for an easy single off the bowling of Kagiso. And now you've got that left-right partnership, so South Africa now have to move away. And it's really tough for Lungi Ngiti, who's fielding fine leg to fine leg.
Essentially, having to run across the pitch or across the ground if the Indian batsmen are able to get quick singles. It's very important for the bowlers to keep that line tight, keep as few runs as possible. We're seeing 4 slips and a gully for Ashwin.
That is true. Short leg there in Rassi van der Dissen. Kagiso coming in outside the off stump. He plays and misses outside that off stump. His feet were nowhere there. He just went with his hands. And the slip cordon feels like they're in the business right now.
Heart and mouth moments. Heart and mouth moments. It looked like it could have got the edge. Could have got the edge of the stump. South Africans will definitely have their tails up. Keen to get more wickets. Restrict the Indians to less than 350. What would be a decent score here for the South Africans? We've been talking about India's potential 400 with the start that they had, but when would the South Africans feel comfortable?
Kagiso into R. Ashwin was a short ball pulled to square leg boundary for 4. It set up for him. Really good shot to open up your account.
Didn't get as much bounce as he would have hoped. Ashwin got on top of that very nicely and just played it to a vacant square leg region because the man is under the lid, and the only man fielding, sweeping on that side is Lungi Ngiti at fine leg. A good response here from R. Ashwin. Almost decapitating Van der Dissen as it went through to the square leg there. So a potential catch, but could have really hurt if he didn't get it right.
Kagiso in to Ashwin again. Oh, this one, the leading edge, straight to Keshav Maharaj at extra cover. And South Africa have their 3rd wicket of the day. Kagiso is in the money. And R. Ashwin, his stay is short, 1-4 and out.
What a response there from KG Rabada. This time just squaring him up Ashwin was keen to get that ball to the leg side. He saw the vacant leg side region there at square leg, but just played it too early. Got a leading edge, and the man at mid off was in business there.
Do you know what an indication for Kagiso's pace? It's that wicket.
Mm.
A lot quicker, and it worked for him. Ball came too quickly to him, and Ashwin didn't have time to get his bat in the right configuration, and that got that leaning edge, squaring him up. Really good for South Africa. 3 wickets now for 24 runs today, and that is a good return for the session. That sets you up to win the session now, and you now have India in trouble as all-rounder number 2 comes in. That is Shardul Thakur. He's played 4 matches for India, scored 190 runs. He averages 38 for India. His highest score was earlier this year in Brisbane. He scored 67. As I speak, one of the 200-run partnership stands away from home. Shardul Thakur was there for those. So it's a really important batter to try and dismiss. He's a really great bowler for India, great find, but also his batting is an important one as well.
Has a lot to offer with the bat. An average of 22. They'll be hoping to get those 22 runs here. Not too far away from 300, sitting on 296 for 6 at the moment. So runs, all the runs that they can get here, very vital to make sure that this doesn't end up being a collapse here from India.
Mm-hmm. So 4 slips, gully, extra cover. Shardul Thakur is doing a lot of gardening. So is Rishabh Pant, as though the cracks are the problem. Here he's busy gardening a crack that's will be on a shorter length, giving Shardul his last instructions. Square leg's gone out to the boundary. That's Mark Jansen. You've got a fine leg there for the pull shot. Vacant leg side region in front of square. There was ball back of a length going past the shoulder of the bat. Thakur all he could do was defend that high up, but it missed the bat. Luckily for him, as it goes to Quinton de Kock.
Not going to lie to you, Umpo, if I were in the Indian dressing room, I would not be keen to get out here. These balls coming quick, fast, difficult to get bats on ball here. Class bowling act.
Well, India's bowlers would be keen to get out here.
Yes.
Bumrah, Siraj, Shardul Thakur as well. Outside the off stump, he comes forward with a forward press and he misses that one as well. Play and a miss. That's what we were missing in day one. The plays and misses, and now we finally got them in this session at Centurion on day 3. 8 overs in to day 3. India 296 for 6. South Africa getting 3 wickets for the concession of 24 runs.
Not seeing those leaves that we saw on the first day. Seeing people trying to get bats on ball. But we're seeing that the batsmen are forced to play from the bowling that we're seeing here today. So great bowling response from the bowling partners.
Looking at Thakur's scores, he has 3 scores of over 50. And the last time he got that score was against England at the Oval, scored 57 and 60 in both innings. Ngidi in from the West Lane end, that's the pavilion end. This ball outside that off stump across Rishabh Pant, who has just seen wickets fall on the other end and has nothing to do with that. And his first ball in effectively about 7 or 8 was across him. He didn't play at that. For Lungi, from Lungi's bowling, Rishabh Pant has 3 slips, gully, more conventional, as well as backward point. You've got extra cover. You've got short leg under the helmet, mid-on, as well as fine leg. Ngiti in, down the leg side, and it's caught. And Ngiti gets his 5 straight into the hands of Rassie van der Dussen at short leg. He played at a ball that was coming down middle, thinking he would shape it in. A bit of an edge that went off onto his pad and caught by Rassie van der Dussen a short leg. So they have to have their 4th wicket of the morning.
That's a huge wicket. Rishabh Pant, known to be a hero, was probably going to be the one that India looked to marshal the back end of the innings. But how's that for silencing the critics? Comes back, does Lungi Ngidi, gets a fifer. Was the only one that struck in the first day. Oh, he's had quite a performance, has the Centurion man.
This is the strike bowling partnership you wanted South Africa to have. Inside edge onto the pad. It was a bad ball going down left side. Rishabh Pant mistimed it, and Rassie van der Dussen, he wasn't there for that shot. He was there for the shorter ball, but he'll take anything that comes near him. And South Africa are in the business again.
Now that ball just would have swung into the left-hander, but it didn't have a good line. So Rishabh Pant thought that he'd be able to play it, but ended up missing it. It went away from his bat, got the inside edge, hit the pad, and Rassie van der Dussen under the lid. Right place, right time to get the wickets. India now 296 for 7. Quite a collapse here.
4 for 24 this morning.
Sheesh.
And next batter in, Mohammad Shami, played 54 matches for India, has scored 590 runs. His average is 11.8. High score 56, which happened this year at Lord's, 56 not out. So we shall see whether he'll give South Africa a little bit more trouble. 3 slips, backward point, short leg, catching mid-wicket. That's Keshav Maharaj in the square for the ball, for that leg glance. It's actually 2 gullies now. Timber's moved more gully-ish. And you've got a mid-off. Ngidi in again. And he gets a good, a back foot defense from Mohammad Shami. And it's a dot ball, South Africa with their tails up.
Don't forget, you can tweet us in here using the hash, at One World Sports Radio, One World SR, or at Gorilla SA. Dan Diapa has an illustration of KL Rao, a sketch here of him pulling. We even have the Armchair Cricket Podcast, who has a tweet. I'll get into that tweet after this delivery.
Ngidi coming in. He's got 4 slips now and a gully, and this one's driven straight through. Half volley. And Mohammad Shami recognized that. Beautiful shot. Shot of the day from Mohammad Shami.
A great way to bring up the 300 as well. A bit of a half volley that was absolutely punished through the offside. A vacant offside region because we have a whole chorus there in the slip cordon.
Chorus of slips.
A chorus of slips.
That's
yes.
a good.
A great collective noun, if you will.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, a very good shot there from Mohammad Shami. Yes. Vital runs, getting to that 300 mark. It's a good psychological hurdle to overcome.
4 slips, gully, more extra cover than mid-off. That's where straighter ball into the body of Mohammad Shami, who defends that out to the forward of square. Rassie van der Dussen is backward of square at short leg. Play that out into that region. No run. Very dangerous because Rassie could move across. But South Africa with Ngidi on the money. Mohammad Shami so far defending the South Africans very well.
Armchair Cricket Podcast just saying that this is the start that SA would have wanted. The overnight batsmen from India both gone. And now India will have to rebuild to that 400 target.
Ngidi outside the off stump. This one back of a length let go by Mohammad Shami. End of that over. It's 300 for 7.
What do you think India will be targeting now that they've lost quite a few wickets?
But these two can bat.
They can,
and they've recently shown that they can score half centuries. And the recent tour of England away from home on pitches that are closely similar to these ones, even though there's a little bit more bounce here, they've managed to score lots of runs. 117 runs in that test match at the Oval for Shardul Thakur, and Mohammad Shami scored 56 not out at Lord's. So India will be hoping that the tail, whose last few wickets, could get them between 70 to 100 runs, if that is possible. As Kagiso comes in from the Hennops River end, back of a length, Shardul Thakur's leave is more enticing as he comes in for the shot and he pulled away at the last minute and had the chorus of slips.
You're really running with that one.
Well, they put up a note whenever there's an appeal. Whether it's harmonious or not is another situation. So into Shardul Thakur, this one is straight. He missed a straight one, but it was going down leg, and so everybody else just letting it go. Just muted appeals from the slips. It was very quick from Kagiso.
Quick delivery indeed here. So right-handed Thakur. Still not off the mark.
Kagiso in. Oh, Shardul Thakur playing all around that ball. It cut him in half. It stayed a little bit low, but he played it off the back foot. And it looked like he was trying to play for a wider line, and the ball coming inside of that. Very quick from Kagiso. Thakur struggling to get used to the pace that Kagiso is bowling at from that Hennops River end. When I tell you a story about the change of ends after this ball, Kagiso into Shardul Thakur. This one squares him up and it beats the bat outside the off stump. Really good bowling from Kagiso. So Lungi, in the first session on day one, was bowling from the end that Kagiso is bowling from right now, and he wasn't feeling the rhythm. He wasn't feeling it. And he did ask in that first session to change ends to come in from this end, the pavilion end where we're at. It only happened in after lunch, and Ngiti went on to take 3 wickets that day from the pavilion end. On the up, driven on the up, square drive from Shardul Thakur. It will race away to the boundary for 4. India's score goes up to 304 for 7. These runs are good runs for India right now. And South Africa will still be happy because he's playing on the up, playing forward away from his body, no foot movement there. That could easily be an edge. And that's what the South Africans are looking for.
Now, that certainly wasn't a half volley. As you said, it was quite on the up. Almost looked like he was playing at a back foot height, but still on the front foot. And it was airborne for quite some time, but a vacant offside.
Kagiso into Thakur. He swings at that edge and gone. Another wicket for South Africa. 304 for 8 as Thakur gets the edge. It's just raining edges today on day 3. It's not raining anything that comes out of the sky, but it's raining a lot of edges today for the South Africans.
And we're glad that it's not raining. South Africa got back onto the pitch. India not looking quite like they did on day 1, flashing at this one, but it's at that line, that fifth stump line, that's very, very difficult to know. It's that corridor of uncertainty. And after being set up with a half volley in the previous delivery, you went at it again, got a thick outside edge into the gloves of Quinton de Kock. Yet another dismissal here for the bowling partnership.
So Shardul Thakur goes for 4 runs after 8 balls. KG and Lungi destroying today. KG and Lungi on the money, destroying. This is what South African cricket's about. Your fast bowlers getting you back in the game. Ever since this team has played since your admission, this is what happens at home. There'll be sessions where South Africa finds themselves a little bit lost, or days where they find themselves a little bit lost, but you back the bounce back, and the bounce back was good. And a fifer for Lungi, a fifer for Kagiso, as Mikasa plays in the background, because that's what it is.
It's December, baby.
I know, right?
Nothing says a happy South African more than Mikasa. Good vibes, good times, as we see Jasprit Bumrah coming into the middle at the moment. South Africa has made big inroads here. 5 wickets in the first session as India sitting on 304 for 8. Lungi Ngidi continuing from the
Jasprit Bumrah, the new batter in 4 slips and a gully. This one down the leg side. Bumrah, actually not Bumrah there. It is Mohammad Shami on that end, playing it down the leg side. Bumrah's at the non-striker's end. And South Africa smelling blood. 32 runs, 5 wickets. India finding themselves in the midst of a collapse.
That's exactly what Anis Mohammed says on the tweets. Anis, it's good to have you back here. That's a good thing for the temperamental and fragile Proteas batting lineup, says Anis. He's already thinking about the batting. We're still looking at the bowling.
And this ball played out very well to the offside by Mohammed Shami. Maybe he's asking to be promoted up the field because that's the second fall off of his bat, and he's looking very, very good.
Now that one a little bit short from Lungi and Giri, short and wide. I got the treatment it deserved, especially with the fact that it's a very vacant offside region. But once again, exactly what the South Africans would want. They want India playing at these deliveries, want them to try to get bats on ball. And India will need all the runs that they can get. 4 more runs to the total, 308 for 8.
Yes. No foot movement needed there. It was very wide. It was very short. KG, you've got, in Lungi, you've got 4 slips. Make use of them. Giti steaming in from the pavilion end. Ooh. Another waft outside the off stump, play and a miss there. The Indian lower order batters are not taking a leaf out of KL Raoul's book today. They're playing at anything outside the off stump, anything that looks hittable. They're trying coming through with a swinging there, with a swing there.
Could it be the case of not going to die wondering here? After quite a collapse, the 2 set batsmen that carried their bats into the next day have both been out.
That's not essentially what you want to. That's not essentially the attitude you want. I'm sure Virat Kohli is having stern words with his all-rounders as Ngiti comes in to Mohammed Shami. He cuts him in half there as that ball comes off the thigh pad and rolls to the slips. No run, 308 for 8.
The ball's still relatively fresh here. Not too old, 20 overs and 1 ball old. So still has a little bit of movement.
Tell you what, Keshav Maharaj at mid-wicket is creeping in very much. Now he's very catching. He's about 4 pitch lengths away from the batter. On the leg side at mid-wicket. More square leg, actually. And edge and caught again. Lungi has his 6th. Mohammed Shami not living to, not he's going to die trying. And he gets the edge, swinging at a wide ball. And Quinton de Kock taking the catch behind the stumps. Ngiti, 6th wicket.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. And we've been seeing this pattern, a boundary in one delivery. The next delivery or the one after that gets the edge and gets the wicket. Lungi Giri strikes again. His 8th wicket, his 6th wicket, Mohammed Shami. This one cramped him up for room and really flashed his hands at that one.
And Tippo, with that brings the end of our stage.
Sure.
We've taken 6 wickets for South Africa, and we're going to be bringing on Otto Simon as well as Dave Midgley. South Africa in the best position they could find themselves in at the start of this day. They've taken 34 runs, conceded 34 runs for 6 wickets. That'll be the end of us. We'll be back. Well, the next voices you hear will be that of Dave Midgley and Otto Simon.
Nice work, good work. Well done.
Laka Proteas! Laka!
So I think we must project. I think it's a little bit soft.
Okay.
Do you want ball by ball to start?
Okay, let's go.
And then we swap at the halfway mark. Okay. So you ready? Turn my phone off. Except for that's a fine, by the way. Having your phone on loud. Right, your phone on loud. Okay. Right, we're gonna go back in 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to Supersport Park on day 3 of this first test between South Africa and India. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Otto Simon. Otto, heck of a morning. It's moving there, and things are certainly moving along.
Yeah, thank goodness for that from a South African fan's point of view. We started this morning after losing a whole day yesterday, and India in a very strong position. They're still in control of the match to some extent, but they've collapsed spectacularly in this third day here at Centurion Park. Not a cloud in the sky, nice warm day here. We only expect rain again on Thursday, on the final day. So it looks like this match is heading towards a draw. But if wickets are going to fall like this, we might get a result here.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day for cricket. The weather behaving, Otto, unlike yesterday, in which it didn't play along. An anomaly we saw, Otto, just watching off air earlier, was that Ngidi, when the left-hand punt was at the wicket, was at fine leg and had to move across to the left-hander's fine leg, and then had to borrow his teammate Sisanda Magala's wide rim. And that brought about his fifer. So he's got to tip the literal hat to Sisanda for the fifer.
That's a bit of a stretch, I would say, but yeah, let's give him that. That's Sisanda's hat. But yeah, Lungi Ngidi is definitely shutting a few critics up properly here. 6 wickets so far, 23 overs, 64 runs conceded so far for 6 wickets. He comes in now over the wicket to the right-handed Mohammad Siraj, who replaced Mohammad Shami. And there's no run out just behind square on the offside. And it will be Kagiso Rabada to continue.
I mean, why would you
the
take
102nd over?
Yeah, why would you take either of these two off? They've held a long spell, and they richly deserved all the reward that they've gotten. But don't forget that you can chat to us on Twitter at OneWorldSR, hashtag SABIND. Let us know your thoughts. What's going on with this Indian collapse? South Africa making the most of the morning conditions. 4 slips in a gully in place.
Kagiso Rabada, right arm over the wicket to driven through extra cover. And it is Keshav Maharaj chasing this down. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they do take 2 runs there.
I mean, if we could take 2 wickets, that'd be great.
So Bumrah driven, lovely cover drive there by Jasprit Bumrah off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada, and it's a no ball called by the third umpire.
Number of no
Extras creeping up to 19 now, 11 no balls bowled by South Africa so far. Most of them by Kagiso Rabada. He comes in again to Jasprit Bumrah, and it's through the batsman there. Tried to play a defensive shot, but beat and all ends up through to the Kok for no run. That was wow! What a delivery there by Kagiso Rabada. I mean, he is bowling to a tail ender. Bumrah tried to step away, tried to play a straight drive there, giving himself room, but still this one by Kagiso Rabada, just defended by Bumrah outside to backward point, where it's picked up by Bavuma at gully. There's no run.
Yeah, Kagiso Rabada has bowled 11 no balls, Otto, and as much as Charles Langeveld will be happy with the bowling performance, that's certainly going to be a blip on his bowling record for the next couple of days.
Rabada in again over the wicket to Bumrah, left alone over the wickets, short of a length, and it's no run there. I certainly wouldn't have been happy with the first day's bowling. It was a typical start to a test series by South Africa. We always seem to be a little bit underprepared. People have been calling for more A-side tours, for more warm-up matches. Of course, with the current pandemic, it's even more difficult. Rabada over the wicket to Bumrah, and it's defended just past the man at short square leg there, down to fine leg for a single. And the score is 311 for 9. 102nd over now, 2 balls to go. 312 for 9, excuse me, as the scoreboard gets updated. It always seems that way, David. When we start a test series, We being South Africa, of course, and apologies to the Indian fans listening in. We do wear our green-colored glasses here. Full by Rabada onto the stumps, just defended out there by Siraj for no run. He's on naught. Bumrah is on 3. Rabada is bowling his 26th over. He's got one delivery left. He's conceded 72 and taken 3 of the 6 wickets that have fallen this morning.
I wonder, Otto, whether or not the same situation would have occurred had day 2 gone along as it did.
Rabada into Siraj, short and over leg stump. Siraj collapses past the leg stump, and there's no run. Just getting out of the way, well out of the way of that bouncer by Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, you speak about the South African team having fallen behind in times gone past on day 1, and we saw exactly that. It would have been something that the South Africans would have kept in mind, the weather conditions in forcing a result, and they knew they had to come out this morning, Otto, and really put the foot on the gas. And if that meant that they conceded some runs, I suppose it's a risk you take, but you have to put these Indian batters under pressure if you're going to try and squeeze some sort of a result out of this World Test Championship game.
Ngidi now from the West Lane end over the wicket, and it's a lazy cut shot there. Practices the leave, does Bumrah, after that ball whizzes past his bat through to the keeper for no run.
He just stuck the bat out. He just put it out there and hoped something would take, but he knows better than that. He knows that he should be leaving that type of delivery, and that's exactly what he's done. He's shadow batted. Let's quickly give you the field. 4 slips in a gully, mid-off, a wide-ish mid-on, almost mid-wicket in Keshav Maharaj. Now he is at mid-wicket, and then there's a short square leg behind square, and then the fine leg. So Giti comes in once again.
Over the wicket to Bumrah, and this one is defended on off stump. No run. Back down the pitch. So we've seen, I think they started the day with 3 slips, while KL Rahul and Ajinkya Rahane were at the crease. But since then, the slip cordon has grown to 4, and that has been the field set for the day. We saw on day 1 as well that a lot of a very large part of the day, the field remained exactly the same for Ngidi and Rabada. Ngidi comes over the wicket. This one is driven to the onside by Bumrah, just over the outstretched hands of Keshav Maharaj at mid-wicket. And he picks the ball up at the boundary. They go through for 2 runs. Good fielding there by Maharaj, never giving up the chase. Turned around after almost getting his fingertips to that ball and ran down to the mid-wicket boundary.
That's exactly the one, Otto, that you would want Marco Janssen in that position for. Just a couple of extra centimeters to leap into the air. But Keshav Maharaj has done a fantastic job there. He would have fallen having jumped, and valiant efforts to keep it from crossing the boundary. So good work here by the South Africans. They're not letting the foot off the gas just yet.
No, Ngidi in again over the wicket to Jasprit Bumrah, who plays a weird sort of cut shot again through to the keeper for no run.
His hand coming off the bat there.
Oh, that was Siraj. Excuse me. He's, so they should have taken 3 there, I think.
That was 3. Just having a look again at this Lungi Ngiti delivery. It's swinging back into the right-handed Siraj and going over the top of middle and leg. Good bit of movement here for a ball that's 20 plus overs old, Otto, 22 overs.
No, that one just kept coming into the body. From Ngidi delivering, he's sort of close to, he's not really close to the stump, so that one just kept angling in. Comes in again now, and this one is driven by Siraj out to extra cover boundary for a 4. Good shot there by Mohammad Siraj. That was the one that he tried to play off the previous delivery, just stepping back and across outside his leg stump and flowing with the hands through the ball. Driven off the back foot through extra cover. Beautiful shot. So do let us know where you're listening from, especially if you're an Indian fan. what would you have liked to see in terms of a score here? I think with the position that they were in this morning, they'll be very disappointed that they didn't get to 450 or 500. The Indian team. 319 for 9 now. 1 ball to go in the 103rd over, and Gidi into Siraj once again, and this one is missed. Tried to play that cut shot again. I think he should just let that shot go and put it back in the cupboard wherever he thought of that.
Yeah, he just moved the front foot out the way there, did Mohammad Siraj, and tried to almost ramp it over that packed slip cordon. And I'm not sure what he was hoping to do there, but I suppose just get a couple of runs. Otto, 319 for 9 after 103. We were chatting off air. I think it was our leader, our commander-in-chief, that Simon Yedder was talking about, that 320 number. And we're not far away from that. We could get 320 and all done. But change of bowling now from the Henops River in. The left-arm lanky fast bowler, Marco Jansen, is replacing Kagiso Rapata. This partnership now 11, so they're no mugs with the bat of these two. They've added some value to the score.
Marco Jansen, left arm over the wicket, outside off stump, left alone by Bumrah, and bounces before it gets to the keeper there. Going across the right-handed batsman is Marco Jansen. He hasn't gotten a wicket yet. He's bowling his 18th over. He's conceded 61 runs. So he was a bit expensive on day one. Of course, I think it was Mayank Agarwal that was dropped off his bowling in the first session there. So he should have had at least 1 wicket. He comes in again over the wicket to Bumrah. This one is just driven solidly defensively out to mid-off for no run. So exactly the same field is still set there, but now they've got a leg slip in. 3 slips, a gully and a leg slip. The rest of the field is the same. Fine leg, short backward square leg, or short square leg now, and a mid wicket as Marco Jansen comes in now and driven straight to mid off by Bumrah. Good looking drive that. He can frustrate he can help India's tail wag a little bit here. Bumrah, he's been known to do that in the past.
Why does it feel, Otto, like the top order batsman block and the ball goes racing away to the boundary? And then when number 9, 10, and 11 decide they want to have a go, it just goes nowhere. It's like they're batting with a plank. Maybe they just don't get the A quality willow.
That's I think that's just timing, eh? Marco Jansen in again. Bumrah flicks this one from on his leg stump line. What a shot there. Pulled straight to square leg for 4.
Yes, absolutely dispatched that has Jasprit Bumrah. He's just leaned on that back foot of his and slapped it away over the vacant square leg region. Lungi Ngiti had fine leg, and he's a lot finer than any possibility of coverage there. Kagiso Rabada is the man that was at mid-wicket, but is now at a forward square leg position, almost mid-wicket region, standing on the advertising paintings that are out there on the leg side. He's going to go a little bit deeper.
And Marco Jansen has changed now to come around the wicket, left-handed, to the right-handed Bumrah. Comes in now, and this one is almost the same type of shot that Bumrah tried to pull, that short delivery from around his ears through to that square leg boundary, and there's no run through to the keeper. So again, we see, just like we saw on day one, that Dean Algar is chasing the ball a little bit with his fielding positions. When there's a boundary scored, it immediately triggers a change of fielders, which is not always ideal. Marco Jansen around the wicket now to Jasprit Bumrah. Driven, very nicely driven there to the long off boundary. What a shot by Jasprit Bumrah.
Swashbuckling. Swashbuckling
yes.
is the word that comes to mind. He's just cleared the front foot, hit that up and over the mid-off boundary, and that's gone to the boundary. So 327 for 9 from 104 overs, and it's becoming a little bit expensive for the South Africans.
Yep, Bumrah is the first man to go into double figures today. Rahane dismissed for 48. The other batsman not managing to cross over the double digits, but he's done so now. Jasprit Bumrah, the number 10 batsman, he's on 14. Siraj will now face Vian Mulder, who's replacing Lungingidi from the West Lane end. Marco Jansen bowled his first over there in this spell from the Henops River end. So let's see if Vian Mulder can do that golden arm thing that he's been doing a few times in the past. 18 overs he's bowled. This is his 19th over. He's conceded 49 runs and he hasn't got a wicket yet. Ngidi being the greedy bowler, and good on him as well. They've got 2 slips, a gully in for Vian Mulder coming in now. Right arm over the wicket to Mohammad Siraj, and this one is just defended to backward point for no run. Sent back by Bumrah is Mohammad Siraj. Point boundary, same as on day 1 for Vian Mulder. A man at point on the boundary, fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, 2 slips and a gully. So exactly the same field as on day 1 for Vian Mulder.
Is it not too simple to get away with the single here? Are we expecting a cut shot that's going to carry to that man who's about 5 meters off the rope? I wonder.
Vian Mulder in again now. Siraj flashes at this one wide, outside, off stump, short of a length, no run.
What's wrong with having a point that's closer in, where you would have the ring in the white ball cricket? Because I don't think he's going to hit it well enough, time it well enough to go over that man's head. And if you're going to put someone there, why not put a Marco Jansen?
Yeah, you mean the guy at the point boundary?
Yes, the man who's
get him in closer to catch.
Yes, get him in the.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much a sweeper there. Vian Mulder in again to Siraj, no run, just defended back down the pitch.
Are you not giving him free runs though? I wonder.
That might be the case, but that's not a wicket-taking fielding position.
No.
It never is. So that's to stop the square drive. So still, I mean, what's the plan here for Mulder? He's going to be bowling on the offside. He's only got 3 fielders on the leg side. So he's hoping for a caught behind and stopping the runs that might come as Siraj just hangs his bat outside the off stump through to the keeper for no run. Goes the ball.
Yeah, there's a little bit of conversation here between Jasprit Bumrah and umpire Maria Rasmus. I wonder if they're discussing a couple of options, scoring options. Nothing shot there from Siraj in the previous delivery.
Yeah, just hanging his bat. For no good reason. Vian Mulder in again, right arm over the wicket to Siraj, and this time he gets his bat out of the way, leaves this one alone, short, and outside of stump, no run. 327 for 9, 1 ball to go in the 105th over. Siraj is on 4 and Bumrah is on 14.
Plenty of support for these two from the Indian dressing room.
Yeah, I mean, these are just bonus runs after that collapse during the first hour. So India will appreciate anything these two can do to push that score up. Vian Mulder into Siraj, and this one is left alone once again by Siraj outside off stump. No run, end of the over. 105 overs gone, 327 for 9.
Well, it's too good for these two. The bowling at the moment is too good. It's
I mean,
really
number 10 and 11.
Something.
Yeah.
Would you
bowl it at the stumps?
Yes, exactly. Exactly the question I was about to ask. I was going to say, would you prefer that they bowled
yes, of course,
full and straight at the stumps?
Of course, yeah.
Marco Jansen continuing now from the Henops River end. Don't forget that you can tweet us at OneWorldSR.
And thanks for all the support. Thank you for listening. Remember, you can advertise on this station. Get in touch with us on 1WSR.com. Tweet us, message us on Facebook, whatever you need to do. We can get your message out there to our audience. And we do appreciate very much. 3 slips and a gully leg slip in. Marco Jansen left arm round the wicket to Bumrah. Defends this one out to the 3rd slip, and there's no gully, excuse me, and there's no run. So now leg slip comes out and goes to a backward point.
So we've got a tweet in here from Kiwi Kali. Said, tuning in for the first time. What a good start this morning for South Africa. Following the series with interest ahead of South Africa taking on New Zealand in a couple of months. We are thrilled.
Yes. We're coming for you, Kiwis. Marco Jansen outside off stump short. Bumrah tries to play that full shot again, and there's no run. They've kept Kagiso Rabada at square leg, short square leg in as well. Backward point now. Leg slip coming out to backward point, mid off, and fine leg also on the boundary. 3 slips in a gully. Marco Jansen looking for his first international wicket after Quinton de Kock let him down on day 1. Comes around the wicket to Jasprit Bumrah. This one is short and edge to third slip, caught by Vian Mulder. That's the end of the Indian innings. 327, and Marco Jansen has that first international wicket. Well done to him. That was a gift from Jasprit Bumrah. He owes Jasprit Bumrah a beer.
Absolutely. So it's a wonderful way to pick up your wicket, particularly after having been dropped on day 1, and South Africa now will have an opportunity to bat. We just saw the opening pair of Dean Elgar and Aiden Markram making their way off the park. Let's go through the scorecard of where this game is at the moment. Remember that India won the toss on day 1, and they decided they'd have a bat first. KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal strode to the wicket, and they had a really good partnership starting things off with the first wicket only falling with 117 runs on the clock, and that meant that Cheteshwar Pujara came to the wicket, and he was immediately dismissed. You can hear that loud applause for Lungisani Ngiti, the man who picked up 6 wickets, thoroughly deserved applause. But it was Pujara who was caught by Keane Peterson under the helmet. He was gone for a first ball duck that brought Virat Kohli to the wicket. Virat Kohli only making 35 before he was caught. Once again, Ngiti, the man who broke through that defense of the Indian captain, was a wide delivery way outside the off stump, and that meant he was dismissed again with the starts and nothing more. Rahane dismissed this morning, caught Quinton de Kock for a nothing shot from Lungi Ngiti, and that meant Rishabh Pant and R. Ashwin were at the wicket. Excuse me, where Pant was dismissed cheaply, caught Vanadis and bowled Ngiti. Ashwin didn't stay too long at the crease. It was Keshav Maharaj who caught the leading edge from Kagiso Rabada. And Shardul Thakur came to the wicket, another single-digit score where he was dismissed for 4. Mohammad Shami gone for 8. He was caught to cock ball Ngiti. And then the last wicket to fall was that of Jasprit Bumrah. For 14, he was caught Mulder. Brilliant catch to his right-hand side at third slip, giving Marco Jansen his first international wicket. The bowlers, Issa Rabada, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 72. Marco Jansen, 18 and a half overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 69. Vian Mulder, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 49. Rishabh Maharaj, 18 overs, 0 for 58 with the 2 maidens. But the pick of the bowlers was the South African legend in the making, Lungisani Ngiti, 6 for 71 with 5 maidens. And the only real blip from that South African bowling performance was that of Kagiso Rabada's 11 no balls. So they really won't be happy with that. But good to wrap things up early here on day 3.
Indeed. Thank you so much for listening. We're going to take a quick break during the innings break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Do tweet us in at OneWorldSR or at Gurilla SA, GUERILLASA, hashtag SAVIND, and we'll be back. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, cool. Is it something to do with the cable being like...
Yes, first time listening to the commentary that we did, first day, I was waiting, like my levels were waiting. So I wanted to move away from the mic.
But then today you were like whispering.
Hey guys, you were talking soft. I'm like, soft.
I know. Anyway. View salad. Titi. Oh, okay. Where's your mask? Get the mask, Kiri, get the mask. Nah, bruh. Bottle. Your bottle. Bump. Oh, safe pair of hands. Over the shoulder catch as well. Oops. Yes, got him. Celebration fella. I can't find my mask, so spare one. Throw the old leg over. Woo! Who is on its care? No. Oh, it's still us, yeah. And you want the thing. Hello and welcome back to day 3 of this first test match between South Africa and India. We're bringing it to you live from Supersport Park in Centurion. My name is Dave Mitchie once again, as we head towards lunch. My partner in crime is Otto Simon. And what an interesting first session, Otto. There's been a
7
collapse,
wickets.
really. Yeah.
7 wickets for the addition of, 40, 50 runs around there. So India will be very disappointed. I think if I were an Indian fan, I would just be livid because they were in such a strong position. 3 wickets down, 272 runs on the board. And from there to 327 all out. That's very disappointing from India's point of view. Let's see what the South Africans can do. And it will be Jasprit Bumrah opening the bowling, it looks like.
Yes, 25 matches to his name. So no newbie to international cricket, but he's bowling against probably the most well-established pair in Test cricket, opening Test cricket. These two have been together for a while. They know each other's games, Otto, and they'll want to make sure that as they head into this final half hour before the luncheon interval, that they will be on top of their game and able to see South Africa through to lunch without the loss of a wicket.
So 4 slips in, backward point, fine leg on the boundary. There's a mid-off, for the left-handed Dean Algar. Short square legs, quite a way back. Mid-off as well, or extra cover. And the mid-off and mid-on are both just about in line with the non-striker's end. And umpire Adrian Holstock, says, let's go. Bumrah from the Henops River end comes running in, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Dean Algar. This one is defended out to the offside and they immediately take a single. Very nicely done, just a tip and run there by Dean Algar.
The key here, Otto, has got to be for the South African pair to make sure that they get off to a good start and crucially with the left-right-hand combination that they rotate the strike regularly.
Yes, so we see for the right-handed Aiden Markram, who's marking his crease. Fine leg goes back. The man that was at backward point goes to fine leg, and the man that was at fine leg goes to backward point. So exactly the same field to the right-hander for Jasprit Bumrah.
Bumrah now starting his run-up. He's going to come right arm over to Aiden Markram. Oh, that one cut him in half. That one jagged back off the seam. And a big smile there from the fast bowler. In Markram able to evade that ball. Good length and good line immediately on the mark, Otto.
And a good leave by Aiden Markram. Good to see him leaving so early in his innings. That one cut back off the wicket very nicely for Bumrah. That's a reason to smile for him. But left on length by Aiden Markram.
In again. Again, it's hitting the body there of Ed Markram.
Now this time is forced to just defend the ball away from his body, coming in sharply. Bumrah takes quite a wide angle on the crease as he delivers the ball. And so Aiden Markram is just taking a moment there on his haunches. I think that must have hit him
off the low abdomen maybe, or the thigh.
Yeah, off an inside edge. Tried to play that ball to the onside.
Right in again with his famous trot, and Markram defends this and they quickly take off for a single. The key here, Otto, is that they have to score a lot quicker than they would traditionally look to set out their stall in a test match. It's day 3. We've lost all of day 2, and South Africa could have been batting on day 2. And so now we have to look at this game and think the game is still balanced. It's not all South Africa. I think the momentum of the day is definitely for South Africa, but the game is still even. Both teams batting needs to will show us, will shed a light rather on what this pitch is going to do.
Day 1 was completely dominated by India.
Bumrah with his famous trot as he comes in, he's gotten the edge, and Dean Algar's gone. South Africa with only 2 runs on the board, they've lost a wicket, and it's disaster early for the South Africans.
That was a very good delivery by Jasprit Bumrah, drawing Algar forward, catching the outside edge, going across the left-hander, Dean Algar, and he goes for a score of 1 of 2 deliveries. So off his second ball, that just forced Dean Algar to play. It was coming jagging back into him, going towards his off stump. Some movement through the air there as well, David. And coming back into Algar, squared him up, caught the outside edge right in front of his wickets, and through to a diving Rishabh Pant, diving to his left. Well caught there, and Dean Algar, the South African captain, is back in the hut. Keegan Peterson strides to the wicket. His third match today, 4 innings so far in his career, 44 runs at an average of 14.7. Still early in his career. So highest score of 19 at Grozile in the West Indies earlier this year, and he comes to join Aiden Markram. And let's see, now 2 right-handers at the crease, making it a little bit easier for India. And they'll be very happy with that first wicket in the first over of the innings. 1 ball to go, 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket down. Peterson taking strike now. Jasprit Bumrah from the Enops River end. He's making the ball talk. It's moving through the air. It's moving off the wicket. So it's going to be very difficult for Peterson to survive here until lunch. About 25 minutes to go until the lunch break.
3 slips in the gully in place. He comes now, passing the umpire. Pushed hard at by Keegan Peterson, but the key for him is that it's straight and into the ground. So that ends a wonderful first over from Jasprit Bumrah. He picks up the wicket of the South African captain. It's 2 for 1.
Oh, what a start by India. They'll be very, very happy with that. Do let us know what you think at One World SR on Twitter. We'll mainly read out the good tweets. But thank you very much for the support. And remember that you can advertise on our platform, on the Full Quota podcast, on the Cheap Seats podcast on YouTube as well.
Fantasy Premier League.
Fantasy Premier League. Check out our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio, and go and like and subscribe there. Check out the podcasts that Mpo and the team put together. It's really entertaining. My favorite is the Date Night Trip. The fashionistas in our team analyze the jerseys that the teams come out with at the beginning of the season. This is Mohammad Siraj bowling from the West Lane end to Markram.
Yeah, just defends that one. Manfully does Ed Markram. We will bring you every single game of the South African summer, home and away. Yes, that's right. We're going to be up early to bring you the New Zealand series that will be coming to you later in 2022.
Yeah, so we're going to start a petition for only day-night tests and day-night ODIs in New Zealand.
And Australia.
So,
as well.
Please tweet into the New Zealand Cricket Board. We need that to happen.
Worked away off the pads. It's 2 for
nice.
Siraj, and this is going to race away to the car corner boundary. South Africa have their first boundary, and it's 6 for 1 in the second over.
Wonderful stroke there by Markram. What we were talking about, the tail enders playing those sort of shots, and it just dies in the pitch, giving the fielders a chance to haul the ball in. But that is a top shot by Aiden Markram on leg stump, and just timed it, just leaned on it very nicely. Great shot there by Aiden Markram. He goes up to 5 runs now. Score is 6 for 1 in the second over.
Siraj in once again, passes Maria Erasmus, and it's a much fuller delivery, but it's wider this time. So all that Markram can do is just defend that out to the man at point. Interesting tweet here from Pranjal Messi fan. He's sharing a graphic with us of the most accurate test teamers since 2006. Some names that you might remember if you're a South African fan. Kyle Abbott, 47%. Highest percentage deliveries on good line length since 2006, minimum of 10 tests. Kyle Abbott is 47. He's just below Mohammad Abbas. But the man playing in this game, Jasprit Bumrah, 41% accuracy. That's incredible from the right arm quick man.
No, thanks for that.
It's gone down the leg side, and I think it's just taken the hip of Markram. So a stifled appeal from the men in the cordon. There's a bit of a word here from Maria Erasmus. Maybe a bit of an incursion from Mohammad Siraj into that danger zone. So just saying, keep an eye on it, lad. Encroach.
Yeah, keep off that part of the grass. The rest is yours to run around on.
Reminds me of that everything the light touches It's our
Yes.
kingdom.
Yes. So good leave.
Good take there outside the off stump, and it's just left alone by Ed Markham. Jersey Oak at Woy Pom saying it don't do in England to South Africa. Don't want to be doomed so early in this test match.
Yes, and especially with the day missing, it will be tragic if South Africa hand the advantage back to India. They dominated day one. They've got an early breakthrough here, but after that collapse, 7 wickets for about 50 runs there by
Oh,
India.
that's a big shot here from Mohamed Siraj.
That's
and
going
Maria
down
Rasmus
leg.
couldn't be bothered about that.
So
Hit,
are they going to refer this? No, it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, it hit Ed Markham, but we'll just have to see what the result of why Maria Rasmus wasn't interested. They didn't take the DRS, and so South Africa survived a shot there. 2 overs gone, 6 for 1. Glorious day, marvelous day for cricket. So the weather is certainly playing along today. It wasn't interested in being friendly to us yesterday, but today certainly a picturesque day here at Supersport Park.
Yeah, no, we've had enough of the rain now here on the Highveld. The dams are full, so we're thankful for the rain, but enough now,
I
please.
believe
It's time for some cricket.
I believe the Val Dam was over 100% at one point.
Yep.
Bumrah from the Henops River Inn to Peterson. And he's just happy to leave that. That one dies on its way through to Rishabh Pant. So he puts his body on the line there and just blocks it like a football goalkeeper.
He's got still the same field. 3 slips, gully, fine leg on the boundary, backward point, short backward square leg, mid off, mid on, in line with the non-striker's crease.
Our very own Sempo Taylor saying another innings where either Markram or Elgar are dismissed early. He wants an opening partnership.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Bumrah in again to Peterson, and that is forced Peterson to just lift his hands above. He maybe thought about it for but a moment, but not interested in that. Just leaves that ball only outside the off stump. And it died. I'm just looking at that one that died on its way through to Rishabh Pant. Inconsistent bounce we've seen in this test match, Otto, is largely due to conditions.
Yeah,
Water table.
well, I think just the first time this wicket has seen the sun for about 2 weeks.
Bumrah in again and defended. Peterson declines the attempt of a run by Aiden Markham.
We had some sunshine late on day one, but the few days before that, we had very heavy cloud cover. So I'm not surprised that the wicket is a bit soft and might be some spots and some dents in it after day one. And then obviously yesterday being just covered the whole day. So it's not surprising at all. It's going to be tough for South Africa to bat.
Bumrah halfway through the third over, again defended by Peterson. A lot of chatter here from the Indians, particularly the men close to the bat. Having a word with Keegan Peterson. They know, Otto, that he's still green in terms of Test cricket. But certainly no mug with the bat. He's earned his place here, scoring valuable runs for the Dolphins at domestic level.
Yeah, let's see what if he can build on this. So been a difficult start to his career, but here he is now, and he's got a chance to show what he's capable of. Left alone there, good leave. I like this from Keegan Peterson, doing the Lukesh Rahu, doing the leave there very well.
Yes, defense is something that I'm sure Indian coach Rahul Dravid will be impressed with. The Wall himself is present among us in this test series, so good to see that. He's come through the ranks and recently taken over from Ravi Shastri. 3 slips and a gully. Point, mid off, mid on, short leg and fine leg. Bumrah in again. And he just works this way off the pads. Straight onto straight to line there, and Keegan Peterson doesn't miss out there, and he finally gets off the mark with a boundary. 3 overs gone, and it's 10 for 1.
Good shot there by Peterson. Bumrah just straying onto the pads. We watch the replay here. Yeah, on leg stump and just right around the knees of Keegan Peterson, around his left knee, and Says thank you very much. Dots it right down onto the ground. Goes to the square leg boundary for a 4. The first 4 and the first score for Peterson. Long may that continue. No extras yet by India. So we'll keep an eye on that. 19 extras by South Africa. Siraj to continue from the West Lane end.
He just leaves that alone outside the off stump. He just sways out the way, does Aiden Markram, going through to Rishabh Pant. There's a thought from Pranjal Messi, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. He's saying that more often than not, Mohammad Siraj strays onto the pads and can often be expensive. But it can also be fruitful, sure.
Well, I don't think you want to go towards the pads of Aiden Markram too often.
Siraj, and again, driven. It's a lovely shot. It's driven square, and he doesn't even move. Does Aiden Markram. He just marvels at that shot, practices it again for good measure, and it's raced away to the point boundary for 14 for 1.
I mean, how many matches has Siraj played? He's not that experienced yet. He's got the makings of a legendary fast bowler for India. I wouldn't be too harsh on him. He does have a knack for taking wickets, as far as my memory goes, and he's
only 10 tests into his career, but he has 33 wickets.
Yeah, well, there you go. So he's gonna. Usually, fast bowlers grow in their accuracy as they continue in their career.
Siraj in again, and Markram doesn't quite time that. Just hit into the ground and collect it on the bounce.
Thick inside edge. Goes down on one knee as he plays that drive. It was full outside of stump, and just we see a lot more movement extracted from the wicket and the ball through the air by the Indian bowlers, much more than we saw by South Africa's bowlers.
Bit of a cutter
So, yeah, that one was a scrambled seam, but the previous delivery that was driven actually looped a bit through the air, came into the right-hander.
Siraj halfway through the 4th, and Markram just defends. Another defense a la Rahul Dravid, the wall himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the delivery that was driven by Markram was too wide. Siraj has come a bit closer to the wicket now in terms of his line, and he is getting a slight movement through the air into the right-hander. So he's going to maybe try and, if he can, bowl the one that goes away to get into that slip cordon there. 3 slips in the gully.
Siraj in once again, and driven hard, but it's gone straight to Mohammad Shami at mid-on. So no fruit for his labours there. A terrible day for batsmen in general in Test cricket. We saw the English struggle in their Boxing Day game, and India this morning as well, day 3. Not enjoyable for batters so far.
3-0 for England in the Ashes, so that's gone. They'll just maybe try and save their blushes for the rest of the series. Another full one from Siraj. Tempted drive by Markram, but there's no run. So Markram is playing a bit outside the line, getting a lot of inside half of the bat, trying to get the slip cordon out of the way, out of the game.
You can see Mohammad Shami just warming up as he makes his way to mid-on. So we might see an early bowling change. Hopefully that isn't the case. These two have gone along relatively well. 2 overs each. Umrah conceding 6 and picking up the wicket of the South African captain. Siraj yet to taste first blood, but only 8 runs from him so far.
Umrah is looking dangerous. So South Africa will look to survive the next 10 minutes to lunch. Keegan Peterson facing Jasprit Bumrah from the in-observer end.
Bumrah in again. He just defends. This goes out to the square leg region and is collected well, and no run thought about there.
Let's see a replay here if we can and see what that ball is doing for Bumrah. I think the key here for South Africa is just to bat time for now. Maybe cash in later today. Try and get close to the Indian score.
Bumrah passing Holstock. Well left, and Pant takes that at his right hip. Good wicket keeping technique from the Indian gloveman.
So the partnership now is 12. South Africa lost their first wicket in the first over for only 2 runs on the board. Algar out for 1, Markram 9, Peterson 4. And no extras yet by India. Deficit is 313. India having scored 327.
Passing Adrian Holstock now. Bit of a half shot, but they're going to go for the single there.
Yeah, defended to backward square leg. Single taken. Peterson on 5 now. Markram will face Bumrah again. I think he faced him a few deliveries in the first over. So
and didn't enjoy it. You remember that was the delivery that cut straight back into him.
Yep.
Was the first one he faced from Jasprit Bumrah. So a baptism of fire for him.
He needs to do the job here for South Africa. Get rid of the opening bowlers here. Get the shine off the ball.
Bumrah in once again, and he defends that one. Does Aiden Markram. 4.4 overs gone now, 15 for 1. There are still 76 overs in the day. Otto, just a reminder for our listeners, our wonderful listeners, that the middle session between lunch and tea will be extended. And so the lunch session will continue as it has. 20 minutes to 1 is when the post-lunch session will get underway. And then at 10 past 3, we will close for tea. Bumrah to Markram, and he just leaves that alone. Bit of a yowl from some of the Indian players. They're making noise for Aiden Markram to be reminded that it's hot out there.
Yeah, they definitely fired up India. They're still in a good position, even though they didn't manage to add too many runs to their score. 7 wickets for 53 runs. So they're still in a very good position.
Bumrah to conclude the 5th over, he goes to Markram, and it's a bouncer to end the over. No signal there from Maria Rasmus as to whether or not it may have been a wide from square leg, but that is the end of the 5th. 15 for 1, and we're about 7 minutes away from that lunch break.
Keegan Peterson will now face Mohammad Siraj. Or no, it's Mohammad Shami. That last delivery from Jasprit Bumrah, by the way, 144 kilometers per hour. Mohammad Shami replacing Mohammad Siraj from the West Lane end, the pavilion end here at Supersport Park in Centurion, where we are live at the ground.
Dr. Dan Diaper is giving us his little diagram, little miniature sketch of Marco Jansen getting his first. Change of bowling now from the West Lane end.
Hey,
it's the man I called Mohammad Shami.
That's very special there, Dr. Dan. Thank you very much. We'll make sure Marco Jansen gets that in his feed, and he can frame that one. First delivery defended by Keegan Peterson. Exactly the same field, it looks like. Mid-wicket. So mid-on for Mohammad Shami. Moves to mid-wicket. Fine leg on the boundary point. Gully, 3 slips. And there's also the mid-off, mid-on that we've seen. Mid-on is a bit further back for Mohammad Shami here to Peterson.
And again, just defended once again. So on the money here early is Mohammad Shami.
No. Expected nothing less from the experienced fast bowler. Score is 15 for 1. 4 balls to go in the 6th over. Keegan Peterson on 5.
Jasprit Bumrah has bowled the fastest ball of the innings so far. Pranjal Messi fan pointing that out to us, and he's saying it was 144.2 kilometers an hour. So really cranking it up here is the Indian quick. But Shami's now going to Keegan Peterson. It's just straying onto the hips of Peterson, who's able to tuck it round the corner. And the man at fine leg does the clean-up work.
Yeah, so Keegan Peterson is looking solid. So does Markram, leaving well. Peterson is not attacking anything at all, just defending the deliveries that are aimed at his stumps, nudging the ball off his pads if needed, otherwise leaving everything well alone. Markram will face Shami now for the first time.
It'll be interesting to see how this battle unfolds. Shami to Markram defends that, gets across his stumps, does Aiden Markram to cover up there. Just practices that shot once again.
He's prone to caught behind Aiden Markram early in his innings. So he's definitely making an effort to get across his stumps, get the bat outside the line of the ball and playing, preferring to play with the inside half of the bat. So there's a cover now for Shami, bowling to Markram, mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off, quite far back, and then a cover and point.
This one just worked off the knee of Aiden Markram, but finds the man at mid-wicket, so he's not able to get anything of it. The deficit now 311, 16 for 1. One ball remaining in the 6th over. Shami's first over, just a single from it so far.
So we'll have one more over before lunch after this one.
Depends how quickly umpire Holstock runs to his mark, but no, he will walk his usual speed, and if the clock ticks over to 12 o'clock before he arrives, it shall be lunch. Shami to finish his over. And there's a big shot, but I think it's not hitting where anybody would have liked. It was a stuttered shot, rather. So, end of Shami's first over. Goes for 1. South Africa, 16 for 1 after 6.
So, Bumrah has bowled 3 overs for 7 and taken the wicket of Dean Elgar. Siraj, 2 runs, 2 overs for 8 runs. And Shami just with the single off his first over. Peterson will face. And it will be Siraj now, bowling from the Henops River end. So was that still...
Yes, Jasprit Bumrah.
Is it Jasprit Bumrah to continue? Excuse me. Yeah, of course. There we
go.
go.
The moment he starts running in.
Starts running in. Yeah, there we go. And...
just glided to point. Got up on toes, did Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, they've got 3 slips a gully. The man there at point. Shortish square leg. There's a short extra cover, about 2 pitch widths away from the... No, he's moving. No, that's mid-off and mid-on again.
It's a very
so it's exactly the same field as before for Jasprit Bumrah with only fine leg on the boundary.
You almost think he's in the covers rather than a mid-off because he's so wide.
Yeah, he's very much in line with the non-strikers.
He leaves that alone, and Hunt just dropped his head out the way. He didn't want to look at it, but he put his hands in the way. Talk about trust in your hand eye, because so nearly could that have hit Punt in the face.
Yep. No, he watched that ball until the very last moment. So just still leaving well, Keegan Peterson, leaving on length. It's been the balls that have gone a bit fuller that have stayed down. So if it's on that length, it's
Bumrah to Peterson, and he just defends the big stride in from the young number 3 for South Africa. Run.
So the score's still 16 for 1. 3 balls to go in the 7th over, and then it will be lunch. Good work. Who would be happier at this point? Probably with that early wicket.
I would think India. Yeah, I would definitely think India would feel like they're on top of things.
Yeah, I think South Africa just dug themselves out of a bit of a hole there this morning. Oh, wow.
Bumrah in, and this is
nice.
Just driven manfully out to that vacant middle region. Good shot there by Keegan Peterson. He wasn't going to miss out on that line of and length of delivery, and so South Africa are now 20 up, and we just got 2 balls remaining before the lunch interval.
Way too full by Jasper Bumrah, and dealt with by Keegan Peterson very nicely.
Good punch there. Murray Erasmus switching from square leg to point. Maybe he wants to be closer to the tunnel. Shorter distance. This one is left alone, but it's bounced quite prodigiously with Peterson leaving it alone. R. Ashwin applauding his teammates there. He's the man of the cover region.
Some good zip in the pitch still. As we saw on day 1, it does carry through nicely. And on a fuller length outside off stump at both ends, it tends to keep a bit low. But other than that, it's a good pitch to bat on, as was demonstrated by KL Rahul on day 1.
Just defended, and they're going to run away for a single. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be over in lunch. Marvelous session here of cricket. 8 wickets falling so far. We are thoroughly looking forward to that post-lunch session. Don't go very far. Make sure you tweet us at One World SR. You can always advertise as well on One World Sports Radio. We bring you every single Proteas game. We bring you Springbok games. We've got podcasts. We've got everything you could ever need from your sporting news. So from myself, Dave Mitchell, and from Otto Simon, we will see you after the lunch interval at 20 to 1.
Bye-bye.
Here we are. Okay, cool. There you go. No, we mute, but that also mutes. You have to double mute.
No.
This mic was off in the change of innings, and we could hear it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, of course, because you switch that mic off, it takes this mic. Yeah.
Yes.
So I wonder whether.
Wait.
No, Simon muted the.
No. You might be coming through from the laptop
We are.
instead.
That's exactly.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And welcome back to Centurion, day 3 of the first test between South Africa and India. The state of affairs right now is that South Africa are 21 for 1 chase, with a deficit of 306 after India were bowled out for 327 after an incredible spell by the South Africans in that first hour of the day on day 3. My name is Mpho Mutwane. I'm joined by Ken Borland in our One World Sports Radio studios. Remember, you can interact with us at One World SR, One WORLD SR on Twitter, and we'll read out your tweets. Hi, Ken. How was the morning for you?
Afternoon, Mpho. Yeah, that was very exciting, wasn't it? Fantastic effort by South Africa this morning. Lungi Ndidi and Kagiso Rabada. 7 wickets for 55 runs. India lost. Not the greatest batting by them, it has to be said. But Ngidi and Rabada really came out this morning with a sense of purpose. You could tell there was aggression, there was very good control by Ngidi, and just wonderful to see a guy who's had a tough year, really. Hasn't played as much as he would have liked for various reasons.
We had a good West Indies series, and I think a lot of people forget about that. You know, having a bowling attack where Anup Nokia has come through and he's been like one of the world's leading bowlers, and you've also got Kagiso Rabada being the one of the best in the world, top 6 bowler in the world. Lungi tends to get forgotten, but he completes the 3.
Well, I mean, he hasn't played for so long. That's the thing. He did. He was very good in the West Indies, and he has been very good in Test cricket for the last little while. But the Proteas just haven't played much Test cricket, and Lungi hasn't played much since that series. Really, hasn't really been in the white ball starting 11. So just great to see him having a really good day this morning here at SuperSport Park.
And it's largely because we've been playing a lot of T20s and a lot of limited overs matches in subcontinental conditions, which is why. But we're happy that Lungi came through. They were, on day 1, they just weren't that aggressive. That, South Africa is always synonymous of when things don't go well, you always go the short ball length, and you have the 2 fielders behind. But they never did that on day 1. But today, they didn't need to do that. They just attacked the stumps, and India seemingly, for what it felt like it was 55 runs, losing 7 wickets, which is what Virat Kohli would not be happy about, and also turning point in this test match.
Yeah, well, it was a short ball by Rabada that set the ball rolling. The first dismissal of the morning, Rahul being caught behind, flapping at a hook. But then for the rest of the morning, they mostly stuck to a really good line, just outside off stump, using the bounce that was on offer there. And some not so great batting by India. There were a lot of deliveries that they could have left, which they played at, which got themselves into trouble. But kudos to Ngidi and Rabada for bowling those excellent lines and lengths and forcing the mistakes.
But looking at the Indian bowling effort, they'd be happy to have Dean Elgar back in the hut. He's the only South African wicket to fall before lunch. He was out for a duck for 1. And he was really surprised by a ball that kept it a little low from Jasprit Bumrah.
I think it was more the angle that Bumrah did him with. Look, Dean could have more assertive footwork might have got him out of trouble, but it was a very good delivery from Bumrah. Very difficult for a left-hander to play that in the first over of the day. Angling across him, he had to play it, probably pitched on about middle and leg. And we saw Bumrah to Markram. He cut the right-hander in half. He was getting a lot of movement back into the right-hander and, of course, across Alga.
And we're ready to go after lunch. Mohammed Shami, 3 slips, backward point, cover, as this one is a shorter length ball and really good horizontal back shot, riding the bounce and just cutting it behind between the fielders at point and at gully for 4. Really good shot from Keegan Peterson to start off with.
Yeah, it almost looked like he wanted to leave it and decided, oh no, I can actually get this away. And I must say, Keegan Peterson coming in with 1 ball left in the first over before lunch really impressed me with he was getting confident strides forward for a man who's probably not sure of his place. He's just playing in his 3rd test match. He's looked very confident.
Shami into Keegan Peterson. This one back of a length and hitting him high on the bat, and he defends that back to the bowler, no run.
The feet are moving well. He's getting nicely behind the ball. Bumrah is a hell of a testing bowler to face with the new ball, and I thought he handled him very well.
The 4 through cover before lunch from Keegan Peterson was a sign of a man who looked very confident. But let me give you that field placings: 2 slips, gully, backward point. You've got a more of a conventional point, cover point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket catching on the square, and fine leg to Keegan Peterson. And he gets an inside edge onto the stumps. Keegan Peterson could possibly have played all around it, but it's a wicket to India. And after looking so good and the rest of us giving him his praises, he has to go back for 15.
Well, this delivery must have done quite a lot because Peterson was flummoxed. He got the stride in. He stood at the crease for a while, just wondering how on earth he didn't keep that one out. And it nipped back and found the inside edge, as you said in Paul. Keegan Peterson bowled by Shami for 15. And what a wicket straight after lunch.
Yes, it's a healthy inside edge in. Shami getting the ball to swing in to the right-hander, which is something that the batsmen from coming up have to be worried about. Classy 15. You wanted a little bit more from Keegan Peterson. I'm such a fan of him, but he has to go back. India getting themselves really go in this contest again today. 3 balls after lunch and coming out with the wicket. 25 South Africa have on the board for 2 runs. Next batter in, we call him Put My 1,000. We nearly gave Aiden Markham that moniker last year, but they decided not to play him in that 4-day final. The man who's also scored 1,000 runs, Rassie van der Dussen, is coming in. Average 38. It's an 11th match for the Proteas. High score of 98. He also has a point to prove, Ken.
Well, he's been very consistent in the Proteas batting order in all formats. I don't think he has too much to prove, really. He would like to get that average up into the 40s, obviously, averaging 38.1 at the moment, and 650s in 18 innings. So once every 3rd innings, he's getting past 50. And, of course, the 3 figures is what he'd really want to get behind his name in Test cricket.
Yes, that is quite correct. Rassie would want to get more runs. A much more spread slip cordon. 2 slips, 2 gullies for Rassie van der Dussen. Looks like India have done their homework. Got that man still there at cover point. You've got a shortish extra cover, not too short, but on the edge of the square line with the wickets. Mid-on, mid-wicket catching, and fine leg to Rassie van der Dussen from Mohammad Siraj. And he's on the money this time as the chorus behind the stumps react to such a beautiful ball. It was fuller length onto off stump. Rassie van der Dussen digging that one out and getting to the other end for a single.
The 2 gullies for Van der Dussen were quite close to the bat, as we just see the replays of Keegan Peterson's dismissal again, and Mohammed Shami bringing the ball back and through the gate very nicely there. Still a lot of movement on offer for the bowlers here if they get the ball in the right areas.
And there are a few cracks on that side of the pitch. I think, as we've seen with Centurion, it's a very platey type of wicket, and so as the sun bakes, the cracks might open up a little bit. Shami in again to Aiden Markham. This is a lot straighter. Looking for that swing is Shami, but Aiden Markham plays that square of the wicket, 2 square leg off the pads. It will race away for 4. Shardul Thakur, who is that mid wicket, was chasing that one down, but he couldn't reel it in. Good 4 runs for South Africa. Score goes up to 30.
Yeah, nice confident start after lunch for Aiden Markram. He also looked positive in the 7 overs South Africa faced before the lunch break. Just those 2 gullies being quite close suggests that the pitch is still not at its quickest, and still a bit of tennis ball bounce probably out there.
Yes, ball coming off the shoulder of the bat, going a lot squarer than those slips over there, but India have come with a plan. Mohammad Shami, final ball of this first over after lunch, and gets one to rear off a length, and Aiden Markham shouldering arms there as the ball goes past the bat. A very quick ball, that last one. End of the first over after lunch. South Africa have lost a wicket. They're 30 for 2.
You mentioned the plates on the pitch and Supersport Park really known as a pitch where the bounce can get quite up and down on days 4 and 5, and South Africa, of course, batting last. They'll want to make sure that they get a first innings lead. Very, very important for them in this match. And at 30-2, replying to 327, there's a lot of work for the top order to do this afternoon.
It's a lot of work indeed, Ken. South Africa would need to try to get themselves some sort of a lead here, 50-run lead to get themselves in the advantage. And also a lot of pressure on these 2 and the batters to come to lead South Africa through this day and early tomorrow as India look to take more wickets. Bumrah coming in from the Hennops River end, 3 slips a gully, point, mid on, mid off, as he comes in to Rassie van der Dussen. This one is off a good length, and it rises and hits Rassie on the glove there as it rolls out on the way to point. Another dangerous sign for a bowler like Bumrah.
That ball leapt up quite viciously off a good length, really, from Jasprit Bumrah, maybe just back of a length. Rassie van der Dussen whipping the top hand, the bottom hand off, in fact, as if it was a snake rearing up to bite him there.
You could swear that he was bowling on the Wanderers pitch a couple of seasons ago when India toured here. There was a pitch that was rearing off a length like that for a lot longer than what we're seeing here today.
Well, it got reported, that pitch. I wonder if the Wanderers are still on, it's not probation, but it's they got a suspended sentence that if they had another bad pitch within a certain amount of time, they could get banned.
In, that was a quick ball outside that off stump, and it was a fuller ball than the previous one. Rassie letting that go for no run.
Extended session, of course, this, because of the whole second day yesterday being washed out. So this session will be a long one, 2.5 hours, ending at 3:10 local time.
We have to get through 98 overs today, Ken. As Bumrah comes into Rassie. Good length outside the off stump. Rassie fishing for it as the ball looking to seam away from the right-hander. And a play and a miss.
That one, that's what makes Bumrah so dangerous, is that he's been predominantly jagging the ball back into the right-hander, and that one held its line beautifully just outside off stump. And Rassie van der Dussen in the hands just couldn't help but following it a bit.
The tentative early innings feet in the toilet moments that Rassie would want to get away from. Another ball, similar line, this time coming back into Rassie off a good length. And he's just shouldering arms to that one. Another dot ball. We've got a tweet from Punjab Messi fan saying, difference between the Indian bowlers and the South African bowlers is that the Indian bowlers are making the South African batters play a lot of the balls. Rahul Mayank on day one left 48% of the balls from the South African bowlers. Bumrah in to Rassie. Hard on the bat, jagging into him off a fuller length this time, and played out to the offside, the fielder point, showing a little bit of energy to get the ball back to his bowler. But a dot ball there, one ball left in this over from Bumrah.
Yeah, with Bumrah's stop ball really being the in-swinger, he is going to be targeting the stumps and the pads. South Africa, perhaps a bit rusty on the first morning. Lungi and Gidi, unsurprisingly, but came back beautifully the rest of the game.
Bumrah into Rassie van der Dussen. Inside half of Rassie's bat. This one off a back of a length, and Rassie just played that out to the leg side for no run. End of that over. It is 34-2. South Africa looking to find a partnership that they can build this innings on. Speaking about the rustiness of the South Africans, also the Indians have the learnings from the South African bowling innings to work off of. Interesting that the line, obviously, Bumrah's natural line is to bowl into the right-hander, whereas that was the change that Lungi made after lunch, and it was very successful. Shami to resume from the West Lane end to Aiden Markram outside the off stump, like fifth stump line there. Aiden just letting that go through to the keeper, no run.
And there does seem to be a little bit more energy about the Indian new ball bowlers. Jasprit Bumrah getting it through at 86 miles per hour. He's certainly rushing the batsman. And Mohammad Shami, that last delivery at 83 miles per hour. So a bit more pace from the Indian new ball bowlers.
Staggered slip caught in two slips, two gullies, or more fourth slip, and a gully has his edge and dropped at first slip. Aiden Markram getting a ball on a good length outside that off stump. He gets the edge, inducing the edge off of a very back foot defensive shot there from Aiden. He didn't push at that, but he got the edge nonetheless, and it was dropped behind the stumps by first slip, which is Pujara, but I think he was unsighted by Rishabh Pant.
Rishabh Pant definitely dived across. I wonder, it might have hit the back thigh of Aiden Markram, actually. Would be interesting.
It looked like
that one again.
It looked like he got a healthy edge off of the thigh. Just Rishabh Pant carrying it into the face of Pujara. Next ball on the money, putting Aiden Markram on that back foot. A little bit shorter than the previous one, and Aiden defending that back to the bowler, no run.
Either way, it was a cracking delivery by Mohammad Shami, angling in and then leaving the right-hander.
That would have gone upstairs to DRS to check if it got a bit of a feather.
It would have been very interesting what umpire Maria Rasmus would have done there if the catch had been taken. I've got no doubt India would have reviewed if it had been given not out.
Shami in to Aiden Markram. Outside the off stump, you could hear the Indian team in slip cordon letting you know how good that ball was outside the off stump, back of a length, and Aiden Markram shouldering arms. The question then comes, obviously, with that wicket-keeping drop would be India went for a wicket-keeper who can bat a little bit more, but is not a better gloveman than Vridhaman Saha.
It's the way of the world these days. I think unless there's a really big disparity in the glove work, teams generally are going for the better batsman.
Shami in outside the off stump. Aiden Markram takes a large stride outside that off stump. It was a little bit of a fuller ball. The line was fifth stump, and Aiden letting that go through to the wicketkeeper.
And I think Pant was right to go for that catch. It wasn't straight to first slip. It was certainly between the keeper first slip, so wicketkeeper's catch.
I made a great attempt to get a hand onto that because that was really tough chance. He had to dive all the way to his right, and he got a glove and it parried into Pujara, who was also going to his left. So just interesting. Shami into Aiden and plays that off the back foot of a shorter length back to the bowler. End of that over. Another maiden over from India, and it is 30-2.
Excellent start by India after the lunch break. Bumrah and Shami bang on the money here, and they've certainly got the Proteas batting under early pressure.
It's a great start from India's big weapon in this tour, which is their fast bowling. You know, you could debate which bowling attack is better between South Africa and India, but I always tend to lean towards India from in that debate because Siraj, Thakur, Bumrah, Shami, they did it in England, won that series there. They did it in Australia, and those pitches are similar to ours, and they can do it here as well. And they've started really, really nicely. Bumrah coming in from the Hennops River in the 3 slips and the gully. This one rising off of a length outside the off stump. Rassi leaving that because you can leave one length at St. John, you can trust the bounce. And Pant dropping it behind the stumps, but no worries there because there weren't any edges to be worried about.
I think certainly with Anrik Nortje missing from the South African attack, India do have the edge in terms of pace bowling. They'll back themselves to be able to extract at least as much, if not more, assistance from the conditions as South Africa do.
Bumrah into Rassi. Lets that go outside the off stump. Angle is shaping it in, but Rassi is letting us know that he knows where his off stump is and he can let the ball go through. A good lead from him.
Just some clouds building up towards the south of the ground. Scattered clouds. There's a fair amount of blue sky between them.
Please, no. We don't want more rain. As Bumrah comes in. This one, he makes Rassi play as it jags into him off a short length. And he does really well to play that out to the leg side. Wouldn't India be more comfortable having a short leg in there to try and make Rassi think twice about defending the ball coming into him and where it lands after it hits him?
Yeah, I think especially with Bumrah getting a couple to leap off the surface a bit. And as you see, he does predominantly bring the ball back into the right-hander. Short leg, why not?
Bumrah into Rassi from the distance. This one outside the off-stump, rising off of the back of a length, very good length there. It wasn't too short, and it rose very high. Rishabh Pant doing really well to get that behind the stumps. Rassi's in for a very nice challenge. Intriguing battle between him and Bumrah is ensuing.
That absolutely flew off the pitch, and little Rishabh Pant was like a goalkeeper reaching into the top.
That's the top corner.
Top corner of the goal post. He did really well to cut one off.
Last night, saving Manchester United. Bumrah this time a lot fuller, getting the defense of Rassi van der Dussen working, but he's pulled up. Bumrah has pulled up after that, and that is not a good sign for India.
Immediate concerns, Ajinkya Rahane, the first term, and calling for the physio to come onto the field.
That is not good.
He went to ground very quickly after bowling the ball.
Could it be the landing of the footing? Because I know when we started play today, Lungi Ngidi was asking for the groundsman to just hammer down some of the the popping crease where obviously the footmarks are. Could it have been the moisture? Maybe some not being able to land properly?
Does look like some sort of leg or foot problem.
We're just having a look at some of the. He rolled his ankle.
Yeah, on his landing, I think there was just a bit of a give and a. He
Bumrah
is
rolled his
limping.
ankle on his follow through as he landed in that gap between the pitch, which is slightly raised, and the grass next to it. Obviously, here at Centurion, they, unlike other stadiums where you have 4 pitches or 3 pitches alongside the main pitch that's been played on, this one is just the one main strip, and then there's grass around it. So there is a bit of a decrease in, I want to say, altitude or elevation, and he got his foot right on the money in that little, and that caused the rolling of the ankle.
Yeah, there's like a drop off. The uncut grass next to the pitch is at a slightly higher level than the pitch itself, and as you said, Bumrah landing right on that in his follow through, and the ankle rolling. Let's hope that he can come back after some treatment, because he's certainly bowling beautifully at the moment. It's really thrilling to watch this guy in action.
And Ken, just to close out that chance that was dropped, you were right. It was all 5 pad. We're just getting some tweets coming in from Flash Score Cricket. There's a picture of him coming on to Twitter, showing that it was all 5 pad, no batch on that drop chance. There is a appeal here with the ball hitting Rassie on the front pad while leaving. But the Indians letting it go because, yes, he didn't play a shot, but that was going way over that off stump. Interesting times for the South Africans, challenging times. But that's the nature of this game, Test cricket. You need to get through some of the difficult periods, and this is a very difficult period for South Africa. Bumrah has now come off the field. He is sitting in the lovely dugouts that are now probably a permanent fixture at Centurion, thanks to T20. And Mohammed Shami to start from the West Lane end. Remember, do tweet into us at OneWorldSR or at Gorilla SA, GERILLASA. And a ball from Shami to start off that over, bouncing off of a good length, extra bounce. And when we say bouncing, obviously the ball does bounce, but it's given him extra bounce, and Aiden Markham having to evade and take some evasive action and drop his hands as the ball went through to Rishabh Pant, who caught that ball above his head.
That was another fantastic delivery from Mohammed Shami. Markram, one of his strength shots is that drive off the back foot, but that just got way too big on him.
Yes, that is very true. Shami coming in 4 slips now as he attacks again. This one's off of a good length, and it's rising a little bit more. Shami's getting extra bounce from this end, which is what Lungi Ngidi was getting earlier on day 1 and this morning. And it's just the difference between the South Africans is that the Indians are just bowling that off stump line, making the South Africans play, making them take evasive action.
And he's not the tallest of quick bowlers, Mohammed Shami. He's more skiddy, but he's certainly getting tremendous bounce, as you say.
Aiden getting 4 slips, spread out well, and this one he lets go outside the off stump. This one was a lot fuller, and he was able to let that go on the line.
It's interesting that we always consider Jasprit Bumrah to be the danger man in the Indian pace attack, but he's only played 3 tests against South Africa, taking 14 wickets at an average of 25. Mohammed Shami, however, has actually been the nemesis as far as the Proteas are concerned. In 8 tests, he's taken 34 wickets against South Africa at an average of just 20.91.
Ken, after this ball, Mohammed Shami coming in 4 slips and a point, and on the money outside the off stump, Aiden Markham leaving that ball. Jasprit Bumrah's 14 wickets were taken all here in South Africa on his debut series. He made his debut in South Africa. In that series, I think Kagiso Rabada had 15 wickets, and he stood tall at the top of the wicket column in that. I think he shared the 15 wickets with Vern, but Jasprit Bumrah was the number 1 Indian wicket taker on debut, which was where where the world got to see the phenomenon.
Well, he had made his mark in white ball cricket already.
Shami into Aiden Markram, and it's gone through the gate. Aiden has presented a forward defense, but the ball's gone through between the bat and the pad onto that off stump, and it is a wicket to India, as Mohammad Shami is the chief destroyer so far after lunch.
Beautiful delivery that hit the top of off stump. Aiden Markram really not getting forward or all the way back either. It was back of a length, certainly. Perhaps didn't get up as much as he would have liked, but pitching on middle and hitting the top of off. Fantastic delivery by Mohammad Shami.
Incredible ball from Mohammad Shami. A bit of inconsistent bounce, but the other thing with Aiden's shot there was trying to shape it to the leg side instead of playing it straight. Probably if he played it straight, he probably would have gotten an under edge, but peach of a ball from Mohammad Shami from this Western end. The drama is happening this side of the world, Ken, from the pavilion. The Henops River end, I'm sure Bumrah's going to be asking, like Lungi did on day one, to swap ends because he also wants to join the party.
Oh, Bumrah's looked dangerous from the Henops River end as well. And Mohammad Siraj just bowled one delivery when he took over from the injured Bumrah, and that was a testing delivery as well to Rassie van der Dussen, Wilton LBW appeal. So I think there are things happening on both ends, and just the greater energy and accuracy of the Indian new ball attack has seen it reap rewards for them.
That wicket, South Africa 30 for 3, brings in Temba Bavuma. South Africa haven't scored a run in the last, I think, 4.5 overs. And so it's going to be quite tough. It's been quite tough for them. And Temba coming in with I think it's an important series for him to try and cement his spot in the side. There are a lot of very good middle order batters coming through. And it's going to be quite interesting to see. He's always known as South Africa's man in a crisis. This is a crisis, Ken.
No doubt about it. He's an experienced man now as well.
3 slips, gully, backward point to Temba. First ball gets an inside edge onto the pad down to the leg side. a lot of encouragement from the Indian slip court in there. Very, very good over from Mohammad Shami. Great application. Tested Aiden Markram outside the off stump, gave him a short ball to deal with, gave him a ball that was rising off of a length, and this time he aimed for the top of off, and Aiden played inside of that and got that off stump bail rolling away.
Yeah, Markram just a bit on the move still as that delivery beat him. Perhaps he could have got forward, but it was quite short of a length, and I fancy he did keep down a touch. Going on the length, Markram probably thought he should play it off the back foot.
Mohammad Siraj from the Henops River end, fuller ball on middle stump, played out to the fielder at square leg for no run.
Mohammad Siraj also pretty brisk and nippy. That delivery at 84 miles per hour.
South Africa in truly a spot of bother right now, 30 for 3, looking for these two linesmen to help them get themselves back on track. Siraj in, bringing Rassie van der Dussen forward on a fuller length, a lot straighter this time, and Rassie defending that out to the offside. Anis Mohammed, our friend to the One World Sports Radio team, tweets us saying we're doomed with a lot of question marks. Is he asking? Anis, are you asking, or are you letting us know that we're doomed?
South Africa really need to just get through this new ball spell. After 30 overs or so, the ball should start doing a little less.
Siraj getting a healthy edge of Rassie's bat, but he played that expertly past the fielder at Gully. It's going to race away to the boundary, well fielded by Jinkarahane at man, where the ball's going. and it will be 2 runs to the South African cause.
Van der Dussen has gone to 3 not out now. As usual, very patient at the start of his innings, Rassie van der Dussen. He's happy just to occupy the crease and get himself thoroughly in, which is not a bad approach the way things are going at the moment.
Siraj into Rassie edge and caught at second slip. Dropped by bounced just in front of Virat Kohli at second slip. Apologies, we are standing behind him. It looked like he had gotten his hands underneath it, but it bounced in front of him there. Another hot of the mouth moment for the South Africans.
Beautifully taken by Virat Kohli, but just bouncing before him. Van der Dussen was on the drive, so it was a forceful shot, and that edge so nearly carrying. Siraj causing problems now. That ball just nipping away. It was just outside off stump. The length not quite there to drive.
Siraj into Rassie edge and caught at gully by Ajinkya Rahane. It was an edge of the previous ball, and now we get another edge, a lot squarer, and Ajinkya does the things. We see a Ronaldo celebration, the CU celebration from Mohammad Siraj, as Rassie van der Dussen has to go back for 3 runs, but 29 minutes at the crease, faced 18 balls. South Africans crumbling under the great fast bowling from this Indian pace attack. No Bumrah, no problem.
Yeah, Van der Dussen drawn a long way outside off stump there, really. He didn't need to play at that one. Just pushing at it. That's a good set of stumps outside off stump. Still, he should have left that one.
And it was slightly shorter than he needed to play at. Got the shoulder of the bat there as Rassie goes back, but truly disappointing from the South Africans. That's such a great morning, and you could even say they won the session before lunch, but now they've given away a lot of that advantage to find themselves 32 for 4 as Quinton de Kock walks to the crease. 3,245 runs, average of 39. Hasn't had the best of years, but he did score 141 against the West Indies in St. Lucia. And after that, he had a bit of a bare patch, but he's looking to right and set South Africa back on course, as I think this is probably South Africa's favorite partnership, or one of the most successful partnerships, being Quinton and Timber. But they find themselves in a challenging position right now.
And Jasprit Bumrah is just walking really gingerly around the dugout down towards fine leg as we watch Quinton de Kock about to take his first delivery. I don't think Bumrah is going to be coming onto the field anytime soon. Not that he's needed at the moment. Things going so well for the Indian fast bowlers.
No Bumrah, no problem. Siraj into Quinton de Kock. 3 slips and a gully. Edged and dropped by third slip. That's KL Rahul. He went for it with one hand to the left-hand side of him. It was low, and it popped in and popped out.
Siraj really getting the ball through as well. That flew very quickly to KL Rahul. It was a defensive stroke by Quinton de Kock. Wobble seam delivery. Well, actually not that defensive by de Kock. He was trying to drive it through mid-on. And Rahul had it. And just when he tumbled to the ground, it popped out.
Quinton thought he got a half volley on middle stump, but it was seaming away from him, and it got the edge. Luckily for him, it was dropped.
Yeah, there have been some loose strokes by the South Africans in this innings. They certainly need to be a bit tighter, a bit more defensive-minded, perhaps.
Take a page out of KL Rahul. Shami into Temba Bavuma. Short ball down the leg side. Temba shouldering arms to that, letting that go through. Shami is bowling with his tail up. India with their tails up. Yeah, this is how you open up a test series.
I think India's pace attack is a bit quicker than the Proteas. And as you say, wickets have got their tails up a bit. But I think also the pitch is starting to speed up a bit now with its second day of full sunshine on it.
3 slips, galley, point to Temba Bavuma. Short leg as well from Mohammed Shami. Short ball, and Temba gets one on the shoulder there, and it just bobbles out onto the offside. But a very quick ball from Shami.
I think what we're seeing today will also have the Proteas thinking that it definitely wasn't a 272 for 3 first day pitch. I know Lungi and Gidi said they were surprised that the pitch didn't do as much as they expected it to do. But I would say perhaps they were just bowling in the wrong areas, as India are getting plenty out of this track at the moment.
Hindsight is a perfect science. And Shami coming into Temba Bavuma. Down the leg side, short ball, Temba letting that go. You can see the plan from India is to bowl short to Temba. They've got that short leg in there. But they also got the benefit of seeing what South Africa bowled, the length of South Africa bowled. And they are that good a bowling attack to exploit that and be consistent. And that is what I think this bowling attack from India has, is that previous bowling attacks weren't as consistent in line and length, whereas this one, having traveled around the world together the past 3 years, they are very good and they can apply pressure on home teams. Outside the off stump, full ball, and Temba letting that go through. It was a fifth stump line.
Yeah, it's arguably the best pace attack in world cricket, with Ashwin the best attack in general in world cricket. Australia might have something to say about that. And the other thing is that India have got depth.
Yes.
You know, you've got a guy, a very experienced campaigner like Ishant Sharma, who's sitting on the bench for this game.
Shami into Temba Bavuma, and he lets that go outside off stump. End of that over was a fuller ball. End of that over, maiden over from the South Africans. Not end of that, one ball left in this over. It's Shami's fifth over. I beg your pardon, he's taken 2 for 10. With Siraj 3.1 overs, 1 for 10. Jasmine Brummer, who had to limp off for rolling his ankle, was 1 for 12, 5 balls into his 6th over.
Umesh Yadav also not playing.
Yes.
He's got over 150 test wickets.
Shami into Temba. Temba defending that ball on off stump, was a shorter length, rising up and goes down on the ground to point for no run. End of that over, maiden over, 32 for 4. Where to from here for the South Africans again? Alga for 1, Markham 13, Peterson 15, Anderson 3, Bavuma and Quinton yet to score.
Well, they've lost 3 wickets for 7 runs, and they really just need to get a partnership going. Bavuma and de Kock just need to batten down the hatches here, be really defensively tight, and just hope that they can survive for the next hour, and then hopefully as the ball gets a bit softer, it's 14 overs old at the moment, it will start doing a bit less off the pitch.
She's got to see through this Shami and Siraj spell first up. Siraj bowling to Quinton de Kock from the Henops River end. This one's full outside the all-stump. Quinton just plays that out to the fielder at wide-ish, mid-off, no run.
And of course, it helps that India will be 1 bowler down with Bumrah not on the field at the moment. So if these two can just make India make bowling changes, bring guys back for second spells, maybe earlier than they would have liked, even make them bowl Ashwin.
Siraj into Quinton de Kock. This one rising off of a good length. Quinton just dotting that out to the leg side. It was going across him, but not too much. It's just on that off stump line, and Quinton being obliged to just push that out to the leg side and run. Siraj into Quinton de Kock. He's getting that angle across him. and it goes to the keeper. No run. Quinton letting that go off on length.
That was almost the sort of line of his first delivery, which he did play at and edged. Fortunately, Rahul dropping the catch at third slip.
Slightly shorter than that slip through zone, because that was a half volley. Quinton thought he had a 4 through mid-on, but he didn't take into account that the ball was slightly moving away from him as it pitched. Wobble seam. Pitch it and you just don't know what's going to happen. This one down the leg side, Quinton getting a healthy piece of bat and pad, and it will be signaled leg by, so it'll help the part of the bat, missing that one. And a single has been taken. First round for South Africa in about 10 balls. So that's really good. Timber's now going to face Mohamed Siraj, who I think he's more comfortable bowling to right-handers.
First extra of the innings as well, which tells you that India's bowling has been very accurate and disciplined. And I think Siraj was bowling a good line to the cock. Certainly testing him outside, on and about that off stump.
Timber's got 3 slips, gully to Siraj, point, mid-on, mid-off, and square leg. On a good length, rising up, Timber defending it high on the bat, off the back foot, back to the bowler. Dot ball. Siraj into Timber Pavuma. Timber drives this full ball back to the bowler. Still no runs there. End of Siraj's over. South Africa 33 for 4.
Looks like Shreyas Iyer is the substitute fielder who's come on for Jasprit Bumrah. He'll be fielding at mid-on now as Quinton de Kock prepares to take strike against Mohamed Shami. I think it's the first time he'll be facing Shami in this innings.
Yes, Mohamed Shami's coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. He's gotten 3 slips and a galley, but more 4 slip because he's not actually taking a step back behind the slip, so to create that bit of an angle. You've also got, now you have a backward point, cover point, as well as mid-off. And this ball outside that off stump for Quinton, it was short enough for him to try and slap it through point, but he had to restrain himself as he let that one go through to Rishabh Pant.
Mohamed Shami bowling to a 7-2 field here because he's brought Iyer across from mid-on into that cover position. Fine leg has come a bit squarer, and mid-wicket has moved kind of towards mid-on, but is quite a wide mid-on at the moment. So just testament to Shami's accuracy that he's able to bowl to a 7-2 field.
Shami into Quinton de Kock, who drives this one straight. It's going to be well fielded by R. Ashwin at mid-off. It had 4 written all over it. Had it been a lot straighter, but great fielding from R. Ashwin. When last did you see a 7-2 field? Because we've just been given 6 threes all this test match, throughout this test match.
It's not easy to bowl to, that's the thing, because the temptation is for the bowler to bowl too wide outside off stump because he's worried about getting too straight. But in order to be effective, you really want the batsman to be playing.
Shami into Quinton de Kock, shorter one outside the off stump. Quinton lets that go through. He now has to become the spearhead of this attack. He's done really well so far. The aggressor in Bumrah is obviously out. So Shami has to try and shoulder that responsibility of being very aggressive. But on the other end, Mohamed Siraj is doing a really great job. Shami coming into Quinton, getting him to play on that off stump line, fuller length ball. He defends out to the offside.
And India, of course, do have another pace bowler in their arsenal who's yet to come on, and that's Shardul Thakur, who's only playing in his 5th Test match, but he's also done impressively so far with the ball. 14 wickets, an average of just 22. His best of 4 for 61 against Australia in Brisbane. So I fancy those 4 tests have been split between Australia and New Zealand, who are the world test champions.
No, actually England.
Ah.
He didn't play in the New Zealand Test series. India opting to go for 3 spinners and 1 seamer. Shami coming into Quinton de Kock outside the off stump, fuller length ball. Quinton letting that go. It's actually not full; it's back of a length, and Quinny not wanting to play at that. He's shaping as though he wants to play a cross-batted shot. That's a testament to the length. So it's a little bit shorter than full that Shami is bowling. So Shardul Thakur, as well as Mohamed Siraj. Mohamed Siraj was the bowler who played against New Zealand. Shardul Thakur played England and in Australia earlier this year. Shami in outside the off stump. Quinny letting that go through a little bit fuller than the previous ball, and Quinny just coming forward and letting that go through. End of that over. Maiden, 33 for 4.
So top-class opposition so far for Thakur in his Test career, and he's done well. 14 wickets at 22.
Because earlier on before we actually came live, we were speaking about how South Africa have 7 bowlers in their squad of 21 or 20 now, 6 now with Anil Care being out. India have done that throughout the year, and they've just rotated their bowlers, largely sometimes obviously injury enforced. In Australia, you kind of felt like they were running out of fast bowlers, but net bowlers who were there. Navdeep Saini got their debut. Shardul Thakur, who was initially considered to be more of a net bowler in that Australia series, getting called up. Mohamed Siraj also debuted in that series. And they just travel the world with 5-6 bowlers now, and they've been very exciting.
They do have wonderful fast bowling depth. There's no doubt about it. And there's also no doubt that that's been behind the way they've turned around their fortunes away from home. They're now a very successful touring side as well. And, of course, South Africa, the last frontier for them. It's the only country where they have not won a series.
Don't tell the Indian team that it's the final frontier. We've got a stoppage in play. The electronic side screen that is the host sponsor's advertising platform. That's Betway. Has a bit of a glitch in the top corner on the left-hand side, and it's bothering Temba Bavuma. I thought the previous over it would bother Quinton de Kock a little bit more, and they're trying to switch it off, first of all, which they are struggling to do, and also cover it with a white sheet. But I don't think it's helping because you can still see some flickering coming through that white sheet.
And it's bright green and red lights that are flashing out of the top corner of the board.
And I think from Timber's vantage point, it's probably at the point of release for the right hand. I think Quinny didn't have a problem with it because Siraj was coming at an angle towards him, so he's not necessarily looking there. So
I have sympathy for Timber. I think that would be very distracting.
Yes, now the top row of that side screen has now gone black. I don't know if that helps.
Half the top row. One worries that it might spring into life.
In the middle
as Siraj is bowling.
That would be horrible. Truly, truly horrible. Siraj from the Hennops River end, 4 slips in tow, bowling to Temba Bavuma. He drives that. It was uppish, nearly possibly caught by the bowler, but it was well driven to the long off boundary.
That's a thumping straight drive by Temba Bavuma. I fancy it went past the bowler in the air, but it would have been a hell of a catch if Siraj had pulled that one off because it was right out the screws. by Temba Bavuma.
Off stump half volley. Timber is still alert to those. South Africa have been on the defensive, but it's good to see that they can also put pressure back when bad balls arrive.
Definitely in the air past Siraj, but about a foot or two wide of him. So safe.
Siraj in again. This one similar length, but the line is more on middle stump, and Timber playing that out to the fielder, who is at square leg, more in between mid wicket and square leg on the ring. That's Shreyas Iyer.
So Bavuma off the mark with that wonderful boundary. Quinton de Kock is yet to get going in this innings.
Siraj into Temba Bavuma, who gets one back of a length, and Temba has to shoulder arms to it. It's obviously quite interesting with the different heights of the batsman. The bowler also needs to adjust to what a good length it is to bowl to Temba Bavuma, and that ball would have probably been a good length to Rassi. This one just Temba letting that go through past him.
Yeah, Quinton de Kock not that far away from Bavuma in height. He's a bit taller.
Mm-hmm.
But as you say, Rassi van der Dussen would be very different.
Timber driving it down. That was too full from Mohammad Siraj. He's searching to try and break through Timber's defenses. He erred on length, and Timber obliged with a four.
That one to the onside of the bowler. Quinton de Kock had to get out the way quite smartly to allow the ball through. But Temba Bavuma, lovely balance and lovely full face at the bat, presented as he punched that back down the ground.
Ooh. It's a beautiful time to be. I'm sure the batters now in the dressing room are like, why weren't we getting those those half volleys?
Well, perhaps because they went looking for balls outside off stump, whereas Temba Bavuma has kind of waited for the bowler to come to him.
Siraj into Bavuma, another fuller ball outside the off stump. It was a half volley, but he drives that straight to the field at extra cover. A little bit either side of that would have had four all over it. Siraj going a lot fuller now. I think he's trying to get Temba into a place where he's coming forward to balls a little bit more. Then he might drop in one slightly shorter and bring in that chorus of slips behind him. Siraj into Temba. This one's down the leg side as a back of a length. Temba playing that out for a lovely single to end that over. 17 overs gone, South Africa 42 for 4.
Yeah, I think Siraj just losing his length a bit in that over. The last ball was too short. I would have liked to have seen him bowl a bit in between the lengths he was bowling in that over. A few deliveries were too full to Bavuma. There's a length here that if you find it, it puts the batsman in doubt as to whether to come forward or go back. And if he does go forward, there's always the chance of the odd delivery spitting, taking off from the surface. That does offer occasional excessive bounce.
And we saw that with Jasper Bumrah bowling from that Hennops River End. He seemed to find that length really well. Also from the West Lane and the pavilion where we are, Mohammad Shami in that over that he bowled Aiden Markham, there was one that spat off a good length, and he provided that extra bounce that Aiden couldn't necessarily ride. He was trying to play off that back foot punch, and luckily he didn't get an edge, but then a couple of balls later he was castled. Shardul Thakur is now coming in, the fourth seamer. It's going to be interesting to see how India now handle that as Shami goes upstairs for a little bit of a breather. 3 slips gully to Temba Bavuma. He's got a cover point as the first ball goes outside the off stump, fuller length, and there's a no ball bowled by Shardul Thakur. 6-3 field. I've got mid wicket. You've also got mid on. You've also got square leg. Not square leg, I beg your pardon. Fine leg. With the 3 slips galley point and extra cover more. Yeah, extra cover. He's not widen it off. Shadul Thakur into Temba Bavuma. Outside the off stump, Temba lets that go through. Doesn't want the fate that befell Rassi to befall him.
Straight away, quite a considerable drop off in pace. Yeah, but Bavuma and the Cock want to make sure that they don't have any lapses in concentration. Don't take it any easier, just because the bowler's a bit more towards fast medium than outright fast.
Oh, you can't. I don't think with this Indian bowling lineup that you can actually, rest on your laurels as the next ball goes past the Timber Bavuma's bat. A little bit fuller, he lets that go through, no run.
Yeah, well, Lugi Ngidi showed how effective he was on this pitch. That last delivery from Tucker at 127 kilometers per hour. Ngidi, I fancy, was a bit quicker than that. He was more in the mid to low 130s on average.
Yes, but I think he worked on cranking his pace up a little bit more, especially in that second session on day one. Thakur coming in 3 slips. Gully, that one was outside the off stump, way wide. Timber tried to reach at that fuller ball, playing a cut shot, but all he got was an under edge that squirted out to the fielder at backwards at all. The 4th slip there. Oh, Gully for no run. Thakur into Temba Bavuma. Temba shows arms and lets that go outside the off stump. A little bit of respite for the South Africans possibly, but we need to have full focus as these two have a mountain to climb to get South Africa back into this contest.
Yeah, they need to just take it bit by bit, mini session by mini session. Just try and make sure that they are still there at the drinks break, which is only a couple of minutes away probably.
Thakur into Bavuma, gets a defensive stroke out of Bavuma on the back foot, full of ball on that off stump line and defended out in the run.
Actually, it might be a bit longer than that because this is an extended session. So we're coming up to an hour after lunch, but with this session being 2.5 hours, we'll probably go another 15 minutes or so before the drinks break.
Trying to get those extra 8 overs in the day. The way this game is going and how quickly this game has advanced, we may not even need to try and catch up as many overs as possible.
Bowlers certainly holding sway today. 11 wickets have fallen for just 98 runs.
A spread slip cordon now for India. And Timber driving that full ball outside the off stump and the fielder extra cover. That Shreyas Iyer managing to reel that in and only a single resulting from that shot. South Africa, end of the 18th over, 44 for 4. Quinton de Kock has faced 11 balls. He's yet to get off the mark. Timbers has scored 10 off a 22.
Bavuma just hogging the strike a bit at the moment. De Kock has been there quite a long while, but only faced 11 balls, yet to get off the mark.
Siraj to resume from the Hennops River end. Much more compact slip cordon to Timber Bavuma with 3 slips and a gully. Short ball bowled by Siraj. Timber easily ducking underneath that one.
I'm wondering if this is becoming a bit of a trend in modern cricket, that the slip cordons, and I noticed it in the Ashes as well, Australia's slips really stand very close to each other, and that Indian slip cordon as well.
But on the other end, they were actually quite wide. It was more like 1 and 2 and 4. Whereas in this over, it's 1, 2, 3 and the gully. Siraj into Timber, full ball outside the off-stump. Timber drives that through extra cover. They're going to come back for 2 as the ball is chased down and brought back. Good 2 runs taken there from the South Africans. You have to try keep the momentum going, keep the scoreboard ticking, even though you are under pressure.
With these attacking fields, which are totally understandable, given South Africa 46 for 4, there are going to be plenty of gaps. And as you say, important to get the singles.
Agarwal was the fielder off of that lost ball at extra cover. Siraj into Timber. He drives this one. It's a lot squarer drive as the ball is a little bit wider and a lot fuller. And it gets to the fielder at a point. No runs coming off of that. Siraj has been a lot more fuller with his lines now. He bowled a short one, then he's trying to bowl a lot fuller. You kind of get a sense that he's trying to search for that perfect length for Timber. And he's just struggling to find it.
Yeah, Bavuma being a short guy, you want to try and get him coming forward so that he can't quite get to the pitch of the ball.
Siraj into Timber. Short ball. Timber ducks underneath it by leaning a little bit forward. And another dot ball. Siraj, we're just seeing some replays on the big screen of Siraj's front foot. He's trading very close to that no ball line as he bowls the back of a length ball into Timber's body, who ends up defending it out to the left side no run. Hamuna Vihari also on the field. So Shreyas Iyer and Vihari are on the field. Hamuna Vihari has had an extended stay in South Africa. He was with the India A team in Bloom against SAA. Short ball from Mohammad Siraj. Timber Bavuma is not phased at all. He just ducks underneath it. No run there.
He was probably the India A team's most consistent batsman in that series.
Yes. So update from the Indian team on Jasprit Bumrah. Jasprit Bumrah has suffered a right ankle sprain while bowling in the first innings. Medical team is monitoring him at the moment. Shreyas Iyer is on the field as his substitute. Final ball of Siraj is over. This one goes past the edge of Timber's bat. It's spat up off a length, squaring Timber up, and luckily for the South Africans, no edge came out of that, but a beautiful ball from Siraj.
That's the lengthy ones. Bavuma had to play at it. He was half forward, and it really took off, and he did very well, I think, just to drop the hands at the right time. I suppose the good news for India is that Jasprit Bumrah made it up the 40-odd steps here at Supersport Park from the field to the change room, unaided, yeah. So,
and that's also an ankle breaker there. Those steps are not anyone's fan.
It's a grueling 40-odd steps. I forget the exact number. Perhaps we'll send David Midgley to go and count them out for us at some stage.
It's also quite interesting why the Wanderers don't have steps anymore. It's just a ramp down to the field. I would have thought maybe Sinclair might have wanted to do that because I'm sure a lot of fast bowlers have turned ankles trying to get down to the field. Or even batters with those pads. Thakur to left-hander Quinton de Kock. 4 slips and the point. Quinton getting a healthy edge coming through a ball that was a half volley. Fuller length outside that off stump. He threw his hands at that and it went to the third man boundary for 4. That brings up South Africa's 51 for 4.
It's taken just over an hour and a half of toil for the South Africans to get to that 50, and Quinton de Kock also finally off the mark after a dozen or so deliveries Rather a streaky shot as well.
So now we're going back to the spread out slip cordon now. Ken, 2 slips. It's 1 and 2. It's 4 and gully.
What I mean is 1 and 2 are quite close to each other.
Takur into Quinton de Kock. That's full on off stump, and Quinton drives that beautifully using all timing to the long on boundary for 4.
Whereas the previous shot by de Kock, he was playing a fair way away from his body. That was beautifully compact, just a punch to the onside of the bowler.
It's a beautiful shot from Quinton. One of the best you'll see from him. Probably one of my favorite shots of his, where he just holds his line, holds his shape, and allows the bat to do everything. Just come through the line, and the length and pace just takes it to the boundary. Next ball outside the off stump, Shardul Takur bowling right arm over to Quinton de Kock, and Quinny letting that go through to Rishabh Pant for more.
Just talking about the many stairs up to the change room here again. Never mind the risk of doing an ankle or something on a very hot day for the fast bowlers when they've bowled a dozen overs or so. Not really what they want to see in front of them before they go for their break.
And next ball played back to Siraj just outside the off stumps. Quinton defending that back to the bowler. We've now figured out how many those steps are. Dave Misley having to run up and down, but in a COVID world,
I'm still looking fresh.
He is in his what do we call them at school? I think it's firsts or whatever it
Number
was.
ones.
Number ones, yeah, but those ones. He says that number is 51.
51. Oh.
To get to the change room. Shardul Takur to Quinton de Kock. This one a lot straighter. And Fuller, Quinny just defending that back to the bowler. Quinny's got a square leg, next to the umpire, probably for that hook shot, for that pull shot. If there's a short ball coming through and a mistimed one, you've also got fine leg grazing in the sunlight. Very close, 1 and 2. A 4th slip, gully, point. India here, and they've come to attack. They want wickets. Takur in to Quinny. Short ball down the leg side. Quinton missing out on I would call a freebie. Just trying to get used to the pace that Takur is bowling.
It'll be disappointed he didn't get bat onto that one. One of his strong areas off the pads there. And with only one fielder in front of square on the leg side, there were certainly runs to be had there. That square leg is now dropping back to the boundary.
Okay, here we go. Here's the plan. Short ball or double bluff outside the off stump, trying to get him nicked off. I'm not sure
Takur has the pace to really bounce Quinton de Kock.
Maybe that's well, so now we're getting Shardul Takur coming around the wicket. Maybe that's the idea, to make Quinton think that he can't and see if he can't clear that fielder at square leg. Coming in, back of a length outside the off stump. Quinton defending that back out to the leg side. No run there.
I think with the change of angle, with Takur now coming around the wicket, he's going to be angling into de Kock's pads, and we do know that Quinton de Kock likes that the flick off his pads. He has played it in the air from time to time.
But so wouldn't you want that square leg to be a lot finer around the more deep backward square leg than conventional square leg?
De Kock does hit it square. I have seen him caught at deep square leg before.
Takur does not follow our advice. He bowls it outside the off stump, and Quinton defending that for the end of that over. 57 for 4.
I don't think they're bowling for that mode of dismissal. It's just if Takur does get a bit too straight an angle into de Kock's pads, then there is some protection out there. And if by happy coincidence he does hit it in the air, there is a catcher there as well.
Before we go off, what did you make of Dean's deep point midway through day 1?
It's a common fielding position these days, it seems. particularly if guys are trying to build pressure outside off stump. It's almost saying that if you do get the ball away, we'll give you one. We don't want to give you four. Deep point used to be considered a very defensive field placing, but it is being used more and more. And for some batsmen, it is actually an attacking position.
Because I think you were feeling that they were trying to get India to play on the back foot and punch it, and possibly maybe skying it in the air. Siraj bowling to Timber defending that really well, as the mini milestone for the South Africans right now would be to get to drinks, which is 4 minutes away, probably. You could swear it never rained yesterday for the whole day.
It's a beautiful day, yeah. It's so nice to wake up to clear blue skies and the sun shining this morning. It's been a bit of a rare sight on the Highveld for the last month or so.
Siraj coming into Temba Bavuma from that head up to the end. This one bounce, get a bit of extra bounce outside that off stump, back of a length, and Temba just letting that go through by shouldering arms. Siraj into Timber. This one going outside the off stump. That's the length. It's back of a length to Timber, but out on that off stump line, forcing him to come forward and play at that. It went past the shoulder of the bat, but no edge.
Yeah, lovely delivery, almost like a leg cutter from Siraj. He's into his 5th over of the spell. Still plenty of energy, but he's a tall, lithe guy. Plenty of energy about his bowling. He fairly sprints in to deliver the ball, and the Indians caught and all had their hands on their heads for that last delivery.
Siraj into Temba Bavuma, and Temba drives this one. It's too full, and he obliges with a beautiful shot, straight drive to a long on for 4.
It's a lovely little battle developing here between Siraj and Bavuma.
Temba dealing in force.
Siraj happy to get it up there to Bavuma and invite the drive, and that's probably now the 4th time in this innings that Temba Bavuma has very much been up to the task and beautifully punching the ball straight down the ground.
Touch to full from Siraj, and it's a half volley for Temba Bavuma. Oh, next ball, he drags the length back a little bit on that same line, and Temba just letting that go through at the last minute. Siraj, last ball of the 21st over to Bavuma. Short ball, Temba ducks underneath it. Great take by Rishabh Pant, jumping up all the way with a one hand and collecting it. That's the end of the 21st over, 61 for 4, and that is drinks and the end of our commentary stint. And the next voices you will be hearing will be of Dave Midgley and Tepo Taela.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to Supersport Park for the second half of the post-lunch session. And India roaring back after a morning session in which they lost the last 7 wickets for just 55 runs. They have since reduced South Africa to 61 for 4 in reply to India's 327 all out. South Africa had actually slumped to 32 for 4 before Temba Bavuma on 16 not out, Quinton de Kock on 8 not out, have added 29 for the 4th wicket. But my pleasure to have Tsepo Tayela next to me. Tsepo, still plenty of work for the Proteas batsmen to do.
Too much work. It's a lot of work. Still a deficit of 266, and that's just to get the scores level. But it feels like the batting on a totally different pitch. Day 3 and day 1, totally different days altogether. We saw the South African bowlers getting tons of purchase off the pitch, tons of movement in the air especially. And the Indian pace attack has the skill, has the quality to extract the same type of stuff. So it's been hard going. Third day, difficult for batting. But that's what Test cricket is, a war of attrition.
Yeah, just to run through the scorecard quickly, as we're going to have the off-spinner, Ravi Chandran Ashwin, who's going to bowl his first over of the innings from the West Lane end. And it's only the 22nd over of the innings, but India, of course, have lost Jasprit Bumrah, who rolled his ankle bowling his 6th over of the day, rolled his ankle in the follow-through, so he's left the field and has not come back yet. We'll go through the scorecard. Perhaps in between deliveries, Ashwin bowls. He's got a slip. He's going to have a short leg in place, a short third man, cover mid-off, wide-ish mid-on, backward square leg, and a long on to Quinton de Kock. Here's Ashwin. Ashwin and de Kock cuts him. It's to the right of that short third man, and they'll go through for a single. So the men out for South Africa. Dean Elgar out in the first over, caught by wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant off Jasprit Bumrah for 1. Aiden Markram was bowled by Mohammad Shami for 13. Keegan Peterson also bowled by Mohammad Shami for 15. And Rassie van der Dussen was caught behind off Mohammad Siraj for just 3.
Not a pretty looking scorecard at all. Top order collapse. It's calamitous. Most of those deliveries, good deliveries to get the wickets.
Ashwin in the game. This one's fuller. Bavuma punches nicely, but straight to mid-on. There'll be no run. Yeah, it was great bowling by India, but I did feel there were deliveries that the South African batsmen didn't need to play at.
Rassie van der Dussen in particular.
Ashwin in again. This is back of the leg. Bavuma onto the back foot and drives, but he can't beat the man at cover. No run.
Rassie van der Dussen just hanging his bat out to drive for a wide one.
Ashwin in again. Back of the length again. Bavuma defends off the back foot into the covers. No run.
Which, at the time, very, very bad. 2 wickets, 3 wickets down. And a dismissal like that, not good. Not good. Not easy on the eye at all.
So we now have a short mid-wicket in place for Bavuma. Ashwin, this is full down the leg side. Ravuma, hint of overbalancing there, but managed to stay on his crease as wicketkeeper Pant gathered. Ashwin in again for the last ball of his first over, full, and Ravuma just pushes this towards the onside, and Virat Kohli dashes from short mid-wicket to do the fielding. So the end of Ashwin's first over, just a single coming off at South Africa, 62 for 4. As Chepa said, the deficit's still 265. South Africa, of course, have to bat last on this pitch. Chepa, what would you be comfortable with in terms of a lead or a deficit for the Proteas?
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't expect the Proteas to be leading at the end of the first innings. Losing too many wickets at the top end. Best batsman going out. A decent deficit, a respectable one. They'll be very happy if they got within 50 of the Indian score. That's quite a hefty total as well. Getting well over 275. And then they'll make a game out of this. They can fight for the draw from there. The key is just to get India to bat again. Don't want...
Siraj is into De Kock, who punches nicely towards mid-off, who fields very well. Cut off at least a single, and one feels that if it had beaten him, it could well have run away from 4.
But that's obviously long-term. Talking about the follow-on or avoiding the follow-on would probably be a short-term move. Just little milestones. That's the name of the game here for the South Africans. The expression of how to eat an elephant. You don't eat it all in one gulp. You have to eat it piece by piece. And that's exactly what these two will be wanting to do. And no strangers in the middle of the crease are these two campaigners. They made quite a few decent partnerships together. Match-saving partnerships. The one that comes to mind is the one in New Zealand.
Partnership's key, no doubt. Siraj into De Kock. He's edged it. It's gone short, though, of second slip. Good angle that again by Siraj. Of course, he had De Kock dropped first ball at third slip by KL Rahul. Similar sort of delivery.
Opportunities are plenty here for the Indians. And as I was saying, it looks like it's a totally different pitch to day one. This one looking a lot faster, a little bit more movement through the air as well.
De Kock just really closing the face of the bat there, trying to play that quite square on the leg side and getting himself into trouble. Siraj will continue around the wicket to the left-hander, and this time De Kock shoulders arms. So the partnership worth 30 at the moment. And I think looking at how the ball has behaved today, Tepa, it's fair to say that South Africa did not bowl well on that first day. It was not a 272 for 3 pitch.
Oh, that much is true. Way too many runs as we see Jasprit Bumrah coming down the stairs. Still hobbling just a little bit. Probably not going to be back onto the field.
Siraj in again to De Kock. Full. De Kock punches again. But again, he's not going to beat that man in mid-off. Siraj is into the 6th over now of his spell. He bowled a couple of overs with the new ball and then gave way at the West Lane end to Mohammad Shami. But then he had to be called in as an emergency replacement for Bumrah. But Siraj in again. Nice and full, De Kock forward and punches this back to the bowler. India do have some thinking to do on who to replace Siraj with. Mohammad Shami bowled 6 overs, 2 for 10. He was outstanding after lunch, but one wonders if he's had enough of a rest. Bumrah with 4 slips and a backward point. East Siraj and De Kock hooks this one without any great timing. It's gone wide of mid-on, who is Ashwin lumbering after the ball, and they'll get a comfortable 2 runs. The Cock will go to 11. Bavuma on 16. It's 64 for 2, South Africa.
The Indian team still aggressive here with their 4 slips as that over comes to an end. That's good to see. They still have their tails up. They've been bowling quite well, have the Indians. Getting the right lines and lengths, getting the batsmen playing and making them make bad decisions. Balls that they shouldn't be playing to, they are playing to, and that's exactly what pressure does. It makes you make bad decisions. And I think you mentioned it in your commentary stint, or you or Umpo mentioned it. In the last tour that India came, a few wayward deliveries took the pressure off the batsman, whereas this time around, tons of pressure, line, length, consistency. And that led to the mini collapse at the top of the South African order.
Ashwin will continue to Bavuma with a leg slip in place. Bavuma turns this way through square leg, though, and is quickly away for the single. He'll go to 17 and the total 65 for 4.
Runs like that, the runs that you sort of have to fight for, you dot down, take a quick single. That will be the bread and butter for the South African batsmen. Obviously, a few bad balls they can put away as well if they come around.
This is back of a length from Ashwin. Cock comes forward and chops it to backward point. No run. Yeah, and it's very much Temba Bavuma's game as well. He's a busy cricketer, good at finding the gaps and the singles. Ashwin into Cock, who drives, but cover will cut that off for no run. For De Kock, there's a short extra cover. Virat Kohli in place for the lofted drive and a slip and a short leg. Ashwin in again. This is flighted and De Kock drives it back down the pitch to the off spinner. Long on also in place. Slower and tossed up a bit, and De Kock has pushed this past mid on to that long on fielder for an easy jogged single. Takes himself to 12. Total now 66 for 4.
Ashwin isn't quite the prolific bowler in South African conditions, something like an average of over 80. I'll find the exact stats, but defensive.
Ashwin well pitched up again. Bavuma drives, but can't beat Kohli at short mid-wicket, quickly dropping to his right. And that's the end of the over. Jasprit Bumrah down to our right is just doing a few bowling warm-ups.
That's good to see.
Yeah.
It's good to see. He was hitting his straps quite nicely, bowling very well.
Yeah, Chepa, that new ball burst by India, Bumrah, Shami, that was really proper stuff. And Shardul Thakur is switching ends. He bowled a couple of overs from the West Lane in, which cost 12 runs. He's now replacing Mohammad Siraj at the Henops River end. Bowling to Quinton de Kock, the left-hander. He's got 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on. A mid-wicket, who's about 15 metres off the boundary. Fine leg. In full outside off stump, and de Kock lets that go through.
Just looking at the partnerships between Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma, they averaged 32.52 together, which isn't too bad. Had quite a few 100 partnerships. There's one against Australia and Hobart in 2016. Another one in New Zealand in 2017, and that was the first one that came to mind. And other than that, another 85 against Australia in Johannesburg. Not too many against subcontinental oppositions that you can write home about.
Thakur in again to de Kock, and again outside off stump and left alone. Both Hobart and New Zealand. Was the New Zealand game in New Zealand?
Mm.
Yeah, so I seem to recall pretty seamer-friendly tough conditions for batting on both those occasions. You always just get the feeling that the difficult situation brings out the best in Temba Bavuma, and Quinton de Kock always pretty unflustered by whatever's going on. Takir in again and again, just outside off stump and left alone.
That's exactly what the South Africans will want to be doing. Leaving anything that's outside the off stump. We saw KL Rao do something similar there to get his 122. Didn't play at any deliveries that did not need to be played at, and put away and dispatch the bad deliveries. And as the ball got older, it got a bit easier for him. The bowlers were really toiling. He was putting them under the pump, and that's exactly what these batsmen will need to do now.
Takir in again to de Kock on his pads. He turns this away wide of mid-on, and they'll go through for a quick single. De Kock is on 13 now, and the total 67 for 4. Yeah, Tempa, I think 11 wickets falling for 87 runs
Says a lot.
this morning, and just that first sort of 45 minutes after lunch just shows what this pitch does have to offer if you get your lines and lengths right.
Truly. The bowling masterclasses we've seen today from both teams, in fact, were really good to see.
Takir into Bavuma now, who comes forward defensively and steers this away on the offside, no run.
But you feel that if the batsmen are able to apply themselves, really get stuck in, they could probably get just as many runs or get themselves a decent amount of runs. Outfield doesn't look too slow. Was a bit sluggish on the first day. But you'll get real value for your shots here, as you usually do in Centurion.
Yeah, it's a good contest between bat and ball. Batsmen who are willing to dig in and apply themselves can score runs, as Rahul showed us. Takir in again, and Bavuma, it's an action replay of that solid forward defensive stroke. To end the over, so 25 overs bowled now, South Africa 67 for 4.
You'd feel that South Africa would be happy just to make it to the end of the day, not losing too many more wickets, make it to the end of the session if we were to break down the task.
Well, at 32 for 4, yeah, I think surviving the day was paramount, and they will still be very, very happy. There are 55 overs left in the day's play, and the deficit 260, so they're not going to manage to get a lead today. They've just got to occupy the crease for as long as possible.
And see where that takes them in terms of a score. Ashwin continuing from the pavilion end.
And de Kock tries to cut one that's too close to him and beat him a bit for pace as well. He practices a more straight bat shot, which perhaps is what he should have employed in the first place. Trying a late cut there, Quinton de Kock.
Just a little bit of turn away from the left-hander.
Ashwin in again, and this time de Kock does play with a straight bat. Bounces away on the offside, no run.
Ashwin looking like he's getting a little bit of turn off the pitch, which he'll be very encouraged by. Just getting a shot at Dean Algar in the dugouts. He has his helmet on.
Off to the nets, no doubt. Loves batting, Dean Algar. So the fact that he only faced 2 deliveries today, that will have him rather grumpy. He'll be feeling like he needs more.
That delivery that squared him up was an absolute jaffa.
Ashwin in again, well flighted. De Kock comes forward defensively. Goes to short cover, no run. Yeah, I think Algar, it's always difficult the first over of the innings, of course, for the left-hander against a bowler like Bumrah, but if his footwork had been a little bit better, he might have been able to cover that delivery, but it was a cracking ball to get so early in your innings. Ashwin in again flighted. De Kock punches firmly, but mid-on will come across and make a tumbling save. Lots of shouts of acclamation from the Indian fielders. The partnership with 35, they're trying to encourage each other to get the breakthrough. De Kock slashes and misses. That was well flighted by Ashwin, and De Kock aimed to slash it away on the offside, missed.
Little bit of impatience here from Quinton de Kock. He's keen to get runs on the board as he usually is, and probably seeing Ashwin as the best way to do so. Pace bowling looking very difficult to face.
This is short from Ashwin, pulled away by Quinton de Kock, and that's 4 runs through mid-wicket. Hopefully that'll settle South Africa's wicketkeeper batsman down a bit. A boundary to end the over.
Stand and deliver. That one was dragged down just a little bit, and he dragged that across to the onside and sent it to the cow corner boundary. He'll be happy with that stroke.
Takes him to 17 not out, same score as Temba Bavuma. South Africa now 71 for 4. Ashwin, you just felt was starting to work on de Kock a bit in that over. He'll be very upset that he let him off the hook with that long hop off the last ball of the over.
And that's what the South Africans will be waiting for. Just one delivery, a boundary ball in the over. Put pressure on the bowling team when they give them nothing. We saw that with the amount of leaves that the Indian team gave in the first day. South African bowlers just getting a little bit impatient.
Shardul Thakur is continuing to Temba Bavuma. That's wide outside off stump, and Bavuma will have nothing to do with it. So I can just sense with Thakur, who's the very much the fourth seamer in this team, and Ashwin bowling, there's not a huge amount of assistance in the pitch yet for the spinner, that the pressure may be just off the South African batsman a bit.
Just a little bit. New ball not doing, or ball not so new anymore, 26.1 overs old. So not as threatening, doesn't have as much bite.
And again, Bavuma drives expansively. He hasn't really timed it, but the fielder at running across the middle rather bailed out of that, did Ravi Ashwin, and it goes through to the cover boundary. So another welcome boundary for Temba Bavuma.
A little bit of a lapse in concentration there from the fielder there on the offside. But a great drive from Temba Bavuma. A little bit of a half volley, as you said, Ken, wasn't timed to perfection, but was able to reach the boundary. Ashwin not picking it up as it went past him. Sort of caught in two minds, tried to cut it off, but then saw, wait a second, I'm not going to reach this. And then the ball just won the race to the cover boundary.
He's a big man, Ashwin, and I think he realised the dive was necessary, but he didn't want to put it in. As Bavuma edges this drive, but all the way along the ground, wide of third slip. And that's back-to-back boundaries for Temba Bavuma. Takes him to 25.
Fortune favours the brave, as they say. A very thick outside edge, beating all the slips, and also racing to the boundary.
We said the pressure's easing a bit, but you just don't want to have a lapse in concentration. And Temba Bavuma driving expansively there. There's still so much work to be done by South Africa. They need to keep it tight. As Thakur is in again to Bavuma, and he shoulders arms to this delivery outside off stump. And still a beautiful afternoon here in Centurion. Those clouds that were scattered clouds building up in the south seem to have retreated, if anything, rather than got any closer. So we are set fair at the moment. 54 overs scheduled to still be bowled today.
Also a little windy here, not significantly.
This is edged again by Bavuma off the back foot, but again it went straight to ground and then to third slip. Bavuma perhaps just needs to tighten up his game a little bit here. He's done the hard work to get to 25 not out. Would hate to give it away now.
Certainly not that. Getting that feeling of bats on ball, quite heavy-handed as well. We saw that thick outside edge running to the boundary, threw his hands at that.
Thakur to Bavuma, that's a very solid forward defensive by Temba Bavuma. Cover will do the fielding, no run. And Jasprit Bumrah continuing to do some pretty intense warming up exercises down the other side of the boundary. He's walking fairly freely, so he's probably going to be back on the field fairly soon, which will be great news for India and for lovers of fast bowling. As the fast medium Takia into Bavuma cuts.
Nice.
Lovely shot, but just a bit too close to backward point, who dives across to make the save. Mayank Agarwal doing well there.
No, he's definitely fine in the middle of the bat is Temba Bavuma. Unfortunate not to pierce the gap, but a good-looking shot. And yeah, we just get confirmation that's a no ball from Thakur.
Should have been the end of the over, but umpire Holdstock kept the players in position as the TV umpire checked that, and that's the 6th no ball of the Indian innings, of the South African innings, the Indian bowling effort. Kagiso Rabada bowling all 11 of South Africa's no balls. Takia into Bavuma, outside of stump left alone, and that will now be the end of the 27th over. South Africa 81 for 4.
Good over for the South Africans. 2 boundaries coming off it. One fortunate, one classy. But runs are runs. Over update. -1 to the over rate.
So that means India are 1 minute behind.
Is that good? Wait, as in they are behind the over rate, so the 1 over
Yes,
to
I
the
thought,
bad or to the good? I'm struggling to
I thought
understand.
I
It's
heard
like
Simon
par?
Gear as Ashwin is in the end to the top. This is just flicked off his pads through square leg for a comfortable 2 runs. And that's the 50 partnership between the Cock and Bavuma. Just what the doctor ordered has come up in 70 minutes off 92 deliveries with 8 boundaries.
Doing it again are Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma. Decent 50 partnership here. This being their...
Meanwhile, Ashwin is in again. De Kock has launched him over the vacant long off boundary. 6 runs for Quinton de Kock.
Okay, it's action time here. Difficult for the bowlers to get hold of this now, and Quinton de Kock just dispatching this right over the mid-off boundary. All the fielders are in. There was one on the boundary here on the onside, but everybody just could stand and look and watch this sail over the boundary, putting a little bit of pressure on the Indian bowling attack now.
Ashwin still flights it up to de Kock, but this one he defends to short cover. No runner. I'm sure de Kock has seen Jasper Bumrah warming up next to the boundary, so perhaps wants to make hay while the sun shines. Ashwin in again, pulls his leg back, but de Kock goes for the quick single. Well played. He just steered that towards the cover point area, drop and run, and he and Temba Bavuma have a very good understanding from all the cricket they played together for the Central Gauteng Lions, or the Highveld Lions as they were known back in those days.
In those days, that was like a few years ago, literally.
Ashwin flights it up to Bavuma, who pushes this back to the bowler on the bounce. No run. Ashwin has got a slip now, a conventional slip to Bavuma. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, so that's also changed. Well flighted, and Bavuma drives, but straight to mid-on. No run. That is the end of Ashwin's 4th over. He's gone for 16 runs, 90 for 4.
This is the period where South Africa will be keen to put pressure on the Indian lineup. Pace bowlers definitely getting the better of the conditions here. And you'd want to take advantage of when they're not operating. Normally bring a spinner in just to hold up one end here in Centurion on these types of wickets. And if you could put pressure on him, you're putting pressure on the entire team. So that's good batting, good decision-making from these 2 batters. Have contributed 26 and 25, de Kock and Bavuma respectively. So this 58-run partnership.
And Mohammad Shami is returning to the attack. He was quite superb up front. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10, bowling with great pace and accuracy, and certainly kept the batsmen on their toes. Quinton de Kock will have to deal with him first. He has 4 slips waiting for any error, and a backward point, mid off, mid on, 2 men on the leg side boundary. Shami around the wicket to the Kock, who drives nicely. He's got that wide of mid on, and there'll be at least one. They're coming back for the second as the man from a deepish mid wicket runs around to cut that ball off. The Kock will go to 26 not out now, 28 not out, I beg your pardon. 92 for 4 the total.
Good placement here from Quinton de Kock. As you said, just wide of the man at mid on. And that's exactly what the South Africans will be looking to do. Just pierce the gaps, get all the runs that they can. On the offside, it's a 3 here, the man at mid on, a man sweeping on deep square leg or deep mid wickets, and then the man at fine leg.
Shami in again. This is shortish, and de Kock works it off his hip through square leg for a single.
They'll be happy with those types of runs. All runs golden right now.
So we'll just see how the field setting changes for the right-handed Bavuma. There's still going to be 4 slips in place. 3. The 4th man is heading more towards a gully, Virat Kohli. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg as Shami back over the wicket to Bavuma, back of a leg. Bavuma defends. It's rebounded close to the stumps, and Bavuma was flapping around a bit at it. It looked a bit like me on the dance floor as hands and legs were moving in rather haphazard fashion, but he managed to kick it away from his stumps in the end. He seemed to have a go with his hand as well.
Sure, ever so close to the stumps. He blocked that into the ground, and it bounced and went towards the stumps. He looked back to see where it was. It was in the air for quite some time, but it looked like it could have clattered into the stumps at any moment. So he's quite sharp to get there.
Shami in again. This is short and rising outside off stump. Bavuma fends at it. It misses the edge and goes through the wicketkeeper punt. Bavuma just takes a little walk away towards square leg to regain his composure a bit.
Jeepers creepers. It may have been a change of ends here for Mohammed Shami, but not a change of results. That one just beating the outside edge. Perfect line. It's on that foot stump line. That corridor of uncertainty gets the batsman just fending towards it, sort of haphazardly, sort of without even second guessing. It's second nature.
Wow, it's lifting and leaving him, and the bat is just drawn towards it somehow. Shami in again. This is straighter, and Bavuma works it through mid-wicket for a single, mid-on running across the field. That's how to do it, Tempo, when you under a bit of pressure get off strike.
100%, and they'll be hoping to rotate the strike there to put pressure on Shami, or at least pressure on any bowler, and get them to change their lines, because right now he's hitting his straps and hitting them hard, especially to the right-hander. So want to put pressure back on the bowling attack, and pressure off yourself, more importantly.
So Shami now to bowl to Quinton de Kock with a gully and 2 slips now. Around the wicket, de Kock works this off his pads, but Kohli is quickly across from shortish mid-wicket to cut off the single. And that's the end of Shami's first over back. Bowled a couple of cracking deliveries, but did concede the boundary as well.
Our cracking deliveries indeed. Right now, South Africa 94 for 4 after 29 overs. Quinton de Kock on 29. And Temba Bavuma on 26. He's on strike at the moment. Ashwin coming in from the pavilion end. A deficit of 233. So they've been chipping away at that deficit ever so slowly. which is the way to do it here in Test cricket. I'll be hoping to get some more here as Ashwin continues his spell.
Partnership worth 62, and just a change to the field for Bavuma. Leg slip coming in, and the short leg is dropping back to square leg, who's a little bit closer in as normal. Ashwin around the wicket, down the leg side. Bavuma misses the leg glance, manages to not overbalance. Bit of excitement by the Indian close-in fielders there. Ashwin in again. This one straighter. Bavuma pushing forward. Is struck on the pad. Stifled appeals by the Indians.
Ashwin isn't quite a prolific wicket taker here in South Africa in his 4 games, getting just 7 wickets.
This is well flighted to Bavuma, who pushes it out on the onside. Short mid-wicket will field.
More importantly, he's got an average of 48.42. So that's nothing to write home about. Encouraging signs for the South Africans is this one blocked out by Temba Bavuma. Definitely seeing an opportunity here. That's probably why Quinton de Kock went so hard at him in his previous over.
Ashwin in again to Bavuma. Short. Bavuma pulls, and he's got that away through square leg for 4 runs.
And as if on cue, that one dragged down and absolutely hooked to the onside. Beat the man at square leg. He didn't stand a chance, and the sweeper just went there to fetch the ball. Cracking shot from Temba Bavuma. Square leg even getting out the way, because that could have punished the feet there. Keeping it on the ground was Temba Bavuma.
Ashwin in again. This is Fuller, but down the leg side, and it actually comes off the pads and goes to leg slip. So the end of Ashwin's over. He's had a couple of drag downs since he's come on. I don't know if he's expecting the South African batsmen to use their feet. They've shown no inclination to come down the wicket to him. But 98 for 4 now, South Africa. De Kock on 29, Bavuma on 30, and face-saving partnership of 66. Just to go back to Ashwin in South Africa, I feel he's taken a few wickets, I think, in the Cape Town Test in 2018. And presumably that's where he's going to be at his most effective in this series.
You'd assume so. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR and also at Gorilla SA. We have a tweet from Ravi Nair saying, I didn't want to comment while SA were busy collapsing, but now, thank goodness, it looks as though they'll reach the follow-on targets. Touch wood, holding thumbs for that. Most South African fans will be. Chris TB, our man Chris, also saying that we've passed England, which is also something good.
Shami around the wicket to De Kock, drives firmly down the ground, but well fielded by Shami in his follow-through, no run.
And quite a theatrical dive from the non-strikers and Temba Bavuma, making sure he's in his crease ASAP.
It looks like Jasprit Bumrah, meanwhile, is heading across to the nets, which are kind of beyond the mid-wicket boundary, as Mohammed Shami is bowling from the Henops River end. And Shami will come in now to De Kock. Back of a length, De Kock chops this into the covers, no run.
Good to see that the Indian staff are doing everything they can to get one of their premier fast bowlers back into shape.
Well, they need him as this partnership grows. Mohammed Shami already coming back for a second spell. He probably is not going to be able to bowl too many overs in the spell, and then they'll need someone from that Henops River end if Ashwin continues from West Lane. Here's Shami again to De Kock, outside off stump and left alone. Two men back on the leg side boundary for Quinton de Kock, the one man square and the other at a conventional fine leg. a first and second slip and someone in pretty much a fourth slip position. Shami in again to De Kock. Full De Kock drives, but he's picked up the man at extra cover. No run.
Powerful looking drive, just picking out the fielder there. We'll take encouragement there from those types of strokes. Will the bowler. Just getting a shot of Quinton de Kock's drop. I believe it was KL Rao who dropped that here, diving to his left. It was a difficult catch to take. If he took it, that would have been an absolute blinder. So an opportunity nonetheless, especially for a big wicket like Quinton de Kock.
As De Kock has pushed this through mid-off for a single.
Tentative at first, looked like they were creeping, waiting for it to pass the man that's here. That's a very short mid-on. Almost looks like an extra cover, but on the onside, and only decided to take the run after that and ran it pretty hard.
Yeah, one does just think, what if De Kock had been caught? There would have been 32 for 5, and the last of the specialist batsmen dismissed, bringing Vian Mulder to the crease. Mulder, of course, a very capable batsman, but someone who has yet to really show that in Test cricket. Perhaps under a bit of pressure for runs as Shami switches to over the wicket to the right-handed Temba Bavuma, who drives nicely, but it's on the bounce to cover and no run.
Well fielded to end in 31st over. South Africa 99 for 4. Both batsmen at the crease, Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma, sitting on 30, and the deficit 2-8.
Vian Mulder scheduled to be the next man in, and I'm pretty sure he will be the next man in his 6 tests so far. He's batted in 9 innings and scored just 143 runs at an average of 15.88. His highest score was made here at Centurion when he scored 36 earlier this year against Sri Lanka. South Africa could well need him to do a lot better than that in this innings, but so far Bavuma and de Kock have dug in well, and just shifted the momentum a little bit as Ashwin, the off spinner, will continue to Quinton de Kock. Well flighted, de Kock pushes this through cover point for a single. There's a cover sweeper now, and South Africa's 100 is up on the board.
That 100 coming off 193 balls, 15 fours, 1 6, but for the loss of 4 wickets. A little bit of a collapse at the beginning of the innings, but a big partnership here of 68 between Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma. A vital partnership, these runs.
And still much work for them to do. Ashwin switches to over the wicket to Bavuma. That's hanging down the leg side, and Bavuma just pads it away.
Interesting sound there. Sounded like it came off the bat, but that was going down leg. It was shoulders, arms. So a strange sound from the thigh pad.
Ashwin, and again, well flighted to Bavuma, who defends this, no run. Temba Bavuma's last test match was when he gave himself out caught behind. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes, he walked.
There was no evidence of him actually having hit the ball, but he heard something clearly as he goes onto the back foot and pushes this into the covers for a single.
He walked. The umpire hadn't given him. He just walked straight off. We looked at the DRS. We looked at Ultra Edge. No sound, but clear daylight between bat and ball. It's quite a shock, that.
And he was on 70 odd, I think.
He's doing very well.
The usual
Pakistan.
Yeah, I won't change. Ashwin well flighted to de Kock, who drives this through the vacant mid-off to long off for another easy single. Yeah, whenever Temba gets to 70 odd, the anticipation rises as the quest for that second test 100 continues. Ashwin now to Bavuma, well flighted. Bavuma drives nicely, but he's picked out mid-on, no run.
Tons of South African fans will be desperate for him to make runs. I'm very keen. There are also some in the opposite camp that don't want to see him, but he offers so much to the team. He offers leadership. He offers a nuggety, a never say die attitude. And that's what you need at the bottom of the order or in the middle order to just carry the tail on, take it all the way to the end of the innings. It's not like he hasn't offered a lot. There were times when he almost got to a century, or I remember one time he almost got there, and I believe it was Morne Morkel on the other end at the Wanderers. Wasn't able to stay in for him to get his century.
Yeah, I think Bavuma's true worth perhaps should be measured in the vital partnerships that he's put together during his Test career. And another one here today, this partnership with 70. South Africa with 32 for 4, as Mohammed Shami will now bowl to the cock outside off stump left alone.
And Temba Vuma's hit a recent decent vein of form. Started with his performance in Pakistan at the beginning of the year. First game, he got 17 and 40 in a losing cause, and then 44 not out, and then a 61 in the second inning. So has been doing quite well of late, getting vital runs on the board, although at those times it was in losing causes. Form is form, and form is exactly what we need.
Shami into the cock outside off stump left alone. Yeah, because I was disappointed that Bavuma wasn't able to play in the Test series in the West Indies. Fractured hand due to a wayward throw, I believe, in the field, because he had been in good form, Bavuma, and it would have been nice to see him build on that, but he's taking his chance so far today. 31 not out. As Mohammed Shami strides in from the head observer into Quinton de Kock, and de Kock plays defensively forward back to the bowler, no run. Shami bowling around the wicket now to the left-hander. He's been switching it around. Into the 33rd over now with this ball, and we can already see it seems to be doing just a little bit less than it was in the opening hour of the innings.
Now, the South African batsmen will be keen to just preserve their wicket, get themselves to tee without losing any more wickets. And you'd expect that if they don't lose any wickets.
De Kock has worked this nicely off his hip down to fine leg where two fielders converge. It's the deep square leg in the end who does the fielding, the 12th man Shreyas Iyer. And a comfortable single takes De Kock to 33. South Africa 103 for 4.
We feel that if they get to tee without losing wickets, they could really start putting pedal to the metal, taking advantage of that older ball that's not doing too much, and really start to put some pressure on the Indian lineup, get that deficit even lower, and maybe even start thinking about a lead. But that's long term. Maybe that's tomorrow's monkey on the back to deal with.
Shami into Bavuma, who defends this shortish delivery to Midon. No run. Yeah, I think run's not really a factor for South Africa today at all. They want to be positive and not get stuck at the crease. But occupation of the crease definitely the first priority today.
What does up their chances is the fact that Jasprit Bumrah's his injury there. Fortunate for the South Africans.
Shami into Bavuma wide outside off stump, and that will be well left alone by Bavuma. End of the over, South Africa 103 for 4 after 33 overs.
It gives the South Africans a little bit of respite. I'll take everything that they can get here. Looks like Siraj has taken off his cap and is making his way to the bowling mark. He might be going here from the pavilion end. Yes, and that's confirmed. He will be coming from the pavilion end. So Ashwin out of the attack at the moment.
Yeah, Maria Erasmus just signalling to Quinton de Kock. There will be some right arm over pace coming from Mohammad Siraj, who's so far bowled 8 overs and 1 delivery and taken 1 for 28. The 1 delivery coming from when he replaced Jasprit Bumrah, India's spearhead, rolling his ankle on the 5th ball of his 6th over. And he's currently in the nets, Jasprit Bumrah, we believe, just having a bowl and no doubt eager to return to action as soon as he can.
We have a tweet here from Linux Leia, not a good number 8. She says, how nice of the Indian bowling and South African batting to collaborate.
Siraj into the cock, left alone outside off stump.
To collaborate to give Virat another shot at a ton in this match. Obvious Virat Kohli fan here, of the many of his fans.
Yeah, Kohli was looking so good in that first innings, getting to 35. I mean, rather giving it away, he'll be furious with himself for getting out to a wideish delivery when well set. Siraj into De Kock, who turns this to mid-on, no run.
Good to see that the South Africans did get themselves to the 100 mark without losing too many more wickets after 32 for 4. Jasprit Bumrah has come back onto the ground.
Well,
I'm not sure what that means. Or not the ground, sorry, yes. Still on the side. He's come back from the nets. He's made his return now.
Siraj to De Kock, who drives, but finds the man who's now at a wideish mid-on, no run. Bumrah's walking pretty freely. I think he's good to go.
He looks pretty good. Looks in good nick. It looks like he's going to get himself a little bit of hydration, a little bit of rest. We might see him before tea, but it seems like we will probably see him after tea for sure.
Well, he'll have to serve that period that he was off the field before he'll be allowed to bowl again. So I do say India will want to get him on the field before tea, and then he can bowl fairly soon after tea. We've got just under half an hour to go until the tea break in this extended second session. Siraj switching to around the wicket to De Kock, who works him away off his pads behind square on the leg side for a single.
Just like that, got to rotate the strike. Every single counts. Partnership now on 72, while South Africa on 104 for 4.
Temba Bavuma had faced twice as many deliveries as Quinton de Kock early in de Kock's innings, but they're now just 8 deliveries between them as Siraj will bowl to Bavuma, struck on the pad. I think it might just be outside or sub, though. India are adamant about this appeal. Arms fully outstretched, roaring their appeal out, and now they are consulting with each other. 3 seconds left for the time on the timer, though. Virat Kohli has just snuck in the review in time.
That was a fantastic delivery, a little bit fuller, and it seemed to have rushed Temba Bavuma, wrapping him on the pads. From up here, it looked like it could have hit outside off stump, maybe even a faint inside edge potentially. Not moving Murray Rasmus, but we'll see. How are you feeling about it, Ken?
Initial impression was probably not out, but Bavuma was on the move a bit. And India are so keen on this appeal.
Waited till the last second to make the review. I'm not sure how keen that is, eh?
Just the appeal was so convincing.
That's true. Could not be a situation of trying to just convince, trying to buy a wicket.
If the umpire, it wouldn't happen at test level, but
true
maybe in club cricket, if the umpire was having a bit of a doze, if he heard such a vociferous appeal, he might be caught into thinking it must have been out. But Maria Rasmus, of course, one of the most experienced umpires in world cricket. We're still waiting for the replay to come up on the big screen. there at Supersport Park, and Erasmus is signalling now that it's not out. We didn't get to see the replay, unfortunately, but third umpire Alahuddin Paleka has obviously had a look at it. I presume that's what happened, and it hasn't been a DRS failure, because that would upset India, especially after Mayank Agarwal's LBW, which many people felt DRS might have got that one a little bit out. Here, in fact, is a DRS review, and it's missing.
Oh, missing leg.
Missing the stumps.
Jeepers.
So a lot of movement by Mohammad Siraj there. And he'll try again to Temba Bavuma. This is well wide of off stump and left alone.
And that ends the over. 104 for 4. Big appeal in that last over. Looked very close and looked like it just missed the stumps by a kitten's whisker. So while South Africa are taking a little bit of control in this game, India are still very much in it.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it control. 104 for 4.
Maybe not control, but
the partnership is built well. 72 between the Cock and Bavuma, but the deficit's still 223, and this is the last specialist pair of batsmen together, as Shardul Thakur is going to return from the Henops River end. So just a few overs, 3 overs, bowled by Mohammad Shami from that end, and he's now having a rest. 9 overs, 2 for 16, Mohammad Shami in this inning so far. So he bowled 3 overs for 6 runs in that spell. Takir, his 4 overs have gone for 23 runs so far, and he'll be bowling to Quinton de Kock with 2 slips in the first and second slip positions, and then a man in a 4th slip position. Takir bowling around the wicket to de Kock. He's chopped it on! De Kock, it was back of a length. He was just playing with an angled bat and nothing stroke really, and he's chopped it straight back into his stumps.
Apt way to describe that, a nothing shot. His head wasn't in that when he played that stroke, and he chopped that on straight onto his stumps, even took a swipe at his stumps afterwards. He was very disappointed with that. It truly should be, as you said, a 45-degree angle, gets the bottom edge and straight onto his stumps. That's Thakur's first wicket of the match. Quinton de Kock chopped that onto his off stump. He has to go after getting 34 runs.
It was really a limited overs type of shot, just like he was trying to steer it down to third man, a really lame sort of dismissal. And I said that the danger with Takir is that he's nowhere near the pace of the other three seamers, that one can be lulled into a false sense of security. And it certainly seemed that is what happened to Quinton de Kock there. A massive blow. De Kock bowled for 34. South Africa 104 for 5 as Vian Mulder comes to the crease.
It looked like he was trying to just guide that through the offside, backward of square, but didn't find the middle of the bat. But as you're saying, Vian Mulder here comes to the middle, averages 15.9. His best score of 36 against Sri Lanka in the previous season. He has a lot to prove here with the bat, averaging over 30, I believe like 32 on the domestic circuit. I can find the exact stats for you. And only averaging 15.9 in the test circuit, just showing the big leap here.
He is a quality batsman, Vian Mulder. He's just yet to show it really at international level. But no better time for him to show his worth here today at Supersport Park with South Africa 104 for 5 and still trailing India by 223 runs.
Yeah, averaging 35.54 in first-class cricket. And after 42 games, that's not bad at all. He's no scrub with the bat.
5 centuries.
650s.
He's bowled well for the Proteas. It would just be so good if he could add the batting to that as well. As Takea Mulder hooks his first ball, which was really rather a slow bouncer, and Mulder's got that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Freebies there from Takur, dragging that down a bit too short, and it just sat up very nicely for Mulder to get over it and send it through that square leg region. Didn't even have to middle it that much. Got a big bounce as it came off the bat and ran to the boundary. 3 runs.
You've still got to be feeling pretty confident, though, to hook your first ball of a test match for 4.
Showing off that batting ability.
It's good to see. Takea in again to Mulder, wide outside off stump and left alone. Another pair of Lions batsmen at the crease. They'll know each other well too, Temba Bavuma and Vian Mulder.
Just seeing a replay of Quinton de Kock's dismissal. Definitely tried to get it through backward of square. Finding the bottom edge, expecting a lot more bounce, and got his bat a little bit too high there.
Takea into Mulder, who drives, but to mid-off, no run.
He does have decent technique, does Mulder, with his drives.
Yeah, I will say in his test career so far that he's actually looked quite good at the crease. It's not as if he's looked out of his depth. He's looked good, just hasn't managed to convert. Today is the day, hopefully, for the young man.
The South African fans will be saying.
Takea in again from the Henops River end. Full shaping away. It's beaten the outside edge of Vian Mulder's defensive push. India's slips getting excited there. That was a very good delivery from Shardul Takea from over the wicket.
It's vital that Vian Mulder starts making runs. My assumption was that Marco Jansen would probably come in to this number 7 slot. If Vian Mulder didn't improve his batting, if Jansen did get a chance.
This is short and outside or something left alone by Mulder.
You don't seem convinced.
I don't think we should be considering Marco Jansen as an out-and-out all-rounder at the moment. Still a young man. His bowling is very promising. Let's just keep him focused on that. He's got ability with the bat, which is fantastic. And if he can bat, it looks like he might well bat 8 in this innings, but 8 or 9, he's got the ability to contribute a lot to the lower order. But 7 would just be a bit too high for me. We need a proper batsman
at 7
in that position. And Mulder is a proper batsman. He just needs to deliver on that potential as we now switch to the West Lane end, and Mohammad Siraj bowling to Temba Bavuma, who tries to work this away on the leg side. It's off the thigh pad, and they will get a leg by. 109 for 5 now, South Africa.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You'd feel that the South African side is still trying to figure out who fits where best. As said, Vian Mulder hasn't really been delivering on all that potential that we've been seeing with the bats. He knows he needs to. Most fans would probably agree with that. So, I mean, if you're not delivering, then your spot's probably going to be taken by someone else. But, I mean, his bowling has been keeping him in the team.
Yeah, to also help if South Africa win.
Yes.
That means there's less pressure to make changes. Siraj in to Mulder. Short edge, dropped just short of third slip. He was rather prodding at that, but the hands were soft, and third slip diving forward just couldn't get to it.
A little bit of a heart and mouth moment there. Slip caught in, smelling blood in the water like sharks. Just bounced short of the third slip there. Ever so close.
Siraj in again to Mulder. Short. Mulder defends nicely though, off the back foot. towards mid-off, no run. You are welcome, of course, to tweet us at
One World SR, one the number, world the word, and then SR the letters, like strike rate. At One World SR, you could also do at Gorilla SA. We'll be reading out your tweets here. Siraj comes in a solid block from Vian Mulder.
So just about 10 minutes to go until the tea break now. Testing time for Vian Mulder. Really needs to dig in and make sure he makes it through to the tea break.
Testing time for most South African batsmen. I'm not going to lie, this entire day, this session has been a session for the bowlers. Ample wickets falling. A very good partnership between Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma on a lapse in concentration, bringing the downfall of the left-hander.
This is full from Siraj, and Mulder covers it well, getting forward nicely. Defends to mid on, no run. Yeah, we've so far had 12 wickets in the first two sessions today. So very, very different to the first day when only 3 wickets fell. But I think the bowling has been a lot better today than on the first day.
Couldn't agree more. Bowling looking a lot zippier from both sides. Rushing the batsman. Decent lines and decent lengths. And also getting... Sorry.
That runs outside off stump and left alone by Mulder. The end of the over, 109 for 5, South Africa. Still trailing by 218 runs.
Seems like the bowlers are actually getting rewarded for their discipline as well. We saw KG Rabada had fantastic discipline yesterday, but he took no wickets, which was quite a surprise. And there were some opportunities that came close, but nothing really convincing besides the one drop catch that Quinton de Kock had for Marco Janssen's bowling, off Marco Janssen's bowling. Over 8 now, minus 1.5.
Temba Bavuma on strike now. He's on 31 not out, and so much responsibility rests on his shoulders, as there so often does, to usher this lower order. Takia into Bavuma, outside off stump and left alone.
Hoping to see a lot more of that. A lot more of leaving the deliveries outside the off stump, not playing unnecessarily. Very difficult to do so with the amount of movement we've been seeing, especially if it goes down that corridor of uncertainty. The balls that shape away from the bat, especially very difficult. Especially if it looks like it's going to clat into that off stump.
Okay, they're going to Bavuma full. Bavuma makes sure he gets everything behind it, just kills it dead in the pitch in front of him, no run. When play started this morning, there was a definite greenish tinge to the pitch. You can see quite a lot of green on it. With the lovely sunshine we've had today and a good breeze blowing as well today, the pitch now is looking a fair bit more brown rather than greenish. There are still greenish patches though, but batting becoming easier as the ball gets older. Takia in again. Outside or stump left alone.
Yeah, it looked very green at the beginning of the day. It was also pretty wet. Wet out there as well after we saw a lot of rain. Good drainage here from the field.
Always is at Supersport Park. There's needed to be, because it is a place where a lot of rain has fallen during cricket season down the years. Takia in again to Bavuma. And again, Bavuma will just leave that alone outside off stump. Temba Bavuma certainly seems to have switched mindset a bit now to just making sure he stays there through until the tea break, which is 5 minutes away.
Now, the worst thing would be to lose the 2-set batsmen. One already fell to a lapse in concentration, a nothing shot, if you will.
Okay, right arm over again to Bavuma. Fuller. Bavuma punches. It's bounced over the bowler, but he's got a bit of a hand to it, I think, and mid-off is able to run across and cut it off, so no run.
Quality stroke that.
He's punched the ball down the ground really well today, Temba Bavuma.
Shot selection has been on point. And when he's punched those drives down the ground, not always beating the men at mid-on, mid-off, or the bowler, but often very, very close if he doesn't beat them.
Yeah, it's a nice compact stroke. Straight bat. Takia in again to Bavuma. Back of the leg. Bavuma pushes forward. Just past the outside edge. Stifled appeal by India. There was even a yes from someone in front of the bat. He really thought there'd been an edge there. Whew, Bavuma survives.
Fantastic bowling. That's fantastic bowling, Ken. Getting the batsmen playing forward, lulling them into that false sense of security, lulling them into believing that they can get runs off these deliveries, and then just giving that one delivery where you think you're on top of it, but you really aren't. So that's absolutely fantastic.
I think just like Lungi Ngidi showed in picking up 6 wickets, that it's not just express pace that can bring rewards on this pitch. A skillful bowler who's putting the ball in the right areas consistently. He can also get just enough assistance out of this pitch to get wickets as well. And Takia showing that with that last ball of his over, as Siraj is in again to Mulder outside off stump and left alone.
South Africans will just need to get themselves to tea now without too much damage.
This will probably be the last over before tea. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some shoelace tying by Bavuma or Mulder at some stage, if it does get tight. 2 minutes to go on the scoreboard clock and 4 deliveries to be bowled. No, 5, Siraj in to Mulder, angled into the pads, and Mulder defends nicely towards mid-on. Siraj, of course, bowled the one delivery to finish Jasprit Bumrah's over. Bumrah leaving the field after bowling 5 overs and 5 balls and taking 1 for 12, but he was a real handful before he rolled his ankle in his follow-through. We have seen him walking about looking ready to return after tea as Siraj into Mulder. Forward defensive, square on the offside. No run.
I wasn't walking gingerly at all, so you'd hope to see him back after the tea break. Not to say that these bowlers haven't been doing well either. The pace bowlers, Ahmed Shami, Ahmed Siraj as well, are doing quite well. Thakur also getting himself a wicket. So good contributions all round from the Indian bowling attack.
We'll just run through those bowling figures after this delivery from Siraj to Mulder. Full. Mulder tries to turn it on the leg side. Gets struck high on the pad. No run. So as we head into the last couple of deliveries before tea, Jasprit Bumrah, 5 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 12. We expect him to be bowling again after tea. Mohammad Siraj has 1 ball left of his 11th over. He's taken 1 for 29. Mohammad Shami, the pick of the bowlers, really. 9 overs, 2 for 16. He was outstanding. Shardul Takia getting the big wicket of Quinton de Kock a few moments ago. 6 overs, 1 for 27. And with Bumrah off the field, off-spinner Ashwin has bowled 6 overs and taken none for 23. Here's Siraj in again to Mulder, the bouncer. And Mulder's safely underneath it.
Doing everything they can to just stay in here on the South Africans. It's been quite a battle that they'd have to fight here. Had to survive quite a lot of carnage at the top end. from a quality bowling attack. They looked focused from the get-go, did the Indian bowlers.
Yes, they've come out and done a great job, especially after lunch. And this is going to be the last ball before tea from Siraj to Mulder, and it's another bouncer. And no danger there for the batsman. The umpires are having a little look at each other. Everyone else seems to be pretty certain that they will be having a cup of tea shortly. So that's it, the tea break on day 3 at Supersport Park, South Africa, struggling on 109 for 5. The deficit is still 218. Do join us back in a little short of 20 minutes for the final session of this exciting test match.
And while you wait, during tea, we'll be playing our preview podcast. We had the full quota podcast, so you can stick around. You will be entertained, but we will be back right after tea.
The podcast. My name is Mpho Mutani. I've got Tim here. We're discussing all things today. Indian tour. The Indian cricket team is coming down to South Africa for a tour, and we're going to be discussing all of that. Tim, how are you feeling about this tour, and who do we have up to come on to chat with us? I think Tim is frozen for a moment. But what we do have is Abhishek Mukherjee, who's going to be joining us from India, who will be discussing with us all things in the Indian tour, the Indian cricket team. So let's bring on Abhishek Mukherjee, the chief editor in the Cricket News India, in Cricket News in Calcutta. Hi, Abhishek, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, and yourself? As we get Tim back on. Tim, you were a little bit missing there. Tim, can you hear us still? Okay. While Tim sorts himself out, Abhishek, obviously the Indian cricket team right now, it has currently concluded the test series against New Zealand. There were a lot of changes coming out of the World Cup. Rahul Dravid became coach. But let's start with that, with Rahul Dravid. What's the sentiment around India regarding Rahul Dravid? What do you think he'll bring to this Indian side?
Dravid, as you know, is a very respected, one of the more respected cricketers, not only for his cricketing achievements, but for his off-the-field demeanor. So apart from that, Rahul has been one of the more successful Indian captains. That is something not much talked about. India's first test match win in South Africa came under Rahul Dravid. And there are more, but as coach of India A, as coach of India under-19s, and as the head at the National Cricket Academy in India, Dravid has done a phenomenal job. I think he should fit in seamlessly with this side.
Yes, I think so too. I think we're very excited to see what this Indian side has with Rahul Dravid. You kind of got the whole Kohli and Ravi Shastri team was very aggressive when it came to playing with their cricket. And so it'll be interesting to see how this side is. But looking at that New Zealand Test series that India recently completed, what were the things that you are excited about, that you are happy with from this Indian side?
First of all, beating New Zealand is massive. I think they are still talked about as underdogs. I have no perceived as underdogs. I have no idea why. I mean, they have beaten England in England. They have won the World Test Championship. They were the top-ranked side until this morning.
Yeah.
And they gave India a run for their money in Kanpur. Not only did they save the match, they were in control in phases. They were the dominant side in some phases during the match. India had to play, especially bat, really out of their skins at Kanpur. So, and New Zealand, I mean, they are virtually unbeatable at home. So beating New Zealand is definitely satisfactory.
Yes, it is. What were the things that made that you were not that India wouldn't be happy about in this Test series against New Zealand? What areas they'd like to improve?
I think some boxes have been checked. For example, India had a problem with openers, but on the England tour, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul seemed to address that somewhat. Now here, India missed both of them, and as we saw, Mayank Agarwal stepped up in Mumbai. Shubman Gill played the odd decent innings, and Pujara showed glimpses of returning to form. So the one thing that is a bit of concern is the form of Ajinkya Rahane. I understand that some selectors believe in long ropes for some cricketers. That happens. I mean, you back some cricketers, they have done well, and you give them long ropes, but the competition is too intense, and a couple of big innings are due for Rahane.
Yeah. So looking at the South Africa series, I think we've gotten Tim on a better line here. Tim, how's it going?
Fingers crossed this is a better line. Apologies, guys.
That's okay.
That's okay. Don't worry. We're just discussing. We just finished discussing the New Zealand tour. Abhishek was telling us about Rahane's form being a worry. Tim, you had a question about Kohli in regards to the form that you wanted to ask Abhishek, and we'll start from there.
Okay. Yes, I wondered if that was a concern. Obviously, his leadership isn't a concern, but the fact that he's only averaging 28 this year, obviously there's a lot being.
And we seemingly, Tim.
Yeah, I think I understood the question about the form. So I think in the 4 Test, I mean, the numbers do, look particularly ordinary for Kohli, but it's also a fact in the 4 Test matches in England, Kohli crossed 44 times. He did not get the big scores. I don't think I think he got just 250s, but he got 240s as well. So
yes,
that was his contribution from the 4 Test matches. That is, he's showed glimpses of returning to form. So this may be Kohli's second rise. I mean, here the first innings he got an LBW that had divided opinions, and in the second innings he got out to a ranked bad ball. He got himself out essentially. So this may be the series. This may well be the series where Kohli regains his form. The thing about Kohli is he has not looked out of form.
Yeah,
he has got those starts and has failed to convert them. So I believe it's a matter of time.
True. What is the expectation for India coming into South Africa? Obviously, the last tour was 2-1 to South Africa, but it was a lot closer than South Africa would lead to believe. What's the expectation here? India are the best. Well, now they're the best Test team in the world, and they're coming into a place where they haven't necessarily conquered. They've won tests, but they haven't won a series. So is the expectation to win a series, or is it to win a test match, be competitive? Or
I think this is the most inexperienced South African batting lineup the Indian bowlers will get a shot at. So unless if you basically ignore the 1992 series where everyone was virtually new to, but they had incredible experience in domestic cricket. and they had been playing against some of the best touring sides in the Rebel Test matches. So they had sort of international experience. But the 1992 tour, since then, this is probably the most, I won't say the inexperienced team, but the least experienced batting lineup. So I believe the Indian bowlers will back themselves more than they have on any other tour of South Africa.
Okay. And I think that's the sense we're all getting here in South Africa, is that Indian bowling attack, that fast bowling trio, or your fast bowling group is well, I don't know if you're going to play 4 fast bowlers in a test match, but they're very, very good, and they're a world class outfit, and so they're coming into a place where, just like in England, it assists fast bowling. So that's something that we're all wary about and are excited to see. Speaking about that, are there any changes? Obviously, we saw the final test against New Zealand. India went a little bit spin heavy. Jayan Yadav got a debut. Akshay Patel played. So did Jadeja, as well as Ravi Ashwin. How does the 11 for India look like in that first test at Centurion on Boxing Day?
I won't be surprised if India go in with 4 fast bowlers and 1 spinner.
Okay.
They did that in England.
Mm-hmm.
I can see them do that. But again, it will be that Ashwin versus Jadeja thing. But India, ideally, are likely to back for 4 fast bowlers, but it will again depend on the pitches. Now, South Africa will also play to their strengths. They will also, I think South Africa know that their best chance is to bowl the Indian lineup twice. So these are going to be, in all likelihood, 40 test matches where we see all 40 wickets go down, and matches get inside 4 days. Because these are going to be conducive to pace bowling.
Yes, it is. Which 4 fast bowlers do you think India will go into? We saw Umesh Yadav get a game, and we've seen. Obviously, we don't know about the status on Bumrah as well as Mohammad Shami.
Bumrah and Shami are okay. Bumrah and Shami are there.
So they'll be there. Who will be joining them? It'll be Ishant and
and Siraj
and Siraj.
Yes.
Okay, and then from a batting perspective, you spoke about Rahane's lack of form. Who are the top 6 batters that India will be looking to bring in? Obviously, we know maybe Rohit and KL Rahul will come in at the top of the order. Does Mayank Agarwal make a play and you drop maybe Rohit down the order? How does that top 6 look like on Boxing Day?
See, in last year in Brisbane, not last year, this year. This year in Brisbane, India were playing. Basically, India reached a stage where they were playing whoever was fit. They reached that stage. So Rohit, Gill, and Agarwal were all fit. India needed to play all 3. Rohit is a specialist, not a special. I mean, now he's an opener, but he was originally a middle order batter. So they opened with Rohit and Gill and pushed Mayank to 5. If all 3 play, I think that is what they'll stick to.
Okay, so will there be a space for KL Rahul, or is he out?
No, Rohit and Rahul will open. Rahul will open.
And Rohit and Rahul will open, and then Mayank Agarwal will bat at 5.
If he plays, then he'll bat at 5 or 6.
Or 6, okay. And from a wicket-keeping perspective, we saw Vriddhi Mansaha getting an opportunity. Is Rishabh Pant going to come back in for the batting, even though his glove work may not be the same?
Pant's glove work has improved over over the past year. I won't say over the past few years, but over the past year, it has improved significantly. And I think India will play Pant, but Kohli, I think Kohli has been vocal over about his preference towards Saha. He wants the best wicketkeeper to play. Even if that happens, I think if India play 5 bowlers, it will be too risky to play Saha.
Okay.
They will back Pant.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense from a balance perspective. South Africa also have those questions as to whether, well, with us, it's whether we leave out a spinner in Maharaj and go with your 4 seamers, or have a bowling all-round in a Vian Mulder batting in the top 6 to then be able to, enable you to have a spinner in the side. So we've all got, I think South Africa has a lot of questions with regards to that balance, and we'll see that with the squad selections that will be coming out. Have you been following the SAA India A matches, and are there any players in that in that team who will be staying? So is Vihari the only one who will be staying?
Vihari is the likeliest. I don't think I think some of the others might have got a look in, but the competition is too intense. Some slots are absolutely sealed. Vihari, I mean, where do you fit in a fast bowler in this?
Oh, Navdeep Saidi got a game in Australia because of injuries.
Yeah, I mean, because of injuries, someone may play, but see, the spinners. Which spinner do you play?
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And welcome back to Centurion on day 3 of the first test between South Africa and India. You're listening to One World Sports Radio's coverage of this Freedom Test series between South Africa and India. The state of play right now is that South Africa 109 for 5 with a deficit of 218 with India having scored 327 earlier on in the day. We've seen 12 wickets fall today. And so that's going to be quite intriguing to watch. It sets up a really nice afternoon session for us to go through. My name is Mpumi Mkrani, and I've got Dave Midgley here with me. Remember, you can tweet us at One World SR1 WORLD SR, and also on YouTube if you want to send through your comments. Dave, how do you see both teams going into this final session of the day?
South Africa are on the back foot despite having 109 on the board. There's 5 wickets down, and so the ball really is in India's court to decide whether or not we get a result from this test match. We had an extended middle session in which South Africa lost those 5 wickets, but it's going to be crucial for them to set out their stall here. Vian Mulder's just recently walked to the wicket after the dismissal of Quinton de Kock as we headed towards tea, and so really this game could be India's to lose.
And if you were enjoying that conversation I was having with Abhishek Mukherjee, chief editor of Cricket News in India, in Kolkata, you can go onto our YouTube website and have a look at that. That's where it is if you want to watch the video, or you can go on to our various podcast platforms. We're at One World Sports Radio on Apple Podcasts. We're also at One World Sports Radio on Spotify, as well as on Anchor Podcasts. You can find us everywhere. We've got a whole group of interviews. We've interviewed Senaran Muthusamy, who played in the last India Test series in India in 2019. Sardal Advia, who's the reserve opening batter on this team. But yeah, so that's essentially what we do. We've got the Full Quota podcast with Tim Delles. You'll hear Tim a lot more when we have the Cape Town Test and the ODIs. He's one of our commentators there in Cape Town. Tim, remind me and Simon to bring you accreditation, by the way. the teams that are walking out onto the field, Vian Mulder, massive occasion for him to try and help South Africa get out of this hole they've dug themselves into.
Yeah, it's quite a large hole that South Africa find themselves in. Vian in just his 7th test, and so he'll want to put his hand up with his Lions teammate and captain Temba Bavuma. But Temba Bavuma has been so good in the last couple of series for South Africa.
You kind of feel whenever he's South Africa's man in a crisis, but he keeps on running out of partners.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why his average is in the low 30s, because had guys stuck around, he'd be scoring those big runs that you'd be expecting.
Context to stats is so key. I think if we all love the good old stats that you see online, or maybe you keep your own stats, but context to see when and how guys score runs is crucial, and Temba's perfect example.
Shardul Thakur has the ball, but one more important thing, Jasprit Bumrah, throughout team, we've been watching him do some throwdowns, him bowling to one of the coaches. He seems to be okay. He's on the field for India, but Shardul Thakur will get the first ball. Dave, take it away.
2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point, waiting for a possible catch. And Temba just defends this to the onside. Thakur, 6.1 overs, 1 for 27. So going along too poorly, but the scoring rate is 3, and it's been a common theme all throughout this test match.
Yes.
They've been scoring quite quickly, but wickets falling at regular intervals, particularly here on day 3.
It's quite quickly for a test match.
Sure.
Essentially, we're expecting to normally test matches go around between 2.5 to 3. This is on the upper end of it. Is guys do bat a little bit quicker as well.
Thakur in again, and Temba just lifts his hands above that one as it goes through to Rishabh Pant. No run.
I must say, Shardul Thakur has enjoyed bowling from that Hennops River end to Temba Bavuma. Mohammad Shami did struggle that side. So did Siraj, was a lot fuller, but it looks like Shardul Thakur has found that length for Temba from that Hennops River end, making it very hard for the South African batters to score runs.
It's not been the easiest day for batting, whether you're watching the Ashes cricket or you're stuck with us. We're happy to have you with us. This one again, late pull away there from Temba Bavuma as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's been a horrible day for batting in general.
That length is slightly is back of a length. It's not too full. Really good length to bowl at Temba, and he's shouldering arms. It's going past hip height for him, so there's no risk of it hitting off stump. But we've seen some variable bounce, so that kind of comes into the batsman's mind at times. But so far, it's been true for the South Africans.
Halfway through the 39th now. He passes umpire Holstock. Oh, and Temba looks to push at this. It's very awkward, but they're going to get 2 here as this one goes to deep square. There's a shy at the non-strikers in, but Vian Mulder is home safe. They had to really get their skates on there to make sure that they arrived home safe.
That's the other thing you get with Temba, and if you're not used to batting with Temba like Vian, who's new to international cricket, you kind of need to be up with it. You always need to be ready to take those runs, and that's what Temba's doing right now. That was a straighter ball. We were speaking about trusting the bounce. That one stayed slightly lower, getting that inside half of the bat, and there is a vacant leg side with the closest fielder being mid-wicket.
Thakur now. The score on Nelson. Temba just drives that to mid-off. Looks like R. Ashwin is the man who does the fielding there. It is indeed him. He's been brought into this game used fairly early before, but I think it is mainly due to the fact that Jasprit Bumrah rolled in his ankle in a quite a nasty looking injury earlier. But like you said, he's been back on the park since just before tea. So I'm sure cricket fans will love to see him bowling once again. Thakur to finish. And Temba just defends this one. No run. End of the over. It's Nelson for 5.
Yes, end of that over. 2 runs coming off of it. South Africa going to want these two to bat as long as possible. Oh no, it's not the end of the over, Dave. We've been told that the last one was a no ball by Shardul Thakur.
We've been bamboozled.
Well, it takes a little bit more time now with the no balls going upstairs.
Right.
You know, the umpire still needs to look at it. That umpire still needs to look at it on the screen and relay the message down. So that's the reason why we have to have that final ball.
And we're off, Nelson. 1-1-2 for 5. One ball hopefully remaining in the 39th. And
But this must also just get play into the batsman's mind because he thought the over was gone. He now needs to switch back into mode or focus mode and try to see out this last one.
Timber drives it that hard. That's going to race towards that gap between mid-off and run. Didn't quite time it, and so our Ashwin just cuts that one off. And now we finally get the end of the 39th.
Looks like the bat turned in Timber's hand, and that's the reason why I didn't necessarily go straight like a bullet. He's played those straight drives earlier today, and enabled our Ashwin to come in because the pace also was taken off the ball with that straight drive. The plan for India, to Timber for India, is to bowl on that off stump. It's slightly outside that off stump, but it's also to try bowl back of a length. They've been erring on the fuller side, and Timber's been enjoying it. Those balls, it's effectively half volleys for him, straight and slightly outside off stump that he can play through the V.
Absolutely. It's going to be crucial to see how they play the length here. Mohammad Siraj from the western end, and Vian Mulder just defends that one. Just having a look at a stat that came up earlier. They were talking about the fact that I think it was Pranjal Messi fan, and I'd love to go into it a little bit more. He's talking about the fact that Quinton de Kock is one of the best wicketkeeper batters in the world. He averages 39, where Tim Payne averages 31 and Josh Butler averages 32.5. And we considered Josh Butler a decent wicketkeeper batsman, if not good.
Well, not in this Ashes series.
No, sure. Just defended that time by Vian, and the man who's lurking there, it's Ajinkya Rahane, I think, who's lurking there, catching mid-wicket position. Does the fielding.
Yes, I think I'm trying to look at the universe of wicketkeepers, trying to think about the universe of wicketkeepers, because Tim Payne was never the Australians had a problem with Tim Payne's batting.
Yeah, well, I mean, right. Darren Lehman, who was coach, had a more recent first-class 100 than Tim Payne.
Than him, yes. We'd probably have to compare him to Rishabh Pant because that's the type of
again and just getting Mulder to take his hand off the bat in that defensive shot.
So you'd have to compare him with Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant also averages 39, having played 25 matches, 42 innings, 1,549 runs. So,
does that not show how good Rishabh Pant is as well?
Yes. But my question is, where's the line? The line can't be Tim Payne and Josh Butler. It should be having a look at all the wicketkeeper batsmen in the last decade.
Right.
To necessarily see whether Quinny is above them.
Siraj with 2 left in his over, and Vian Mulder just plays this down into the ground with soft hands, and it goes through to backward point, who's looks like Mohammad Shami is the man doing the fielding out there. So
because I don't know if Chris is listening, if anybody can bring it up. For instance, have a look at AB de Villiers' stats as a wicketkeeper batsman for South Africa, what his average is, because that's where you'd be looking at in Test match cricket, and maybe even who's the South African born wicketkeeper from New Zealand who retired?
Kruger van Wyk?
Not Kruger.
BJ Watling.
BJ Watling. I think his average is
Siraj rather, in again and defended there. And according to the scoreboard, over up, but not so. I think the scoreboard has missed the trick here. They seem to think that it's the end of Siraj's over, but nobody's moving really. So somebody's fallen asleep at the wheel there, or maybe because he finished Jasprit Bumrah's over, that's why it's not the end of the over. There's one to come.
There's one to come. That's what.
So they were sharp. We were just focused on his stats as opposed to the overs. Siraj in again and driven hard by Vian Mulder. That's going to race away through the covers. Good shot. It's just overpitched has Siraj. Mulder doesn't miss out. South Africa after 40 overs, 116 for 5 deficit now 2-1-1.
Good appreciation for that shot from those who were at the stadium. Managed to get a one that was full and wide. He didn't even need to move closer to the ball. He just waited for it, and he played it as late as possible and played it square of the wicket out to that extra cover boundary. Really lovely.
He's played it so well, right underneath his eyes. You talk about him playing late. He's played that as late as he can. Just dropping the bat down on it, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. So he now moves to 8. His partner Temba Bavuma on 33, and this partnership worth 12. There's still 40 overs scheduled for today's play, and it's 19 minutes to 4 o'clock. Thakur in again, and this one's cut away through the cover region. It's a square drive from Temba Bavuma, and it's back-to-back boundaries for the Lions captain.
It's good to see from Temba Bavuma, who moves up into the 40s with that shot. So,
it's 37.
Oh, it's 37. Scoreboard people just
playing
with us
down the river
a little bit. So, I've got a list of the batsmen who are wicketkeeper batsmen from December 2011 to December 2021, the last 10 years. I'm going to look.
Delivery, Thakur from the Henops River end, and Temba just defends this out into the cover region. No run.
The wicketkeeper batsman with the highest average, he only played one game. That's Ollie Pope, 75.
Oh, so he must have kept in that game as
yes,
well.
Yes. No, yeah. If you play the game as a designated wicketkeeper,
sure.
That's the thing.
Okay.
AB de Villiers is second on that list. 21 Test matches in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Averaging 65 as a wicketkeeper batsman.
Sure.
Next one with a sizable, chunky sample size, Mohammad Rizwan of Pakistan, averaging 43, and he's Pakistan's current wicketkeeper right now.
Thakur in.
Temba.
Smash back down the ground. Temba Bavuma, show him the maker's name, sir. And that races to the boundary for 4.
That is the most beautiful shot from Temba. Like we said, India erring on the fuller side with Temba, and they're too straight with that one. It's on off stump. Temba knows where his off stump is. His bat is a pendulum coming down the line of off stump, and it's all timing, and he's done it incredibly well there.
Lovely little on drive. It's never easy to play the on drive, but Temba's made it look gloriously sumptuous is probably the adjective I'm looking for.
Yeah, so Rizwan 43, an average of 43. Then Mushfiqur Rahim 2012 to 2019, 42.89. Okay. Quinton de Kock as a keeper averages 40.
So he's what? He's
in the South African
top
side.
5?
Yeah, top 5.
And he's second or third in current wicket keepers. Guys that are playing currently.
No, second. Mushfiqur Rahim hasn't played since 2019.
Temba just opens the face of the blade and it goes through that vacant third slip region. It's another boundary.
Soft hands from Temba Bavuma. The ball was outside the off stump. He played as late as possible, and he's just enjoying Shardul Thakur here in this over. To go back to our stats, Rishabh Pant averages 38. BJ Watling averages 39, which is why I asked
BJ Watling
about BJ Watling.
Very good and crucial to them succeeding in the World Test Championship.
Yes, you need a wicketkeeper who can give you 39, and that's where Pranjal Messi is getting to. Yeah,
sure. Then again is Thakur, and Temba gets a large stride in, but he leaves that one alone, and there's one to come in the 41st.
Yeah, Temba on 45, doing a really great job for South Africa, the counter punch that you need. Mahendra Singh Dhoni, 2012 to 2014, averaged 38. Rishabh Pant averages 38.92 right now as a wicketkeeper batsman. Johnny Bairstow averages 37.337. Dinesh Chandimal, Sri Lanka's current wicketkeeper batsman, he averages 38.72. So
not bad.
Butler, Payne, not the good sample size.
Yeah, sure. Oh, this one just outside the off stump, and Temba yanked his hands out the way there at the last moment and goes through the wicketkeeper. 41 gone, 128 for 5.
Yes, that last one, Temba's been free flowing. He's been a little bit loose in this over.
It might not be the end of the over. Okay, now it's the end of the over.
So they were checking for the no ball.
Yes, yeah.
But Timber's been a little bit loose in this over with that edge. Obviously, he's seen some runs, 2 boundaries in that over. That last ball outside the off stump, you kind of feel like you want to nibble at it because you feel like the ball's in the middle of the bat, But luckily for him, he reined himself in at the last minute, and Timber
the experience the experience of Temba Bavuma. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR.
Mhm.
And we'll be all too keen to read out your tweets. There was a tweet earlier.
Mhm.
I know that they did cover it, but we've got some fans from Sri Lanka that are tuning in for this broadcast. So welcome to Arvind
Mhm.
and to all of you that are around the world.
So that's the wicket-keeping discussion. Kruger van Wyk.
Siraj into Mulder, who just works this away to the onside. There's a man waiting there at a catching cover, so that just goes on the bounce to him.
Kruger van Wyk, because we're speaking about him,
Mm.
average 21. Vridiman Saha, who's Rishabh Pant, because I think Ken and I spoke about whether you'd want to have the better gloveman or you want someone who can bat a little bit, and he's not that great with the gloves. I'm not saying that Rishabh Pant isn't that great. I'm just saying he's not as good as Vridiman Saha.
Yes.
Saha averages 29, Pant averages 30, close to 39.
Of course, you're going to pick the
You'd
man
want that
who's
extra
a
10
batter
runs.
who can keep, not a keeper who needs to learn how to bat.
Yeah, so that's
to improve his batting. Siraj now in, and Mulder's only too happy to let that go outside the off stump. How much value do you think it has for guys that play together at domestic level to come forward, to cement a partnership? How much do you think that plays into, or is it just we're all teammates and so?
Look, it helps with the telepathy because you've batted before. You kind of know how that other person reacts to shots and how they are comfortable running between the wickets.
Defended once again by Vian Mulder. Temba declines a run.
The ball was a lot fuller from Mohammad Siraj. Yeah, so it's more the telepathy. I've seen this guy, I've battled this guy before.
Yes.
I understand his triggers and what he wants. So sometimes when you come for a forward push and it's a softer one, you know to call them in because that's the type of runs that they like to.
Yes.
Sometimes when you haven't, like in like franchise cricket or like T20 franchise cricket, you might find yourself not knowing what the other batter is going to do, and you're calling them in for runs that they don't want.
Full and wide that time, and Vian's not interested in being lured into anything there. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. 128 for 5. Temba Bavuma going along nicely. He just needs somebody to stick with him at the other end. This partnership now with 24. We're going at 3.1.
Yes, it's an opportunity for Vian Mulder, who, I think some of the South African selectors and fans would be questioning whether South Africa needs to go in seven out-and-out batters and not necessarily 6 batters and an all-rounder.
Just left alone again. It's a similar type delivery, that one.
Because it's really tough batting at number 7 to put up those runs, especially when you know that 1 wicket away, you come into some sort of a tail and guys may not be able to hang around that long enough. It happened in the West Indies for Vian Mulder. He had a really good, I think it was 100 run partnership with Quinton de Kock at St. Lucia.
Yeah.
And the moment Quinton's wicket fell, Vian felt a bit stranded with the tail, and being young, not being able to, inexperienced in international cricket, not being able to navigate
again,
the tail.
This one straightens and on the pad, and it's worked away down to fine leg, and they get through for 1.
So it's a nice opportunity for him to bat with his franchise captain, Temba Bavuma, national team vice captain for the test side, as well as the limited overs captain. So
leadership at the other end is so crucial. Experienced campaigner Temba Bavuma. And he'll just be making sure he keeps an eye on the young Mulder.
Yes, and sometimes it works to have an experienced senior batter with you to help you navigate the different situations you meet in Test cricket as a batter.
Definitely.
The ball swinging away, If you've got some tailenders behind you, you're the senior.
Yeah, you have
batter,
to be that.
Even though you've only played like less than 10 matches.
Yes, yeah.
So it's all learning, and at this stage of Vian's career, and even for Marco Jansen, it's absorbing information.
Definitely.
As much as you can. And when you're out there with the tail next time,
in future, in the next year, he'll come into say, oh yeah, I remember Temba said this to me. And that's what you want.
And then pass it on to somebody else, perhaps. New over, and it's Mohamed Shami that's going to begin from the Hanops River end, and that one's just left alone by Vian Mulder.
Shami getting a little bit of swing.
And that's why they've got the men in the cordon. Plenty of them. 3 slips in a gully.
No. That one was,
Despite
swinging.
the ball being 40 overs old, they still back themselves to this Indian side to...
Well, they must be enjoying bowling with a slightly harder kookaburra than the SG ball that they bowl with in India.
Shami in again and just tucked off the hips of Vian Mulder. They set off very quickly for the first one and they'll come back comfortably for the second.
Yes, a length working there for Vian, playing it off his hips. Line working as well. You can see that they're trying to get the ball to hold its line. It's angling into the right-hander, and they're hoping that once it pitches, it can hold its line. So it's more not swing, it's more seam. And that's what Vian is letting his batting partner know that's what's happening. I think Siraj built a beautiful ball that straightened off the seam.
Shami in, and they just dot that one out to the deep score region. There's 2 deliveries now that have done that. They only get 1 for it this time.
So we've had the extended lunch session. We're also going to have a slightly extended final session, 2 hours. And we could also have the possibility of 30 minutes over that should the over rate not oblige, or India bowling slower than the over rate. So lots of cricket ahead today, and that's the exciting part about this. As a cloud goes over to give us some, to just cool everybody down. Not that we need cooling up
No,
here.
we're well covered. Shami now to Temba, and Temba just tucks this away, and he's able to get through for a comfortable single.
And Shami not getting that extra bounce that Thakur or Siraj has been getting, and so that ball that's slightly shorter, that he pitched slightly shorter to Temba, he's able to just ride the bounce and play that out to the leg side for a quick single.
Just having a look back at his Test Championship, in the previous iteration of it, he played 6 games, 137 runs. Vian Mulder, this is. His high score was 36, and he averaged 20. Shami now to Mulder, who just bends back to try and get out of the way of get his hands out of the way of that one. Doesn't look too comfortable. Is it a show of how Vian's been batting, or is it as a reflection of how the South African team have been batting in the previous World Cup?
I think you mentioned about context, and context kind of gives you an indication as to what's been going on. And Vian's been coming in with the senior partner on the other end, but that senior partner would quickly also go out and leave him batting with the tail. But sometimes he's gotten some good balls. He's also very new into international cricket.
He's edged it and he's gone. That's the end of Vian Mulder. We just spoke about him. He's got 12 and he's edged it. I think they're going to go upstairs.
Yes.
No. He stood his ground, did Vian Mulder, because umpire Adrian Holstock didn't actually give the signal for out. And so he then was given the signal. So the young man is gone. Start. He's been caught by Pant.
He's been caught playing at one that looked very enticing. What the Indian bowlers were looking for to entice him outside that off stump, bring him forward, and he got the faintest of edges all the way to Rishabh Pant. That's the other, I think, concern with Vian, is that he looks good at the start of innings, but the ability to be able to understand which balls to leave, which balls to play, has been one of his downfall.
Yeah, it's all good and well getting going with the start, but you've got to actually score something. Right, on debut, coming out to bat, Marco Jansen, somebody who did really well in that South Africa A series, but it's very different batting on flatter wickets in Bloemfontein than it is on a wicket here that has been helpful to the bowlers at Supersport Park in Centurion. He scored 70, the number on his back, for the South African A squad, and that's primarily why he's been brought into this squad. On debut, Paul, what are you expecting from him?
Look,
and what would you like to see? Two different questions.
What am I expecting from him? I'm expecting him to hang around, to be able to block balls, see if he can't get in line with the ball actually.
Okay.
Get to the other end, give the strike to Temba, or work to Temba's beat. Temba might want to farm the strike a little, you know. Also, I'd like him to be a little bit more compact outside of stump. The only problem about bowling all round is that if you play it full and wide outside the off stump, they're gonna try and play at it. And I think I'm expecting that. I'm expecting more like a counter punch with him trying to be aggressive.
R. Ashwin now from the western end. There's a quick single there by Temba Bavuma, and that'll put the debutant Marco Jansen on strike here to face R. Ashwin. Seriously experienced campaigners R. Ashwin, and there's going to be a couple of men around the bat. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. There's a forward short leg, a catching mid wicket, and a bit of an in and out here, Paul,
yes,
with mid wicket in place as well. And mid on has come up from being back.
In the last 4-day game here at Centurion, Marco Jansen scored a duck in the first innings against the Titans. The Warriors won that game, by the way.
R. Ashwin in, and he's floated this, and he's off the mark in international Test cricket. Well done, young man. He's just blocked it, and it's gone behind point for a single, so he'll be happy.
Very clever from India to introduce R. Ashwin to the debutant. Ball may not turn, but the threat of having R. Ashwin on the end could make you see the ball turning when it doesn't.
Ashwin now to Temba, who just works this to the onside, but collected before they can cross, and they actually would have been patient with that one.
Yes, but Dave, in that game, in the second innings of the game where the Warriors were chasing 236 on the final day,
R. Ashwin and Temba comes forward to try and push hard at this. There's a couple of words in the ears of the South African vice captain.
Marco Jansen was the catalyst for that final day win for the Warriors. He scored 55 of 59 balls, counter-punching innings.
Over pitch there, and just punched down the ground by Temba of R. Ashwin's bowling, and just the one.
Him, Lesiba Ngwepe, Tian van Vieren batted really well to make sure that the Titans the Warriors get the first win in the 4-day series. So final day win, it was something that not many of us expected, but he showed that he can bat.
Ashwin to wrap up the 44th. Big stride in there from Marpu, and it finds the gap between leg slip and forward short leg. So the end of the over, 44 gone, 137 for 6.
Yes, so Marco Jansen batted with Lesiba Ngwepe for an 84-run partnership, so he can support a senior batter. And in his partnership with
just watching Temba Bavuma at mid pitch having a conversation with Marco Jansen, and I'm getting deja vu or PTSD from the last time somebody that tall was batting with Temba.
Oh, yes, Mone Moko.
and Marco is taller than Mone Moko by a couple of centimeters. Mohamed Shami now from the Henops River end. 3 slips in a gully in place.
Got a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, Jane Seymour asking why there are no spectators. It was an agreement between both boards, BCCI and CSA, that they will not have any spectators in the stands for these games. The South African limit is 2,000, but we'd still love to have the 2,000 fans there. I think the official word is that they made the decision in protection of the players.
Yeah, I think if a ball gets hit into the crowd and then there's that concern or people being so close to the players. Shami to Jansen. Oh, he just gets out the way. A little bit of a bouncer to begin.
Is that a bouncer?
I suppose
it went past his chest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shorter delivery. So let's give you the field quickly. There's a backward short leg, 3 slips in a gully, backward point, and a man at mid-off, a man at mid-on, and fine leg. So really nobody out besides the man at fine leg and asking Janssen to drive.
So what India's trying to say is extra covers open, you can drive.
Yes. But there's three
remember,
slips waiting.
Yes.
Yeah. Shami. And he's worked away off the body of Janssen. He's going to get 2 here at the very least. He didn't quite time it the way he wanted it. There's a possibility of a third.
No, don't
Thinks about it. It'll be 2 steps before he's at the other end, but I think his partner is not so keen to put his skates on there. So they just get the 2. 139 now for 6.
Is that one just coming back into the right-handed Marco Janssen off the back of a length? Easy for him to just play it off his hips. And he's got a catching short leg in front of square. And Marco played that expertly past that fielder. So
love to see the use of some long levers here from Janssen as he faces up to a definite bouncer from Mohamed Shami, but Shami's had to kind of pitch that at his own feet for it to get over the head of Marco Janssen.
And the short ball went past the shoulder line. So, the previous one, a little bit more, chest line, but now it's shoulder line.
Absolutely. Sachin Bangaru is saying thanks or shout out to us for letting him have cricket everywhere. We're always with you. We're like that Crowded House song where the weather's with you. We're always with you for all the Proteas games. Shami into Janssen again. He plays that exact area that we saw earlier in the over. He'll get only 1 this time. As Temba Bavuma will now face up to Mohamed Shami. And Janssen's on 5. Bavuma's been slow to get towards this mark. But that all-important milestone. He's run out of partners. That's the problem.
Well,
he's been in the 40s.
Don't say that
with 2
yet.
partners.
Don't say that yet.
Oh, sure.
Marco Janssen had a 55 2 months ago here.
Sure, and had 70 in Bloom.
Exactly. So he's
we
more
gotta
on
back
form
him.
than the top 6.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Shami now to Temba Bavuma. And Temba just defends this on the back foot, gets his body behind that one. Good technique from the South African vice.
Captain, not just vice.
Oh, yeah. Not
Some Miami vice.
not Telford vice either.
Well, Telford's a good friend of ours. So.
Very good friend. Tells it the way it is. Lovely stuff from Temba Bavuma.
He writes for Crick Buzz, which is pretty cool. So you should check out his South African-related stories there.
His latest one is actually very good. I was enthralled by it. Shami into Temba, and he just pushes hard at this one, but it goes into the ground and is collected in the cover region. And there's a slight delay as we consider whether or not it's going to be a no ball. Everybody holding their breath in anticipation. And the moment we see umpire Adrian Holstock make his way out to square leg, then I think we'll know. Right, there we go. And Maria Rasmus is now at the standing. So these two.
The other thing for South Africa that for India that you'd have to consider is the amount of overs that Bumrah has to sit out before he bowls again.
Well, I understood it that it was an external injury.
But it's an ankle.
I don't know.
Isn't that internal?
I don't know.
But yes,
I'd love to see him bowl.
He's on the field, and I would have assumed that
R. Ashwin to Janssen, who just stands on his back foot and plods that down in front of him.
That lost. So Ashwin's got short leg, forward short leg. He's got a leg slip and a conventional slip. He's got gully, backward point, and he's also got
just defended that one by Janssen.
He's also got a silly mid wicket, as well as a conventional mid wicket. Conventional mid wicket, and
square leg, mid off. But mid on is a lot deeper than mid off, obviously, because he's turning into the right hand. He just defends that one. Does Janssen big stride there?
Yeah. So 3 fielders around the bat, 1 catching mid wicket, conventional mid wicket just slightly deeper, and a wideish mid on who's hanging 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Yeah, he's there but not there. Now they've just pushed mid wicket out to a deep mid wicket, hopefully looking for a sweep shot here from Janssen. Then with short turn, Janssen just dots that down, and the man at slip runs quickly and collects it.
Jordan Makubu on YouTube asks, what's the follow-on cutoff point? That would be an 199 deficit. South Africa's deficit is 187. So India will have to bat again should they bowl South Africa out.
Defended once again. And that wraps up the latest over from R. Ashwin. He's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 27. South Africa now 140 for 6 after 46.
And that was the perfect over for India. They wanted the new batter to face 6 balls to R. Ashwin, and they just made sure of that. And that's, you're getting batters around. I would have actually loved for R. Ashwin to get a city point in the eye line of Marco Jansen.
Yeah.
Make him feel like he's got nowhere to go but to defend in that channel.
I like that.
And then essentially what you then do is
crowd the bat. Shami to begin a new over against Temba Bavuma. 2 slips and a gully, and Temba just drives that, but not timed as well as he would have liked, so he doesn't get anything for it.
Yeah, so really good over from R. Ashwin testing Marco Jansen, but I would try, take Virat Kohli out at catching it. We can just stick him in there.
His captain is no way he's going to get down. We saw Dean Elgar doing that in the South African innings. He's a lot braver than I think most should be. Shami past the umpire now, and it's short and pulled away. There's nobody there. It's going to run away to the boundary. Is it going to be stopped? No. And that's 16th. That is the 16th Test career 50 for Temba Bavuma, coming off 101 deliveries, 10 fours to his name. Well batted, young man.
Temba Bavuma, the man in a crisis. When he came in, we said he's the man for a crisis for South Africa, and he's proven it. Wickets have been falling around him, and he's just kept going. He's looked like he's batting on a different pitch, and those 52 runs are a testament to the value he has in the side. MVP gets thrown around in American sports. I would say in this side, when times are tough, he is this team's MVP all the time, coming through when it's 30 for 3.
Yeah.
It's 144 for 6, and he scored 52 runs.
Shami once again to Bavuma. It's a lot fuller this time, and so just a defensive shot by Temba, no run.
Jordan Makubu asking, do you guys think India will enforce the follow-on? India can't enforce the follow-on, unfortunately, because the deficit's under 199. That's the playing conditions, I think, for Test cricket. The deficit must be under 199. So the deficit right now is 183, or must be over 199. This deficit is 183.
Shami now halfway through the 47th. He goes to Temba, and he's got him. He's nicked him off. Shami gets a wicket just after the milestone is reached. Just a lunge at it from Temba Bavuma, and it's a simple catch by Rishabh Pant. Pant has another catch. South Africa now 7 down for 144.
And normally when a milestone happens, when you get to 50, get to 100, you retake your guard. You refocus, and after that, batters normally tend to get out. But Temba, unfortunately, there playing at one he wouldn't normally play at, outside that off stump, getting that faint edge, re-establishing off stump, and he played at one that was outside off stump. Unfortunate end to a great innings, a tough, gutsy innings from Temba Bavuma. Really great counter punch, and well-deserved 52 runs for him.
Kagiso Rabada is the new man striding to the wicket. 48 matches, he averages 0.1 short of 12, and his highest coming this year at Grozele in the West Indies. How South Africa would love every single one of those. And more.
If he can get us 40 today, it would be great. But the way Kagiso plays is more to instinct than necessarily being able to inhibit his instinct. So if you bowl it outside off stump and you bowl it slightly fuller, he will try drive you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But so that would bring in the slips. But really, really important for Temba. If you look at it, Temba's been around for 112 runs. For South Africa, that's what you need. He's running out of partners, and unfortunately, he got himself out as well, chasing a slightly wider one. With a faint edge. He did try to have some soft hands there.
Yeah.
But Didn't work out.
Not so. Shami to begin to KG, and KG has a full-on drive at that one. My word.
India's gone into attack mode now. 3 slips, galley, point, extra cover, mid-on, as well as square leg, with fine leg being the fielder outside in the outfield, the only fielder in the outfield.
I would love to see maybe a bit of a man under the helmet here or a catching cover. But we know that KG likes to drive, and that first shot from Paul shows that he's not here to play games. He's here to have some fun.
It's also very demoralizing for South Africa to come out and bat again.
Round the wicket now, Shami. Oh, it's squared up KG. It's squeezed away down to that third man region. They're trying to stop it. They will. Oh, well, they no. Reaches the boundary.
We had a bit of a comedy of errors in the outfield, and it was Jinka Rahane. And we're just trying to establish who the other fielder was.
I think it was
Mohammad Siraj.
Mohammad Siraj, yes.
Siraj made a valiant dive to stop that, but he couldn't. He just rolled it along the boundary line, and Njinka Rahane was too slow to get to stop that boundary. So 4 runs to KG to start off with. And that's the thing about the South African tail. You'll always get edges. But something we've spoken with, and you guys did this in India, in the SA India A, speaking to Patrick Moroney. I had my chance with him last week, and he spoke about how they're working on KG's batting.
R. Ashwin, new over to Janssen, floats it up there, and Janssen just defends.
So this field to Janssen, leg slip, forward short leg, silly mid on. Mid-wicket.
Ashwin in again and just defended, and diving effort there from the man under the helmet at forward short leg.
Yes.
He got a hand to it.
And then you've got long, wideish long on, more hanging around cow corner, mid-off, straight. And you've also got backward point with square leg. Oh, actually, no. Short fine leg.
Backward square leg, if not...
yes, short backward square.
A 45, essentially. 45. That one's defended again by Janssen.
So what they're trying to say is Ashwin can turn it into Marco Janssen, and if he wants to play with the spin, he's got those 2 fielders.
Ashwin floated it and it's just knocked down the ground. Good shot there by Janssen.
That's a correct cricket shot. He came forward to the pitch of the ball and played that with a straight bat, evading Virat Kohli at silly mid-on.
So the change in field for Kagiso Rabada, remember he is left-handed. The leg slip is removed, and now there's a catching cover and a catching mid-wicket in place. Mid-on, long off. He's almost 3/4. There's a man in the covers, a backward point, and
set
then
up for drive.
A deep backward point. A deep backward square leg for the left-hander. This one's defended. No issue there.
Full length ball. KG getting to the pitch of that.
I wonder if he's going to float it up here. He's bowling quite flatted deliveries to Janssen. Does again. KG is just there to defend. End of the 48th. 149 now for 7.
South Africa finding themselves in a spot of bother. And I think it's going to be quite a psychological blow for South Africa if they have to bowl again today. Having done so well in that first session, taking 7 wickets in the first session should sway the game in your favor.
Is it not at a risk of being endemic within South African cricket is batting collapses? I don't want to be cruel, but I feel like it's become part of the furniture now.
I get you, Dave.
Shami to Janssen. 3 slips and a gully in place, and he just defends that one down the ground. No run.
It's a beautiful forward defense from Marco Janssen on debut. I get you, Dave. India have bowled really well. I think the conditions today were in favor of bowling. So just like in Test cricket, there'll be periods in the 5 days where the conditions may favor the opposite side that you're on. You know, day 1, you could say the conditions may be favored batting, even though South Africa didn't utilize the ball that well.
Shami to Janssen. A little bit of a shorter one that time, not a short delivery, but slightly shorter length. Defended narrow.
But today, with a lot of moisture baking this wicket, maybe helping add a little bit more pace and a little bit more bounce coming in today. That's the reason why we've seen 14 wickets today. And so it's Test cricket's also about navigating those periods and understanding those periods. South Africa didn't do that well, but India bowled extremely well to put themselves in an advantage.
And again, and he's driven that one that's caught the edge and it's beat Gully on his right hand, and that's going to run away to the third man boundary. And that brings up the South African 150.
Yes, that hits Marco Jansen's bat lower down, more closer to the toe end of the bat, getting that healthy edge. It just skidded on the ground as it left the bat. But as I was saying before, if you hang it out there wide enough outside that off stump, the lower order of South Africa will try and drive it.
Give you something, yeah.
Yes, and so seeing a little bit of an adjustment now with Gully now becoming a fourth slip.
Yeah, that also takes Jansen into double figures. Shami passing the umpire now. Oh, he just pushes at that one and it narrowly misses the outside edge.
The other thing you have to consider is that this batting lineup has not batted in test match conditions for 6 months. Last time they batted was in the West Indies in July. And so just like how they were rusty in the bowling, rust also comes in from a batting perspective. And
yeah, because to simulate test conditions with the batters is incredibly difficult.
Which is why playing 4-day cricket helps, domestic cricket helps
such a value, yeah.
before the season starts.
Marco Jansen drives hard at this, and Mohamed Shami manages to stick a hand out there and stop it. A certain boundary, you would think, Paul.
That was a lot fuller from Shami, a lot straighter on off stump, and Marco coming through. The Indians are testing Marco's technique here to see if he's got any deficiencies. They will have footage from him from the India A series, so they kind of know where to bowl to him.
Yes.
But at this level, with the quality of bowling, you gotta test him still.
Not so simple. Again defended by Jansen. He's nothing if not patient. And somewhat of a surprise, Paul, that we saw Kagiso Rabada coming out ahead of Keshav Maharaj.
Oh, yes. And just like we were speaking.
Because of that discussion.
So we were speaking with Patrick Moroney, who's one of the selectors for the men's national team selection panel. And they've spoken about Kagiso's, we were speaking about Kagiso's improvement in the batting. And he has improved to the point where the team is looking for him to be a bowling all-rounder, averaging high 20s, early 30s if possible.
Right.
I think high 20s is probably going to be his ceiling. And so they're giving him that responsibility. The men's national team and the contracted players do have performance.
Ashwin in, defended by KG.
They do have KPIs. And so every year they sit down with the convener, the coach, as well as the director of cricket to do that. And maybe one of Kagiso's responsibilities is we're going to push you up.
It's driven out to that long off region. You see Hanuma Vihari on the field.
The other thing about this over from Ashwin to KG, he had a forward short leg. A silly point, who then becomes a forward short leg for Marco Jansen, and he gets that leg slip, conventional slip, short
leg catching mid wicket, and then a deep mid wicket. Man off the.
Now that deep mid wicket's going to the boundary as a sweep on the leg side. And
the man who was square on the offside for KG is now in the ring and is long on in place. Ashwin to Jansen in just defense. Just an interesting stat that seems to have come up, and Rishabh Pant has surpassed Mahendra Singh Dhoni to become India's quickest wicketkeeper to 100 dismissals in Test cricket. The next one defended as well.
That is amazing because
at 24.
Yeah, that is amazing. But also, I think MS Dhoni, but it's quicker, so it doesn't take into account age.
Correct. It's just how many dismissals swept hard, but there's a man exactly for that shot at backward square, so there's no run.
But it does speak of this era of Indian cricket where they've got this this array of fast bowling talent that they can rely on. Where
Ashwin round the wicket to Janssen, who squares up and defends this one.
Where catches in behind, away from him, and at home,
yeah,
are a lot more prevalent.
Yes, exactly the word. Exactly the word. 50 overs gone, 157 now for 4. Janssen on 10 and Kagiso Rabada on 5. This partnership worth 10. There's still 30 overs left in the day's play.
Because if you look at that recent tour in India, where India played New Zealand,
yes,
right? India had 3 spinners, but they had 2 quicks.
Yes.
And so they bowled their 2 quicks early on.
Yes.
And those 2 quicks can get wickets and open up an end, where previously, normally what would happen is that India would have 1 quick and 3 spinners.
And essentially.
Yes. Yeah. So there's more chance of Rishabh Pant getting more dismissals, caught behind and away from home. They've bowled better away from home.
Yes.
Bowling teams out, getting 20 wickets, winning games, being the number 1 test side, and that's a testament to this new era. And well done to Rishabh Pant for getting there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So change of bowling. Mohammad Siraj will replace Mohammad Shami from the Henops River end. There's still 3 slips in a gully in place to Kagiso Rabada, and it just chips up towards mid-wicket. There was a shout of catch, but it wasn't going to carry, so safe in the end.
Yes, that ball was full on leg stump, and KG presented a straight bat, and it effectively the ball just came off the bat, and was as you said, a chip shot, up, just rolling out to the fielder
3
at
slips
a
in a
very wide mid-on.
Again, and just hit exactly the same direction, just a more tempered shot. So 3 slips in a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and then, crucially, there's a fine leg and a deep square who's about 10 or so meters off the boundary. So they're clearly looking for that mistimed pull or hook to go to that man.
So far, India haven't tried that short ball on the previous batters from South Africa. It's always been, we'll set up the trap, but we're going to try to go for the double bluff.
That one is just tucked away, and that's going to go through the mid-wicket region. The man at deep square is going to have to do a lot of work to get there. In the end, he does, and so they get 2.
Yes, Mank Agarwal wearing those lovely short field pads, having to make ground to stop that as a pseudo sweeper, even though he's more of an attacking fielding option.
Yeah, you won't want to chase too many deliveries with those pads, otherwise he's going to get bad rash. It's never enjoyable, because if you think of it traditionally, your pads would be on the outside of your trousers, and those are underneath, and so they're going to rub on the back of your leg like a schoolboy. KG just happy to leave that one. We came around the wicket, did Siraj, to try and force the angle to Kagiso Rabada, but no interest.
With the angle change, I'd have assumed that India would want to have a gully there for more of a leaning edge that goes a lot square instead of having 4 slips.
I suppose they're not really looking for a full-blooded shot.
Or they just think that a leaning edge from KG is going to fly out to backward point.
I think that's why, because he's very straight with that 4th slip. Again, there's the short ball, and KG's not lured into that.
But even the angle of that short ball, it's outside the off stump, so KG won't be able to find that deep square leg.
Yes. The mind games of Test cricket. The mind games. I love it. The subtle nuance.
Because all KG could do is probably ramp it over the slips with that line that Siraj was bowling with outside the off stump short ball and slightly wide-ish.
The umpire now hard hands there from Kagiso Rabada. He drives at it, and it's exactly where Paul called it. It's gone over the slip cord, and it's gone for 4. And 51 overs are done, 160 for 7.
If you're gonna drive in that channel, you gotta drive hard. Kagiso made sure it happened, and the ball went over that slip cord for 4. Good to see KG. He's being aggressive, he's being assertive. I think at this point in time, you just want South Africa to show some aggression instead of necessarily batting within themselves, because it looks like they're going to have a massive deficit.
It looked almost like you would see KG at the first green, just teeing off there. It literally looked like maybe a little bit straighter than you would usually play it. But
well, he was looking to play it down the ground, but it got the edge.
So now a silly mid-on in place for R. Ashwin as he bowls to Mark Johansson. 4 short leg slip, backward point. And just defended. There's a man at backward square leg. So there's a leg slip, a forward short leg, and backward square. And there is a man out at cow corner and long on. They're asking Mark Johansson as he just defends this one
to play with the spin.
Yeah, to try and hit the spin, but hit at least maybe a rotational shot so that they can bowl to Kagiso Rabada.
Or maybe he can get one from Ashwin that turns away that he hits through.
And he hits it exactly where they want him to. That man sweeping out there at cow corner does the fielding, and they get through for one. An interesting thing that we're observing here, Paul. Mark Johansson bowls left, bats right, and KG the inverse.
Yes, that's amazing to see. That's really awesome. Great spot there, Dave.
Kagiso facing up to R. Ashwin, and it's on the bounce through the fingers of the man at silly point. Strange field, silly point, slip in place, backwards point, man in the covers, 3/4 long off, or mid off rather. He just defends that on the bounce, and they think about a run, but loud call of no, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. So it's sort of a mirror with these two. They bowl one way and bat the other, around the wicket. And he just squeezes that away. That
clever KG.
Able to squeak away for a single there as backward point had to do the fielding.
That was very clever from KG, waiting very late to play that, knowing that that's a run scoring option if he waits, even though there is a slip there. And he guided really nicely into that gap for a single.
Good to see Mohammed Shami back on the park. He went off briefly because of that fielding, which he stuck a hand out and got a bruised hand. His left hand was, unlike most likely bruised. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, share in the conversation with us. And we'd love to hear your thoughts. 3 slips and a gully in place. There's a backward point, so they're persisting with it for KG. It looks like 3 slips in a gully. Could very well be 4.
India have been bamboozling us with it.
Siraj around the wicket. KG looks to drive that straight, and the bat turning in his hand, and it goes out to mid-on.
The ball was full. A lot fuller than KG anticipated. It was more Yorker length than actually half volley. Coming off the toe of the bat there, inside half.
So now they've decided to put a fly slip in here to remove the 3rd slip. So they're looking perhaps for the shorter delivery, and maybe he's going to think about a ramp. Siraj continuing around the wicket, and it's a fuller one. KG just defends this, and a loud call of no run. Not quite as panache-filled as Marnus Labuschagne.
Yes, Marnus was very loud, but good to see that KG is applying himself, going through his routines, fundamentals that he's learning, trying to become more of an asset with the bat for his team.
Siraj driven hard, and KG's hit that through the cover region. A little bit squarer maybe than he would have liked, but it doesn't matter when it gets through to the boundary. It's 4 runs. South Africa 166 for 7.
A little bit too early through the shot there from KG, getting slightly the outside half of the bat, but 4 runs, much needed 4 runs for South Africa nonetheless. Didn't have to plant his front foot a lot forward to that ball, as that length was already full. It was quite wide, more fit stump line coming into him, but he played that expertly well, and that's now necessitated a backward point to go to the point boundary.
Siraj with 3 balls now, 4 bowled in this over. KG's all too happy to defend. So there are 4 men out. Deep backward square, fine leg. That fly slip is about 25 meters off of the boundary, and then you've got a deep point in place. There was some lamentation from some fans online about the fact that there is a deep point and that it's an easy run, but I'm not so certain about it for somebody of KG's capabilities. This one is short and it's a bit of a paddle, a short-arm jab around the corner and collected for just the one.
Second short-arm jab in the game. First one was dropped by Marco Jansen off the batting of KL Rahul in the first innings. But this one was a lot more controlled than that first one. And KG taking evasive action with that ball, but managing to get runs off of it as well.
Doesn't have to look pretty if it's effective, as far as I'm concerned.
And that's what you want to get across to KG, is that yes, your technique is great, but sometimes pretty doesn't score runs.
And again, and Jansen's just defended that one into the covers, and that concludes 53 overs. These two have put together 23 invaluable runs for South Africa. It's 167 for 7, and the deficit now 160.
Yes, the deficit now is 170. 160. Yes, sorry. I'm just looking at the fall of wickets for India. Wicket number 7 fell for India, 296. And South Africa then conceded the next 29 runs to take out the final three wickets of India to 327. What's happening here? This partnership currently right now is worth 23. So you'd want your tail to be working for you, and so far these two are doing a really good job at that, and that must be praised.
Just a slight delay to the start of the over as the ball was getting a bit of a trim from Murray Rasmus, brought out his scissors, silly point, and slip in place. Ashwin round the wicket to the left-handed KG and just hits the thigh pad and goes on the bounce to silly point.
Yes, he's got silly point in front of him, slip, backward point on the ring, as well as
round the wicket again comes Ashwin, and Jansen's not interested in playing his games, just defends that into the onside, no run.
It's got a short extra cover, on the ODI circle, wideish long off, short mid-on.
Ashwin, and this just driven hard. My word, that was absolutely laced in straight to Virat Kohli, who showed how to field when the balls hit straight at you. We saw earlier in the day a ball going through the legs. And it's defended on the bounce. They think about a one from Kagiso Rabada, but no interest there.
So the plan here for Ashwin is to get the ball to turn away from KG, for him to play against the spin. What KG needs to do is get to the pitch of the ball.
A shorter one and just a quicker one, hoping to try and catch Kagiso unaware.
And even that back foot defense that he just played right now, that brings in silly point.
Ashwin floating it up there and just worked onto the onside by Kagiso Rabada. No run there. 54 gone. 167 for 7. It's a maiden. Are India missing Jasprit Bumrah's ability to come in and wrap the tail up?
I think so. And I would love for them to try and bowl an over of Jasprit Bumrah to see if his ankle can hold up.
You don't
Especially
aggravate it though. That's the double-edged blade.
But then
You want
why
him
is he
to
on the
bowl the
field?
seas. I don't know. I think it makes sense. For him
Because
to be on
surely
the
he's
field and
going to
bowl.
aggravate it chasing the ball.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to think long term within the series. I don't know. I'm just posing
Look, if you don't want him to aggravate it, he must field it slip. He's fielding at.
Can he catch? That's the problem.
But he's
No one
fielding at mid-on. He's going to be chasing leather if Marco Jansen plays it past him. I mean,
Sure.
So
why not just have somebody onto field?
Yes.
Maybe him being out on the field is a good way for them to see how he's feeling about it. Thakur to begin a new over, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Pant without fuss. Pant.
I think just give him one over, one of those Ashwin overs. Just give him one over. Let's see if even if he bowls it at 130, the extra bounce that he gets, the angle that he gets will still trouble the batters.
I know.
And he also comes off a short run up. So, I don't think I'm going to minimize the risk, but, if there ever was a time for Bumrah to bowl within himself, it would be here. And see if he can't push
there was a bit of a movement there. Marco Jansen playing but removing his hands very quickly.
It's good to see.
Wicketkeeper so nearly could have been something. We just have a look at the replay here. There was definitely a little bit of movement off the bat.
Mm-hmm. No, not off the bat, off the deck.
The turf.
Yes. Obviously, the angle coming into the right-hander, and the ball just holding its line a little bit, and there's a hint of it going away.
Absolutely.
Not sure if it's not. I don't think it's reversing. I think it's conventional.
It's just standard, standard swings. This one is defended off the front foot, and Thakur is happy to collect that one. He's bowled 8.5 overs, 1 for 42, and it was that wicket of Quinton de Kock that really shifted the momentum of the game.
Yes.
Until these two have come together and put a small partnership of 23 together.
Yes, South Africa were looking comfortable with the partnership of Timber and Quinton de Kock, but Quinty unluckily under-edging it onto his stumps, getting India back into some sort of more control of this game.
Thakur again, and Jansen's also happy to just keep him out.
But
Resolute defense.
What this partnership also does, it frustrates India. Because you're thinking, especially the top order batters, they're thinking, let's get this quickly done. Might have to bat in that final hour. And so your mindset's slightly shifting. But your bowlers still need to do a little bit of a job.
The more these two bat, the more I wonder whether South Africa would push for, to accelerate so that you get India batting today. Shots just over pitched and just driven down the ground wonderfully there by Marco Jansen. That's a lovely shot.
And Jasprit Bumrah jogging back to go fetch the ball at the long on boundary. Beautiful shot from Marco Jansen. It's good to have a number 8 identify balls like that and be able to put them away with some great timing. It's great. That's all timing, nothing more.
That takes the score to 171 for 7. We've got one ball remaining in this over. And Kagiso Rabada's outscored his partner at the other end.
We might need somebody to start a Twitter account called hashtag Jasprit's ankle.
Like Stuart Broad batting. One of those.
Yes.
2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point. He's in again as Thakur, and Jansen's just patient all day long. Just to defend and capitalizing on any opportunities. End of the 55th. 171 for 7.
Yes, it's a really good partnership between these two. 27 runs, 17 for Rabada, 15 for Marco Jansen, 171 for 7. The deficit is 156. South Africa in a hole, and these two trying to chip away of this deficit as they go along.
I'm going to give this certainly a good show. Not one to sit back and let the game be dictated to them. Forward short leg in place. There's a fine leg, a slip, catching cover, extra cover. This first one is full and punched that hard, but it's just defended. There's a long off in place, but he's very wide.
So that silly point is out now for Ashwin. Looks like he's going to be darting them in a little bit more.
Then he floats that one in. The next one is floated in a little bit, but it's Rahul that is down here at long off. But he's about 5-10 meters off the boundary. So just keeping an eye on whether Kagiso drives. He's known as Kagiso for driving down the ground. He loves that stand and deliver type drive up and over the bowlers. But
But that's why Virat Kohli is there, to let him know that if he hits it in the air, he's going to get caught a short extra cover.
That is exactly what he's got. Up, and away. That's a great shot by Kagiso Rabada. We called for it, and he has summarily dismissed that delivery over the boundary. 177 for 7, and there's 2 balls in the over.
KG identifying that full ball from Ashwin. He gave it a little bit of flight, got to the pitch of the ball, and the rest was history. The straightest of straight drives for 6 that you'll ever see.
Yeah, one of our commentators is now directing one of it's KL Rahul that's having to retrieve that ball. So we're going to have a bit of a break in play here whilst they retrieve it. It's gone over the advertising scoreboard.
And in that moment, let's play a bit of an ad from our hosts.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
To the Supersport Park here. South Africa sitting at 177 for 7. My name is Tepo Tala. I'm joined by Otto Simon. How are you doing, Otto?
Hello, Tepo. Yeah, very happy to still be commentating on South Africa's batting. I thought at one stage we might see India back at the wicket before you and I have a chance to do another stint of commentary. The players are still having a drinks break as the ball was hit into the side screen area here by Kagiso Rabada and KL Rahul giving up the search for the ball. So the umpires have a new ball there that they're going to pick from the box of balls out in the middle.
Not quite a new ball. It's still the same age there.
Yeah,
50
50 overs.
ball.
Yeah. 55.4 overs have been bowled. You seem to think you knew where that ball went.
Yeah, it went literally behind one of the advertising boards here by the white side screen, but it fell in a very awkward position.
Yes.
If KL Rahul had to fetch it,
I
it would
think
have been quite awkward. I felt he could have, if he really tried, it wouldn't have been that difficult to fetch, personally, from where I was sitting.
Yeah,
but
we can't see that. It's just underneath us here to the left of where we're sitting. Straight drive back over the bowler's head by Kagiso Rabada for 6. Beautiful shot, beautiful to see. And Kagiso Rabada on 23 is now the third highest scorer in the South African 177 for 7. The deficit, South Africa now 150 runs behind, and it looks like they're going to concede a huge first innings lead here to India.
No, they didn't look too good on the first day. Looking at the pitches we've been discussing, the day 1 pitch versus day 3 pitch. Day 3 is looking a lot more spicy. Or maybe it's just the quality of bowling that we've seen. South Africa didn't quite hit their straps all the time. A little bit inconsistent. There were periods where they did look threatening. But you know what? You could also put it down to dominance, pure dominance from the Indian batting lineup. KL Rahul looked fantastic. Did the batsman. Even Mayank Agarwal, he's continued his good nick. So that's good to see from an Indian perspective. But the South African bowlers will feel that they gave themselves quite a mountain to climb, looking at the way things have gone down in day 3.
Yeah, now it's up to them to score the runs as well. So
true.
Rabada and Marco Jansen are in the middle. Now somebody else has gone in there to go and look for that ball. Yeah, and it's sort of the scaffolding that's behind the electronic screen is also making it awkward to, as you say, to get in there to try and see first of all where the ball is, and then there's also sheeting, white sheeting that's covering the chairs here. So if the ball's gone underneath that, that's going to be very awkward to crawl in underneath that white sheet that's covering the chairs to try and fetch the ball.
Björn Hendricks doing the work here.
Björn Hendricks is into the scaffolding now, behind the electronic advertising side screen board.
Getting
below
some
us here.
commentary here from Otto Simon. Just some jungle gymming here from.
There we go. He's
Björn
got
Hendricks.
it.
He's got it. Björn Hendricks found the ball.
Yay!
The show must go on. And sometimes a good performance from the substitutes.
Yes, very well done. And I don't think India would have been happy with the change of that ball, because that ball has been doing the trick for them. They've managed to swing the ball, which I don't think the South African bowlers really got movement through the air in the first innings.
In the first day, maybe.
In the first day, yeah.
On third day, we saw Lungi Ngidi get tons of movement. He got 4 more wickets at the end of the day. So
there's
definitely something in this, something spicy here.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just get all these wickets for nothing, do you? 14 wickets in this day.
Yeah, and with the sun out, one would have thought that it would be good batting conditions, and India were looking ominous at the start of the day. South Africa fought back in the first session, and now Ravichandran Ashwin is ready to bowl, right arm round the wicket.
Ravichandran Ashwin from the pavilion end. This one blocked out by KG Rabada. We heard the left hand bat, right hand ball combination that we from Dave.
Yep.
Another solid forward defensive, and the man at a short cover will pick that up. It's Virat Kohli just checking his hands.
56 overs gone, 177 for 7, and Rabada is on 23, Jansen on 15, partnership of 33 runs, of which Jansen has scored 15. So both these guys were on naught when they came together. No, that's not the partnership contribution there. Okay, so that's
just their score.
Yeah, it's just the score. So Jansen contributing 10 runs and Rabada 23. So he was on 5, Marco Jansen, when Rabada joined him in the middle. And now Shah Thakur will continue from the Henops River end. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marco Jansen. 2 slips in and a 4th slip.
Jansen gets forward to this one. A solid forward defensive to the offside region.
And the trap is set for the short ball, fine leg and square leg on the boundary. As we see, good news for Indian fans. Jasprit Bumrah is running around. He was running down the ground to fetch a ball a little bit earlier that went to the boundary behind Thakur. So he is no longer limping or gingerly walking. He's now actually running and practicing his run-up as well.
Another forward defensive here from Marco Jansen. It's good for all cricket fans. Bumrah has been quite a superstar when it comes to the test circuit.
Yep, he's on at mid-on on the field there at mid-on, and then they've got a mid-off. Once again, just about, we'll see where that fielder ends up. Mohammad Shami at mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off. Well behind the crease at the non-striker's end.
This one a bit too straight. Played off the pads, just whipped to the onside. Marco Jansen played a absolutely classy shot.
Very nice looking flick off the pads there, just out to the mid-wicket boundary. Very good shot there from Marco Jansen. Well in control of that shot. And now we see a bit of a fielding change here where they're going to put a mid-wicket there
where that ball just went, or they're going to put someone else there at mid-wicket, and third man, or is that a backward point on the boundary? Yeah, that's more like a backward point.
Third man. That's
Very square third man, or a backward point. And so that's one of the slips gone.
This last delivery left on the offside.
And a man at cover, and that's the field set here for Marco Jansen by Shardul Thakur.
Interesting. A few more defensive field settings here. As you said, now only 2 slips.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot more sweepers now, a third one here on the offside.
So let's see what's the plan here for Thakur. He's looking for the outside edge still with the 2 slips in.
But another forward defensive from Marco Jansen. He looks quite solid in terms of technique for a number 8 batsman. He does extend the batting lineup just a little bit, because Keshav Maharaj is still the next in. He's at number 9, or at number 10 rather, and Lungi Ngidi comes in at 11. So what Marco Jansen does give you is a little bit of an extension of the batting lineup. We saw in the SAA India A series getting big runs there, and the second game getting 70 and 23 in his 2 innings.
Yeah, very handy runs here for South Africa. Oh, and that's a very big appeal for LBW.
He's given.
And Marco Jansen is going to refer that almost immediately. He looked a bit confused as to why they were appealing.
Not going to lie to you, Otto, I was also a bit confused. There were definitely 2 sounds there.
I thought I heard a bat.
Yeah,
noise.
You would have definitely assumed that there was a bat, and that's probably what Jansen assumes as well. Yeah. The question is, did it hit bat first or pad first? And then the next question is, did it go on to hit the stumps? But all time will tell.
Yeah, we'll see the replay now. So looking for it pitched outside off, and it hit him on the back leg, but above the knee roll. Now, he's a very tall man.
He's a tall man.
So, I mean, if it hit him on the back leg, which is always a good shout. But I think that must be going over the stumps. Well, the umpire gave it out. Okay, so his back leg is bent a bit as it hit him. So the umpire gave it out. It just needs to shave the bails, and he'll have to walk. There's no edge. There was no edge. I think the noise was from his thigh pad, the bottom part of the thigh pad. So it hit him really well up onto his thigh there. So we're looking at the ball tracking now. It impact is umpire's call, and it is hitting the wickets. Good call by the umpire. That's Adrian Holstock standing at the Enops River end, and he's given out. Marco Jansen goes for 19 of 42 balls, and he opens his Test career with very handy 19 runs. Not his job to get the runs, but very welcome runs they are for South Africa. The score is 181 for 8 after 57 overs. So Thakur strikes with the final delivery of that over. So let's see now. Maharaj will be next in. Indeed, he's walking down. Bats a lot better at first class and domestic one days than he does at international level, Keshav Maharaj. But let's hope for South Africa's sake that he can buck that trend today and get some more runs here. His highest score is 73 at this ground last season in the 2021 season against Sri Lanka. Average is only 14.5 though. 350s, 37 matches with 58 innings and a total of 739 runs. And as I've said in the past, he tends to give his wicket away. He tends to play weird shots when he gets out. So let's hope that he can keep his concentration today and just occupy the crease and get South Africa to the end of the day's play without them having to field again. And India now very firmly in control. They need 2 wickets. They can't enforce the follow-on, but they are definitely going to be, once they get these 2 wickets, they will determine what's going to happen in the rest of this game.
Still ample time left in this game. And good to see Keshav Maharaj in the middle. Indian fans will be very happy to see that, especially. Africa really struggling here at 181 for 8. Mohammad Shami coming from the pavilion end, bangs this one in short. And KG Rabada just ducks under it, no run there.
Yeah, once again, the short ball trap is set, square leg and fine leg on the boundary. And then they've got that fly slip, or shall we say, a fine third man, placed about 20 meters in from the boundary rope with 2 slips in. And it looks to me like that it is a gully. It's either a gully or a 4th slip. That's a 4th slip. That's not a gully. So 3 slips anyway. Mid on, mid off. Shami comes in, and then there's a man at the point boundary.
This one blocked out to the man at mid off. No run there. Just looking at Keshav Maharaj's stats. His first class stats aren't really that far away from his test statistics. He averages 20.46 there, whereas in tests he averages 14. So just 6 off the pace. Not a bad conversion. His first class best score is 114 not out. And here, as you said, a best score in tests of 73. So not doing too badly as Shami comes in. Solid backward defense shot. The man sweeping on the offside will pick that up. And now big field changes for Keshav Maharaj. Not only because he's a right-hander, but probably looking to get his wicket here. The easiest scalp to get.
Yep, new to the crease. He's going to face his first delivery. And it's the very dangerous Mohammad Shami hunting for a 5-4. He's bowling his 14th over. He's only conceded 36 runs and taken 4 wickets. Really dangerous bowler, especially in South Africa, against South Africa. I remember earlier in the day somebody mentioning his statistics. He comes now over the wicket.
This one played off the back foot, a solid backward defensive from Keshav Maharaj. That one pitched a little bit short.
There were 3 slips in a gully. Gully is now moving out to a cover, and then backward point going out there, and then there's mid on, mid off, and then the mid wicket. With a fine leg on the fence, the only man on the boundary for India now. So they want the catch, they want the edge.
This one, a Yorker delivery, kept out by Keshav Maharaj. And just chatting about Mohammad Shami's statistics in South Africa, an average of 22.2, so that's not to be scoffed at, and a best bowling figures in an innings of 5 for 28. So he's got himself a 5-er here, 25 wickets in his 6 games in South Africa. So really enjoying the South African conditions. Perfect for pace bowling.
Yeah, and he's accurate enough to extract whatever there is in the wicket.
Once again, backward defensive shot here. Interesting footwork from Keshav Maharaj as that ends the over. 182 for 8. Deficit of 145. Quite a mountain to climb here for the South Africans. And you'd expect that all they want to do is get through the day and get themselves in tomorrow.
Now, there's 22 overs left scheduled play in the day. I doubt whether we're going to get that in. So they added 8 overs to the day's play to try and make up for the 90 that we lost yesterday. So if it weren't for that, there would be 14 overs to go. So at least that would take another hour. That would take us to 6 o'clock local time. And by then, the sun will be well down behind the hills here to the west. So we might have to stop play because of bad light at some point.
It'll be a dream for the South Africans.
I don't think 22 overs are going to happen, eh?
I'm not too sure about it myself. Starcourt continues from the Henops River end.
Right on over the wicket.
A leading edge from KG Rabada goes to the offside, vacant slip region, but the man at third man will pick that up. They get one off it. Brings Maharaj on strike. Got through his shot a little bit too early, getting the leading edge, trying to play that on the leg side.
Yep, indeed. So fine leg is there. Mohammad Shami is here at a wide third man. All right, no, he's been called in to come in closer. So he's going to be at backward point. Then there's a cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, conventional, and 3 slips.
Once again, that forward defensive from Keshav Maharaj. Happy to just block out every delivery here.
Yeah,
I expect that one would probably nip.
Yeah, he's just trying to get in behind the ball as solidly as he possibly can, keeping the bat in front of his body. So that's why it looks a little bit awkward. It looks a little bit awkward, does Keshav Maharaj, but so far so good.
Keshav plays this one to cover. He's got himself 3 slips. And the man at backward point. South Africa sitting on 183 for 8 after 58 overs. Losing early wickets. Dean Algar fell for 1. Markram for 13. And Keegan Peterson also fell for 15. Rassie van der Dussen got caught throwing his bat outside the off stump. He fell for 3. And South Africa was sitting at 32 for 4 before Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma had a decent partnership there. Each of them getting decent runs. As a big appeal here as it wraps Keshav Maharaj on the pads. But the appeals just faded into silence. They don't seem too convinced. He gets leg buys. South Africa moved to 184.
Extras now up to 10, 3 leg buys and 7 no balls. By his choice of shot, I guess that went down leg side.
Probably also just looking at the replay, it pitched in line with middle stump. Impact was probably even outside leg stump.
Yeah.
Because it wrapped him on the side of the pad and you can't even see leg stump in the shot. So right to not continue their appeal. KJ Rabada on strike. He dots this down. Thinking of a single, thought better of it.
So the changes in the field for Kagiso Rabada's, they've now got backward point and third man, fine leg and mid wicket on the boundary, cover, 2 slips, mid off, mid on. For the left-handed Kagiso Rabada, who almost hit the ball out of the game, out of the match, but Björn Hendricks managing to get it from behind the scoreboard.
This one played to the man at mid-on to end the over. 184 for 8 after 50. No, sorry.
Scoreboard says there should be one more delivery.
No, they've just corrected it. Yes,
okay.
after 59 overs.
Okay, great. There we go. So 21 overs left in the scheduled play for the day. The partnership is on 3 and the run rate on 3.1. South Africa 143 runs behind India's 327. Every single run here is just going to limit the damage that India have inflicted on South Africa, and they will definitely walk away here with a huge first innings lead, firmly in control of the Indian team. Shami now to Keshav Maharaj.
Played off the back foot.
Fielded by the man at extra cover. And there's no run. 3 slips now in for Keshav. Mid-wicket, backward point. Fine leg on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on.
Just seeing Jasprit Bumrah doing some bowling actions here. Probably going to see
he looks like he's itching to get back into the swing of things, but given the match situation, I would rather say relax, Jasprit. We'll get you in the next game or in the next innings.
This one short and wide and absolutely
go.
Punished through the offside, a vacant point region. And Keshav Maharaj gets himself a boundary with a beautiful cut.
Very nicely done. Through the hands at it, played through the
The angle that he generates with his arm, it's classy. It's crazy. It's difficult to deal with. And looks like Keshav Maharaj is still on his haunches now. He had to wear that one. Yeah, just jagged in and found the gap next to his bat and just wrapped him in the ribs.
Okay. Safari's taking a while to load.
Jasprit Bumrah's comeback. He's coming back with fire.
Yeah, Keshav is okay. He's okay to continue.
This one, Keshav tries to drive at. Doesn't get it middled. It just bobbles onto the man at the cover region.
Okay, so pretty much the same field now that we saw for Mohammad Shami. He's down at third man. Fine leg is on the boundary and Bumrah into.
Hi, Simon.
This one, a front foot drive, but straight to the man at middle. That ends the 61st over.
Yeah.
South Africa 193 for 8.
Yes,
a partnership of 12
that's what we're trying to do.
between
It's taking a very long
Keshav
time
Maharaj
to
and KG
reload.
Rabada.
Very long
Rabada
time
on
to
25, Maharaj on 8 of 16.
Yes, I
and
am.
the deficit's still 134.
Very
You feel
long time
that South Africans would target getting that deficit just under 100.
Geez, that would be wonderful.
That would be good.
If we can do that, that would be awesome.
No, it's
so
I
partnership
just
is
need to get
12.
Google Chrome going, so I'm going to use the stream.
On the other end of the
StreamYard
spectrum,
link.
India will be happy with their bowling performance. I don't want the tail to be wagging too much. The job is not quite done, but most of it certainly is, especially after the total that they said.
No, Wi-Fi is fine. We
sorry,
moved to CSA Media.
327.
And
Shami coming from around the even poses as he plays that
I'm
shot.
going to try Unisa Diversity again.
Is KG Rabada and his batting. As Umpo and David said in their earlier commentary stint, there have been chats of him actually working on his. He was never a real mug with the bat either. Had some decent form as this one banged in short and ducked under by KG Rabada. But it was just about using that potential, extracting everything you could from that potential with some decent contributions at the bottom of the order. And an innings like this, 25 runs off a few balls from KG Rabada.
Yeah.
I'm going to apologize for those technical difficulties. Sorry about that. We just lost our Wi-Fi connection, but we're back. What you missed was that Bumrah's back into attack from the Henox River end. You didn't miss any wickets, but right now we're watching Mohammad Shami come from the pavilion end. He bowls to KG Rabada, and he has a solid 4 defensive shots.
Yep. Rabada and Maharaj both looking very defensive, just trying to stay at the crease as long as they can. And for Kagiso Rabada right now, they've got a square leg in front of square on the boundary, fine leg, third man, and backward point on the boundary. 2 slips in, and then there's a cover and mid-off, mid-on for Shami, bowling to the left-handed Kagiso Rabada. He's coming.
And this one, KG Rabada ducks under and just wrapped the hands of Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. He dropped that, but the South African batsman not interested in taking a quick single.
Nope. So Shami is right arm round the wicket to the left-hander.
Interesting to see KG Rabada's batting averages over the years. 2015, 7. Then he had 17, 12, and 11 from 2016 to 2018. Shami coming from around the wickets to the man in question. Oh, it looks like he got an edge. And he's got him, Mohammad Shami. A fantastic delivery to square up KG Rabada, and a great catch from Rishabh Pant behind the stumps.
Yeah, so in his 16th over, Mohammad Shami gets his fifer. Kagiso Rabada caught by Pant, bowled by Shami, 25 runs or 45 balls. And that is 9 wickets down now, 193 for 9. As we see a replay here, that ball coming in, Kagiso Rabada forced to play it, gets the outside edge. Good work there from Shami and Pant. That angle he had to play. And that's also his 200th career wicket in Test matches.
No, he's definitely earned it, had Shami with that last delivery coming from around the wickets to generate that angle, but it just straightened up on the left-hander, KG Rabada, and as you said, forced to play it, get that faint edge, and the quality that is Mohammad Shami is on display once again. That brings to the crease Lungi Ngidi, South Africa sitting at 193 for 9.
So now, looks like we might actually commentate on South Africa's bowlers today, Tsepo. That's unfortunate. 1 wicket to go for India to close out the innings.
To go. It's not over until the fat lady sings, Otto.
Okay, so let's back Lungi Ngidi here. As Mpo calls him, the Soweto Lara. So let's see if they can stick it out until that close of play.
Just 1 more wicket here for the Indians.
Yeah.
You're not wrong for feeling a bit pessimistic for the South Africans. They've been bowling very well, have the Indian bowlers. In constant discipline, constant line, constant length that kept the batsmen playing and finding the edges. They learned from what they saw the South Africans do to them in the first session of the day. A few field changes here for Lungi Ngidi. He's got himself 3 slips in a gully, a leg slip, a man at fine leg, mid-on, mid-off, and a man at mid-wickets. Shami continuing here, pitches it in short, and a high catch from Rishabh Pant to end that over. 193 for 9. Deficit still 134.
No, this is very good for India. Jasprit Bumrah back on his feet, literally, running in and bowling from the Henops River end. Let's see if he continues or if they're going to change him up for somebody else. They maybe just gave him those. No, he's at the top of his mark. Jasprit Bumrah is ready to go. And he's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Keshav Maharaj. 2 slips in, fine leg, third man, and square leg is on the boundary. So is backward point on the boundary.
A slow clap for Bumrah as he comes in from the Henops River end. Oh, drive, a powerful drive, but straight to the man at mid-off. Looks like Keshav isn't going to be dying wandering here.
Yeah, and then we've got a shortish extra cover, and then mid-off, mid-on. That's the field set here for Jasprit Bumrah against Keshav Maharaj. 1 wicket to go for India. And there's 18 overs left in the day, but I think maybe about 40 minutes of play left. We'll see where we get to at the end of the day.
Boom! What a drive over the infield. It looked like it almost went for 6. Just 1 bounce for Keshav Maharaj. What a stroke.
Over the long off boundary, beautiful shot by Maharaj, overpitched by Bumrah, and just jumped all over that. Good shot.
Valuable runs here for the South Africans, just leaning back and lofting it over the launching it over the infield. Absolutely classy stroke. South Africa 197 for 9.
No, very nicely done there.
Bumrah continuing. Bangs us in short, a thick outside edge. There's a man here at third man. An easy catch right down the throat of Ajinkya Rahane. And that ends the South African innings. 197 all out. And they look like they're going to have a ball today.
Absolutely right. So they have a lead of 130. Keshav Maharaj 12 runs off 19 balls. South Africa all out for 197 in the 63rd over. Are we going to go through the scorecard there?
Of course we are. Dean
Thank
Algar
you.
was the first one to fall. He fell. Jasprit Bumrah got him with an absolute crack of a delivery, squaring him up. He went out for one, caught by Pant. The next one to fall was Keegan Peterson. He was looking all right, but he then chopped it onto his stumps. Mohammed Shami got him bowled. Aiden Markram also bowled by Mohammed Shami. He got himself 15 runs before Shami just clipped the top of his off stump. Rassie van der Dussen was the next one to fall. Mohammed Siraj got him, caught him fishing for delivery outside off stump. He was caught by Ajinkya Rahane at slip. He just got 3 runs. And then a big partnership between Quinton de Kock and Themba Bavuma, taking South Africa from 32 for 4 all the way to 104 for 5. And that was when Quinton de Kock chopped it onto his stumps from Thakur. The next wicket to fall was Vian Mulder. He didn't do too much. They did get 12 runs though before Mohammed Shami got the edge, and Rishabh Pant got him. He got 12 of 33. And then Themba Bavuma was the next to fall shortly after getting his 50. He got 52 before he also caught an edge from Mohammed Shami that went to Pant. He was followed shortly after by Marco Jansen. He has a few good strokes, a decent partnership between him and Kagiso Rabada before he was caught LBW by Thakur, sorry about that. Finally, KJ Rabada was the 9th wicket to fall. He fell when he also got an edge from Mohammed Shami. He fell for 25, the number on his back, 25 or 45. And then the final wicket, Keshav Maharaj, after getting 12 runs, after having a lusty blow for 4, tried to cut one, got a thick top edge, and the man at third man caught him. That was Ajinkya Rahane. That leaves South Africa on 197 all out. Top figures for the bowling attack, with Mohammed Shami getting a 5 for here. He got 5 for 44 in 16 overs, 5 maidens, and an economy of 2.75. And the next best was Jasprit Bumrah. He got 2 of 16 in his 7.2 overs. But that ends the South African innings. It's a change of innings here. So we will see you right after that.
Yeah, we'll be off the air for about 10 minutes. Do stick around. Thank you very much for listening. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this flash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this.
No, I was talking about a different one. It is as well.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And the players are on the field here for the third innings of the game on day 3. South Africa have been bowled out for 197. And that brings to the crease KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal.
For the second time today, KL Rahul is striding out to the Centurion Centre pitch here in Tshwane in Gauteng in South Africa. It is 5:30 local time. There are 15 overs of scheduled play left in the day. Not sure how many of those will get in, but we'll try and obviously get as many of them in as we can here from Centurion Park, Supersport Park in Centurion. Kagiso Rabada will open the bowling from the Hennops River end.
Yes, he will. And India will come in with a lead of 130 runs. They'll be very happy with that lead. That's basically 7 runs more than what the opener KL Rahul got. 123 in the last innings. But they had a great start yesterday. And not too good from the South Africans. They looked pretty. They had a decent amount of discipline, line length, KJ Rabada especially, but didn't get the wickets. So they'll be hoping to strike a bit more here.
Now, that's South Africa's only hope, is to bowl India out extremely cheaply. But overall, India are firmly in control here. They can now set the score and decide how long they want to give themselves to bowl South Africa out. Last little bit of day 3, after we lost the whole of yesterday. So the field is 3 slips, gully, backward point, short square leg in, mid wicket, mid off, and then a fine leg on the boundary. Only man on the boundary is fine leg for Kagiso Rabada, coming right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Rahul.
So straight out the gate, you can see the attacking field positions here from the South Africans, from Dean Algar's men.
They've got no choice. They need wickets.
KJ Rabada coming in from the Hennops River end for the first ball of the third innings. And this one back of a length, fielded by the man at gully. Frantic fielding from Keegan Peterson, but they get through for a single off the first ball, off the mark. And the lead now 131.
Yeah, so effectively, India are 131 without loss. But the score now is 1 without loss after the first delivery. And Agarwal will now face Kagiso Rabada, Mayank Agarwal. So that was I think that was a deliberate shot there by Rahul, getting that down into the ground and almost past the gully.
Also a no ball, that last delivery. This next one a bit wider of off stump as Quinton de Kock catches that one. Another left shot, or a left delivery rather, by Mayank Agarwal.
Nice and short there by Kagiso Rabada, and he's overstepping on his first delivery. That's not a good sign, because he was the culprit, the main culprit in South Africa's first bowling innings, stepping over the line 11 times.
Was it 11 times, or what about the 5 no balls? Is this one a bit straight? Played to the leg side, picked up by the man at mid-wicket. If it's 5 no balls, do they count for those 11, or are they runs off the bat for the batsman?
Meaning that the ball goes for 4. yeah, then it's 1 for the no ball and 4. But I think it will be all to the bowler. Yeah.
So maybe not.
No. The 4 goes to the batsman if he
Yes.
scores it. Yeah, if he hits
Ooh, almost an edge there, squaring up the batsman Mayank Agarwal. He played that off the back foot with the back of a length delivery.
Yeah, he was, as they say, feet in the toilet bowl, feet right next to one another, and just pushed at it outside off stump, and then pulled his bat back, so as if to show that he left it. But he was definitely interested in playing that.
He did hang his bat out to dry. Just
That's right. That's exactly right.
New ball working very nicely. This one a little bit straighter, same length, and played to the man at mid wicket. No run
so
there.
It's the same exact field for Mayank Agarwal. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, fine leg on the boundary, short square leg, mid wicket, and then the mid off. So 2 deliveries to go in Kagiso Rabada's first over.
Also, continuing with this back of a length is KG Rabada. This one a little bit more outside the off stump, and Mayank Agarwal just pushing at this one as the man at cover picks that up.
This one is
Sadal Arvia, who's fielding in the place of Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, I think Keshav would probably have an ice pack on his ribs. I certainly would. He got a hit rather flush on the ribs by Jasprit Bumrah shortly before the final wicket fell.
Once again, same delivery, same shot, same result. At the end of the first over, 2 for 0 are India.
Keshav is now onto the field. So good to see that he's not too hurt too badly. Lungi Ngidi will take the new ball from the West Lane end.
The best bowler in the last innings, getting himself a decent figures. He got 6 for 71. The only bowler to take a wicket on the first day as well. He took 3.
Yeah, so let's hope for South Africa's sake, with the score on 2 without loss after the first over, that South Africa can count on him to get some scalps here before the close of play. 14 overs to go, according to the scheduled play. 3 slips, a gully, short square leg, wide-ish mid-on, almost the mid-wicket there, and the mid-off as well. Fine leg on the boundary.
Coming in from the pavilion end, pitching this one in a little bit full. A decent block from KL Rao. And the man at backward points came in to fetch that one. Close to the pitch. Temba Bavuma at backward point.
Now, I think if Rahul had been facing 20 or 30 more deliveries, that would have gone straight to the cover boundary. But overpitched by Lungi Ngidi first up. So let's hope that he's feeling fresh. Didn't have to bat for too long. And
we saw these little inconsistencies costing South Africa in the first innings.
Indeed.
This one pitched in very full. Rahul going forward to that one, but not offering a shot as Quinton de Kock picks it up.
Yeah, that was a good leave, as we saw in the first innings. That one left on length and line, so no danger of hitting the stumps, and Rahul just letting it pass him by. That was the key to his success in the first innings, was the fact that South African bowlers were unable to force him to play shots, and he managed to survive for the entire day. Yes, on day one.
And just thinking about the delivery that dismissed him, as this one also outside the off stump and left by KL Rahul. It was a delivery that was short, that he tried to play through the leg side. It was very close to his body, and he was just strangled that down to Quinton de Kock.
No, that was a silly shot. I mean, there was no need for him to play any kind of attacking shot or trying to score runs off that delivery, and that opened the door for South Africa to take those 7 wickets in the first session and get themselves into a better position in the match. Not necessarily. See this one.
This one played off the back foot. It was a back of a length delivery. It's through the offside, and the man at point, Temba Bavuma, turns his back and goes to the point boundary. First boundary of the day, and it's off the bat of KL Rao.
6 without loss now. Just a bit too wide there and short, and KL Rahul just rising and hitting it at the top of the bounce, straight to the point boundary. That's a very beautiful off drive, as the scoreboard tells us now as well. 2 balls to go in the second over. Lead is up to 136.
Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. OneWorld, like the planet SR. Ngidi, this one back of the length. Looked like it got a little big on KL Rao, but he got his bat behind it, and the man at slip, or gully rather, picks that up.
He couldn't leave that ball. It was too close to him. So we see just having a look at the replay here. It was almost on a good length, and it looked like the bounce surprised him a little bit, and he just almost got his hands in the way of that. His fingers almost got in the way of that, but bottom hand off the bat and no harm done.
Gideon again. This one a length ball left by KL Rao, and that ends the over. 6 for none are the Indians.
Also outside off stump, well outside off stump, left alone. 6 without loss after 2 overs. And no doubt Kagiso Rabada will continue. Yes, indeed. He's ready to go. Getting a fist bump there from Keshav. Exact same field, it looks like. Yep. Everybody into the same positions. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short square leg, fine leg on the boundary, mid wicket, and a mid off. And Agarwal will now face Kagiso Rabada.
This one a good length delivery, played off the back foot on that 4th stump line. The man at backward point picks that up. Temba Bavuma there. 3 slips, a gully, backward points, a man at cover, or forward mid-off, very square mid-off, if you will. A man at a similar position on the onside, mid-wicket, under the lid, at silly square leg, and then finally a fine leg here. As Rabada continues from the Hennops River end. This one down the offside, 139 kilometers per hour. And it was left by Mayank Agarwal. Didn't offer a shot to that.
Agarwal's foot movement is not very convincing right now. I think if Kagiso Rabada maybe tries to pitch it up to him a little bit, force him to play, because with the position that India are in, I mean, they don't need to do much.
And also, as KG comes in for his 3rd ball, this one gets the inside edge. The man at mid-wicket fetches that one. Agarwal didn't know where that ball went, as he almost went down for a single. But as you were saying, Indians happy to leave it. It's key that the South Africans get India playing at the ball. While the ball is still new, a little bit of movement away from the right-hander, but throwing his hands well away from his bat and getting the inside edge did Agarwal.
Yeah, attacking the stumps a bit more there, KG. So that's good news.
This one, a very short delivery. In line with that middle stump, Agarwal just ducks under it. No run there.
A decent bouncer. Got Agarwal's attention. He had to duck underneath it.
This is good. This is good. After Agarwal got forward in the last delivery, KG just reminding him, hey, buddy, I can still ramp it up. Watch your head.
Yep.
I mean, business here.
Yeah, and with that short square leg in, that's the type of delivery that you want to see more often than not. If you are going to bowl it back of a length, make sure that you aim it at the body.
Oh, this one back of a length. Agarwal just throws his hands at it just a little bit, or fishes for it rather, and it finds the gap in between gully and 3rd slip. encouraging signs here for the bowling attack.
Yeah, not too bothered about that. KG Rabada should see that as a bit of a moral victory there, because Agarwal was not in control of that at all, and it almost carried. I think it would have dropped short if it had been a little bit finer edge. It would have dropped short, but
if there was a fourth slip,
good signs. There we go. Gully is now into fourth slip.
I just looking at the replay again. Actually, if there was a fourth slip, it would have dropped short. It's good soft hands from Agarwal. Rabada continuing, same length, back of a length, playing this off the back foot to the man at backward point. No run there, and that ends the over. Just the boundary off it. 10 for none after 3.
Better line there from Rabada. I like that much more than the wider line outside off stump. It's just make the batsman play. Bring that short square leg rather into play. And if you're not going to get a bat handle or a glove flicking that through to short square leg, you might get the edge of that defensive shot. When the batsman lifts up the bat to try and sort of fend the ball away, that can often catch an edge and go through to the slips or the keeper. If you're going to bowl it short, make sure that it's on the line of the middle stump.
Ngidi coming in from the pavilion end. This one a little full, a little straight. Played to the leg side, and the man at mid-wicket picks that up. Now, just thinking of the deliveries and the bowling that the South Africans have been doing. How many opportunities can they afford to let go begging? As much as there wasn't a fielder in that position, it wasn't quite a drop catch. I mean, wouldn't you expect South Africa to be desperate to get every single wicket they can?
Yeah, that was just luck for the batsman there, I think. And
ducked under this did KL Rahul. This one short of a length, in line with the stumps. Just took the knee.
Good line. So you don't want to give the batsman space to cut or play that back foot shot or the pull shot. Get it right into his facial area. Exact same field still, by the way. Backward point, 3 slips, gully, mid-wicket or a wideish mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg on the boundary.
Ngidi continuing. This one, good length delivery. Played off the back foot, beating the edge of KL Rahul. Doing that unconventional leave where he has that bat very close to his person.
Yeah, it looks like he's offering a shot, but he actually has the bat tucked well away and underneath his right arm, right up close to his chest, so nowhere near the ball as it flies past to the keeper for no run.
Well left once again. Another leave. This one a little bit fuller from Lungi Ngidi. Front foot leave. He shoulders arms this one.
Yeah.
Not his conventional KL Rahul leave.
2 balls to go in the 4th over, 10 without loss. Rahul on 5 and Mayank Agarwal on 4.
Doing a little gardening of both the batsmen now. Going around the pitch, addressing some divots and a little bit of a conversation with Boetmathalzen, with Rassie van der Dussen. You'd expect that Rassie's asking him, how do you leave so well, mate? I can't seem to crack it.
Yeah, we saw the same thing from the South Africans farming the wicket.
Once again, this one a bit wider, but still a good length delivery from Lungi Ngidi. Offered no shot did KL Rahul.
Yeah, I think South Africa really need to tighten the line up closer to the stumps, get them playing because they need the wickets. They can't afford to let India dictate any more in this game. So they've got to wrestle the advantage back from India. India are perfectly poised here to control the rest of the match and how it ends.
This one a little bit fuller. Another leave from KL Rahul to end the over. 10 for none, a maiden there. And just thinking of the last delivery that Kel Raul just shouldered arms. It looked like it could have been a gimme delivery. It was short. It was, well, not short. It was wide. It could have been considered a half volley. And we saw what worked for the South Africans in the beginning of the session today, or the first session of the day, was giving a few loose deliveries that got punished, but then 1 or 2 balls after that, they got the wickets. So it would be key for the South Africans to justify or to get the Indians believing that they can play shots, but not looking like they're keen to do any of that today. Dictating the play as KG Rabada comes from the Henox River end. This one bagged in short. Quinton de Kock diving to his left, got a hand to it. He's on the ground. They take a quick single to the batsman. Looks like he's reeling just a little bit. Yeah, looked like his hips were a bit sore. His back, yeah.
He's hurt himself a little bit there, Quinton. I think it's that dive where your legs overtake the rest of your body and bends your back in an awkward position, and Kagiso Rabada overstepping again.
Another one. Another no ball.
Start of the 5th over, not quite. So we haven't had the first ball of the 5th over. It's about to come now, 10 without loss.
Oh, a big appeal here from the slip cordon. Dean Algar very keen for a wicket, very close to the edge, but nothing there. 13 without loss. The lead now. They just changed the scoreboard. Sorry. Looks like it's 10. Maybe it wasn't given as a no ball. No, it was. Yes, 12 without loss. They gave 1 extra run for that single.
As we look at the replay of that dive to the left as the ball went short and down the leg side.
4 slips here for KG Rabada as this just beats the outside edge of Kel Raul. Fantastic delivery from KG Rabada, the season campaigner.
Yeah, he's just a little bit tighter line will force the shot, force the batsman to play.
And it's like that kind of good length that got Raul coming forward to it.
Yeah.
A very good delivery.
And still exactly the same field, but except that Gully is now in at 4th slip.
Rabada continuing. This one outside off stump. I don't know what Dean Algar is appealing for. It's quite far outside off stump, but a good delivery from KG Rabada.
So backward point, mid off, right in line with all. Well, now that's more like a extra cover or a wideish mid off, short square leg, mid wicket, and fine leg on the boundary for Kagiso Rabada bowling to KL Raul.
Decent bowling from KG as he continues here. This one just outside off stump. This time, Kel Raul does get back to it.
Now that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Force the batsman to play.
And it's not like we haven't been seeing these deliveries. Lungi Ngidi started off quite well, getting the batsman to play from the pavilion end. But the only problem is that there are a few freebies coming in the form of no balls, coming in the form of loose deliveries.
Yeah,
that are just costing the South Africans, and those little things start to add up. KG Rabada, this one back of a length, played down into the ground. Backward point picks this up. Very good bowling from KG Rabada, and he still has 1 more ball left in this over.
Yeah. So from India's point of view, how long do you think will they feel comfortable giving themselves? How much time do you think they'll feel comfortable with to get those 10 wickets that they still need? Because whatever score they post here, I doubt if South Africa will be able to chase it.
This one a short delivery, right on top of the stumps, ducked under by Kel Raul. And to answer your question, as that ends the 5th over, 12 for 0. To answer your question, I think they give themselves a day. They have a quality bowling lineup that can power through any batting lineup, and especially on a surface like this. If they had the last day as well, with the pitch deteriorating, offers a lot to the pace bowlers, and already saw the amount of movement that they were able to extract today. So if I were Virat Kohli, I would bat until the end of day 4 if I could. And we just hear that a bowling change here. Marco Jansen coming from the Pavilion end to replace Lungi Ngidi.
So let's see here. They've got 3 slips in a gully, short square leg as well, fine leg down on the boundary, mid on and mid off. Oh no, mid on is now moving into that mid wicket area, wideish mid on, in line with the non-striker's end. Janssen left arm over the wicket to Agarwal.
Oh, gets it in, and he's got him first ball. Marco Janssen, an inside edge from Mayank Agarwal, just hanging his bat out to dry on a good length delivery, and Marco Janssen comes back with class.
That's it. That was exactly what the doctor ordered for South Africa. 12 runs on the board, start of the 6th over, 1 wicket down, and Marco Janssen gets his 2nd wicket. Let's watch the replay here, caught behind by Quinton de Kock. So going across the right-hander and getting the outside edge through to de Kock. Excellent first up delivery. And yeah, just fishing at that. Agarwal didn't look at all convincing, and he has to walk back. So coming in at number 3 will be number 56, and that will be Cheteshwar Pujara. Number 54, excuse me, is
He's on a hat trick. Oh, Marco Janssen is actually on a hat trick, getting the last wicket in the last innings, or the last wicket in the first innings rather, and with his first delivery of this innings, it's Marco Janssen on a hat trick.
It's Shardul Thakur coming to the wicket at number 3 for India. And yes, well spotted there, Chepo, remembering that he took the last wicket this morning, Marco Janssen. So he's 2nd wicket in international cricket. The 1st wicket falling for India in the 6th over, and he's on a hat trick. Wow.
We're just hearing a South African classic here, TKZ in the area, Shibobo. Marco Janssen in the area, keen to get some wickets here. Don't forget, you can also get yourself into the area by tweeting us. Give us a tweet at OneWorldSR. Do you think Marco Janssen is going to get himself a hat-trick here? He really has deserved it. Quinton de Kock returning a favor that he owed him after dropping him, or dropping Mayank Agarwal off the bowling of Marco Janssen in the first innings.
Yep. So now mid-off has gone into a short mid-off, and that is definitely the train honking its horn there. The foul train going past.
Marco Janssen in for his hat-trick. This slides down the leg side. A very full delivery. South Africans were all up. Quinton de Kock is on the floor. He looks like he's reeling, but getting up gingerly, but he looks okay. And no hat-trick for Marco Janssen, but good delivery first up.
Yeah, that was full, trying to attack the leg stump there, just missing his line, trying to attack the stumps, trying to go for that Yorker, just missing his line a little bit. And Thakur not looking convincing at all. So mid-off has gone a little bit back now to conventional.
This one, good length delivery, just on top of that off-stump line and kept out solidly by Thakur.
4 slips, point, mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary, and Kagiso Rabada at mid-off is right in line with the non-striker's end. And Marco Janssen left arm over the wicket to Shardul Thakur, the right-hander.
This one a little bit fuller, played off the front foot to the man at backward point, just on that off-stump line.
12 for 1 is the score. The lead is 142 for India. So I think if South Africa can bowl India out by some miracle before they get a lead of 200, that would mean that that would have to happen before lunch tomorrow, and that would give South Africa a chance. It's the only chance they have.
South African fans clapping for Marco Janssen as this one pitched in short and right in line with the batsman. Thakur getting under that, and Quinton de Kock picking that up.
Just down the leg side, the line there a little bit. So Marco Jansen is looking good here. He just needs to keep at it, keep hitting those lines and lengths.
Getting that those deliveries that go across the right-handed batsman, the left-handed bowler. This one very straight, getting the outside edge and running to the boundary. It was a full delivery. It was going to hit middle stump and just got the outside edge of Thakur's bats. Bounced just before it got to the fourth slip.
Yeah, fourth slip.
Ran for the boundary, yeah.
Fourth slip diving to his right. Fifth slip would have been in the way of that, but it bounced short. And that is stumps at the end of day 3. The local time here is 6 o'clock. There was supposed to be a few more overs to go, but we've reached the close of play. Thank you so very much for all your support and for listening to us today. So the only wicket to fall, Mayank Agarwal, bowled by Marco Jansen, caught behind by Quinton de Kock, and Kagiso Rabada, Lungi Ngidi opening the bowling, and Marco Jansen, the only one to take a wicket. 12 for 1 is the 16 for 1 is the score after that boundary. And what was Agarwal's score?
He was 4. He was out for 4.
4. And then KL Rahul is still there. He is on 5 of 19, and Shardul Thakur 4 or 5 balls. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening and tuning in and tweeting us. Join us again tomorrow, 10 o'clock start tomorrow morning for day 4 here, live from Centurion Supersport Park. Chepo?
I'll do.
Thank you. Good night.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Expect to be a test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.